Alrighty, should be good to go here in just a moment. Gonna check the usual bullshit, and then we will get going. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Alrighty, looks like we're good to go. Never mind that, I just had a quick update for one of the demos, and we're good to go. Hey guys, Super the Rager. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome back to the Steam Next Fest, which will be the last stream we do. I know, very sad, but we'll be getting another Next Fest in, oh god, when's the next one? Which one? Which one? I think it's in June, right? Like, there's like a June Next Fest. Let's see, events and schedule. When are they doing another event? Let's see. They schedule of Steam events for the first half. All right, cool. Yeah, so that should be in there. What they got? They got Typing Fest, PvP Fest, Horse Fest. Like, if I might start doing these smaller fests too. These seem kind of fun. They go on for like a week or so in between the big fests. But some of them are cool because these ones are like genre specific. So you got like Tower Defense Fest, House and Home Fest, Hidden Object Fest. You know, that one might be fun. That one might be kind of chill to do. Like, I like deck builders. I like medieval games. You know, might start looking into that. Maybe we could do like once a week. I can pick out maybe a couple of demos that are kind of fun, and we can put like the automation, or not automation, but like Autonauts or whatever I'm streaming at the time. We can put that on hold for a minute and just do that. I don't know. Anywho, what are we doing? So May, and then, okay, so we don't know about June yet. So I think it is usually around June they do the next one. Because they had, like, last year there was, like, you know, October Next Fest, and then there was the other Next Fest. So we may end up missing October Next Fest. It depends on what my schedule's like. Because I have those, like, daily art things every year. That's something I look forward to every year. I've been doing it for about 3 years now, and it's actually kind of fun to do. But that takes a lot to do because I'm a 3D artist, so I gotta spend all my time I have to. And it would be cheating to come up with the whole composition beforehand. Like, I kind of think about it and I gather references at a time, but sitting down and actually do it is, like, you know, it takes a minute. Anyway, yeah, no, we could maybe start looking at that, like, different fests of things. You know, might be some stuff to do. Maybe smaller, like, not trying to do, like, 50 to 100. Maybe just doing, like, 10, you know, picking out, like, 10 demos, give them a little more time, do, like, a 3-4 hour stream, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Anywho, yeah. We are moving on. We can definitely finish these last 18 here, and then maybe we'll squeeze a few more in tonight, and we're good to go. Princess, welcome in. Good to see ya. Boy, oh boy, I hope you don't go bald. You know, like, I've always found that fascinating about people. Like, men and women. For women, I kind of get it. Like, women are more known for hair because they, like, style their hair a lot more than men usually do. But then there's also men too, and so it's like women I kind of get, men I really don't understand because it's like, oh no, I have no hair. It's like, okay, then you have no hair, so you have, like, nothing in the way. You can wear beanies and hats and stuff, and you don't have to worry about, like, your hair getting in the way. You don't have to waste time washing it. It's a whole, you know. But I've never, like, there's guys, like, if I did go bald, I would probably go for something like Robert Duvall or Robert Picardo. So, like, if I ever... This is the type of thing I would just accept in life, right? Like, I don't like the guys who... If you're going to not accept that you're bald, just get a wig, a toupee, whatever you want to call it, and just, you know, glue that on top if you're really that self-conscious about it. Oh, is that him in the new series? Damn, they kind of get... What the fuck is wrong with this jacket? Why is this jacket asymmetrical down one side? That's... I like this up here. Oh, wait, did they take that from Orville? No fucking way. Wait. Hold on, we'll get into the numbers in a second. But now I gotta look into this. Because, like, look at the Orville's costumes. No fucking way. Hold on. God damn it, I hate that. I hate when it's like a big picture in Google and then it's I need to actually go back to the Orville. I never watched season 3 because it's got how many seasons of the show were there? I want to say there were just the 3, right? But season 3 gets a lot more serious, and then yeah, so season 3 had 10 episodes, and then that was like the end of the show, which is a shame because it was a really interesting show, and I hope that what is he doing right now, Seth MacFarlane? Because he does some really fun stuff. I mean, I think they still got him trapped on like American Dad is still funny to this day, from what I understand. But Family Guy's been shit for years. What is he up to? Does he have any like stuff coming up? Anything he's got planned? They really need to stop with Family Guy. That's just annoying at this point. Like American Dad is still good. Like it's still genuinely fun to watch American Dad, but Family Guy is like I haven't watched New American Dad, but I've seen some of the clips and it's still consistent. At least it because it's American Dad was never like splitting your sides funny, but it's just like nice, yeah, like kind of that kind of funny. But let's see, Family Guy, Ted, the end of the night. What does he have coming up? Does he have anything? So he is doing a TED TV show, so that's kind of cool. And then he's got, wow, they've planned another 60 episodes for American Dad this year, 55 for Family Guy. So yeah, he's doing a Ted the Animated Series. He's writing it, and it looks like he's also, like he's creating the whole animated series for that. That's cool. I thought Ted as a character, I haven't actually seen the movies, but I've seen some clips, and like it's very much up his alley for his type of comedy. And I think it would be fun as as an animated type of thing. But no, dude, like, so the Orville, check this out. I'm not joking. I'm not crazy. Okay, I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Also, like, low key, I kind of fuck with the Orville suits way more than the way more than the actual Star Trek suits. I mean, those are the DS9 suits. So if you look at like DS9, they had in the later seasons, they went from like the standard TNG, and then the TNG movie happened, and around that time they switched the costumes to this new kind of gray, which is it really fits, especially on Cisco. Cisco wears it really well. I mean, it's just a good costume design anyway, but for like it helps him be like kind of that stoic and imposing figure that Cisco is, and just great stuff there. But yeah, the upscale this stuff still. I hope this guy's still doing it because I've seen at least one, and I think there's like 2 or 3 other channels I've seen pop up here and there that over the last like 5 or 6 years that have been like upscaling the stuff, and like it sharpens it, it gives it more color in some ways, and he just plays with a lot of the settings just to see how the clips come out, and some of it's really interesting. Some of it makes the eyes really like glossy and bright, and I kind of like that more than the standard look. Anyway, point being, yeah, no, like look at the shoulder. Like I'm not kidding, right? Like check this out. Look at the shoulder and look at the way it tapers, right? Here you've got the solid color, yes, but like okay, so look, you got gray, and I guess they're trying to emulate they're inverting but also emulating the old one. So I don't know. The new badge looks like shit. I'm sorry, that's a terrible looking badge. I don't know if they're trying to like I don't know what they're emulating with that. I don't get the shape, you know? Like the swoosh, the old like pointed swoosh upward, you know? It's that kind of like apex point type of thing. But like look at what the fuck? You could have literally just cut these at the same length and it would have looked like a normal jacket, or you could have had them a little longer and it would have looked like a normal jacket. But instead it's like let's put this here, and I guess they're trying to evoke the old like swoosh design, but if you want the old swoosh design, why not just put like a stripe in here, or even just keep the badge the same as it has always been? You know, I think Voyager was the only one where the badge was actually treated. Well, there's also the communicator, but I don't know. All right, point being, but like, look at this. Like, you can see what I'm saying. You got gray, you got the collar. Gray got the thicker collar on the neck, right? And then and then you have these like the shoulders they have something to them, right? They have these like stars. I actually stole that design for my for the ceremonial dress in my Jack Dallas series. There's this like event. There's like a what do you call it? Like a banquet, right? They're having a banquet in the final chapter of the book, and the ceremonial dress for the Rangers is to have like it's like this sort of Civil War era type of coat, you know, like double breasted type of coat, and it has the epitaph or not epitaph epaulets, right? They're called epaulets, is when you put something on the top like this little silver bit. And mine is like it's like Earth but with the sun cresting over it type of thing, you know, just for funsies. I think it's a interesting visual. I'd like to see it on screen someday if I could ever option the Jack Dallas series. I think that'd be cool. Mm. But yeah, like you can see there's something drawing you into like this, and then there's lines drawing you in, right? So when you see this, it draws you in because it's different than the other colors, right? It's the mid-tone gray. And then you have the lines that swoosh up into the neck, which draws you in. What you see here, it's the brightest thing, and the line draws you to the face. I'm not fucking kidding. It's like the same design philosophy. I think these are cooler because they have these little stripes for the seams. So like wherever the seam is, because here you just see the seam. There's nothing to the seam. I think trimming the seam would have been really cool. Like especially on these guys since they're just monocolored. Put a little black trim on that, you know? Because that's what they did with DS9. Like look at DS9's costume. Again, I'm sorry, I'm losing my shit because I don't really care for the new Trek, and it pisses me off whenever if I gotta see it, we gotta talk about it, all right? But like you can see, they had this kind of like, yeah, you got the trim, but everything else in here had that lined wool texture to it, so it matched, and like you can see this sort of like, what would you call it? Like again, a trim basically. Like you have the seams, but the seams are de-emphasized because you're looking at this big, thick like trim down the front, you know, for the bit. But here it has none of that. It literally just feels like a jacket. And if you just want to feel like a jacket, why did you make it asymmetrical here? It doesn't make sense. I don't know. I think I'll do another Marvel style thing where I'll ask what the hell happened to Star. Like I'll sort of rank it because I had that what was the like the you know what did they do to the MCU? I think is what I called it. What was that stream I did? Yeah, what did they do to the MCU? My thoughts on the current state of superheroes, and then I want to do one for DC maybe, but that's still kind of in the camp of superheroes, and I want to see what's going to happen with James Gunn since like, I think WB is getting bought by Paramount, and Paramount just did that to Star Trek, and it also, I think it fucked up Halo too. I think Halo was also Paramount. We'll see. Well, the point being is, you know, I could do something like that for Trek and like go through the eras of Trek because we kind of like just discussed it. And so if I go through the eras of Trek, but I think that would also require a rewatch first. So I need to go watch the original series, TNG, DS9, Enterprise, and Voyager. Voyager's like the redhead stepchild, but I really like Voyager. DS9 is the best, like objectively, and if we do that stream, I'll tell you why. But yeah, point being, I'd need to rewatch all of those like over time, and then once they're all refreshed in my brain. I mean, they're stuck in there, right? I got them in there, but it's not as succinct as when I did the Marvel thing. When I did the Marvel thing, it was like I was just coming out of the Marvel stuff, so I'd seen the movie several times. Anywho, back to the demos we're supposed to be doing. Me yapping, I waste 15 minutes. All right. First up, Gone Digging. So this is like similar to the game about digging a hole. Same concept. But there's a few new mechanics to this one where it's not just digging the hole, it's that. Chris Garcia and Overworld popping at the same time. What's up? All right, welcome in, boys. Good to see you. Let's see. Resident Evil 9 looks good so far. I won't spoil it for you until you play yourself. I don't think I'm going to play it myself, but I think I am. Ah! You whore! It's at 104! Not only was that cranked to 100, it was at 104. They say, yo dog, I heard you hate loud noises. Have some extra loud noises. Oh my god, that's funny. Holy shit, okay. It was up to 104. Why can't this go to like 50? It's like at 51, but sure, at least it's consistent. Okay. Alright, we'll drop this like 75. I think that works. Woo! Okay. You won't believe the length of RE9. Yeah, so you're streaming for the final day. Yep, we be streaming the final day for Next Fest. Just to have the top demos. I definitely want to get through the 18 of these top demos, and then we'll talk about the other demos. Because like, again, that's the whole point of this, is the reason I do this, and I try to look at, like, the side games that nobody's talking about, because like a lot of big stuff like Last Flag or Windrose, those are clearly bigger projects, and they're gonna get the trailers and the hype and everything. And I do want to look at them just to look at them, but at the same time, I try to show off demos of stuff that people probably won't even hear of because it's probably not gonna have a big budget or anything, like cool side stuff, hidden gems. We like that. We like that around here. Anyway, that's one reason I'm considering doing the weekly fest type of thing. Is every time they have a fest, like a Homemakers Fest or Tower Defense Fest, just to show off a few more little indie titles that might go under your radar. And there you go. All right. So yeah, Resident Evil 9. I'm not big. Okay, first off, I was never big on Resident Evil. Second, I'm not big on the remasters because again, I'm not big on Resident Evil, so I'm not really going to be big on the remasters either. Just because I like that there's remasters for them, but it feels almost like a cash grab. Like they want to just make a prettier version of the same game, then resell it for full price. And it's like, or you could just make a new fucking game. I will give credit to 7, 8, and 9 as being a new, like, hey, first person horror. It's this newer thing, whatever. I think I will watch Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, or somebody play it. Probably Jack, because I like the way he goes through it, or maybe Game Grumps, they go through it too. But that's off a bit. I'll just but I have been seeing like Jack's on like part 4 of his Let's Play already. Because I guess he must got like an early copy or something. Yeah. Resident Evil 9, looks good. So if it looks good, great. And I'm mostly there just to watch somebody else play it, and it's just to see their thoughts on it. Not so much my own thoughts, because again, I'm not a big Resident Evil fan. That would be like me going and playing a bunch of like World of Warcraft. It's like I know of World of Warcraft. I've tried it before, but I'm not a big fan, Like it's why would I what input would I have that would be helpful to the community if I'm not a fan of whatever particular series, right? Marathon actually is a good example of this, where it's not that I hate the genre, it's that I hate Bungie. Especially since they blatantly plagiarized an artist for some of their assets in there. They did not fire the guy that plagiarized. They did not... to my knowledge, hang on, let me preface this. To my knowledge, it goes without saying, but, you gotta clarify a lot of stuff nowadays, because people jump to fucking conclusions, but to my knowledge, they did not apologize to the artist they plagiarized from. They did not fire the guy that very intentionally plagiarized someone else's art. That should get you excommunicado from all art positions. Don't steal somebody's art. And not only should they have apologized to the artist, they should have start with, hey, we're sorry. Would you like us to fire this guy, or will you accept his apology? That should be the option given to the victim, right? The person that you stole from. You should give that option to them and say, look, we're very sorry. Would you like us to fire him? Because that's against our policy. We don't want to rip off artists. That should be your fucking mandate for that. Second is you should then go to the artist and say, look, we can't afford to bring you on as a whole artist unless if we can fire this guy and bring you on as the artist, because that's already matching our style, and that, if you're willing to do that. But if you're not able to do that or not willing to do that, we still would like to pay you a one-time fee for, we would like to keep some of these assets and use these as inspiration, but we want to give you like a couple $100 or something as sort of a concept artist, put them in the credits as like a special thanks, That would be the bare minimum level of respect. And I can't believe people are just overlooking that completely. Again, they may have apologized, they may have done all that. I don't know. But still, people are like, oh, well, because some people are hating on it simply because it's not like the old Marathon game. It's like it's using like the same IP, but not the same gameplay. I'm like, y'all are mad at that and not the plagiarism? Why the fuck do you not respect artists? Like, dudes will play games all day long, and then when something bad happens to the art world, they'll just be like, I don't care. What do you mean you don't care? These are artists. They build your world that you then exist in. They're making your escapism for you. They're helping you to mentally stay sane, like to check your mental state. Also, I'm probably a little hopped up because I'm having an energy drink, but still, I was really fucking tired today. I use energy drinks to wake up, but I use the iced coffee to chill out. It's just a different type of caffeine. Anyway, I mean, it's all caffeine, but you get a point. Anyway, then again, that's RE4 and RE9 is for if you're not too into survival horror. Yeah, sure. But then again, my thing is like, well, if I'm not into survival horror and I want more action, but then I want a cool like story that's like horror themed but also action, then I like again. That's why I'm like vaguely interested in Evil Within and Evil Within 2, because those look more like what I would expect from the action survival horror genre. You know, I don't know. Now, this is one of the things where I love the Resident Evil world. I just want a different thing, right? Stranger Things game and similar to Resident Evil. I mean, that'd be kind of badass. But like the same way as like I like the League of Legends world. I like the IPs and stuff. But one, I don't want to interact with Riot because of all the shit that they pulled in the past. And two, the only time I want to interact with them is from their artists. So like if all the artists for Riot could just like leave and go form their own studio somewhere and make a different game that uses that art but is not League of Legends' MOBA toxic trash, I'd be into that. Like they want to go off at I would kill if the League of Legends artists left, kept their art style, and put that into like an MMO. Like if there was like an MMO made by the League of Legends artists who formed a whole new studio, I'd be really into that. Now, assuming the developers and the artists that come over to that new studio are not affiliated with the sexual harassment and other things that have happened at Riot Games. That kind of thing. Anywho, display, full screen. We're gonna go low because this is early access voxel digging game. Or not voxel digging, but it's like procedural digging. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Create new game. Hey, cool. You just invite your bros from the create game screen. That's nice. Friend invites aren't available in the demo version. Oh, you can still play solo though. Cool. I like this statue. That's very cool looking. Big owl man. But yeah, that's the thing is if somebody can give me a Resident Evil game where it's like, you know, you're a lab assistant doing experiments on the various zombies or something. Oop, okay. We are in this. Enough of that. What the fuck? This is the weirdest looking vending machine I've ever seen. Okay. I'm liking the vibe so far. This is kind of fun. It's a little chuggy, but... Cave. Okay, let's go to the cave. Ooh! Mushrooms. Oh, you can pick them up. Sweet. Oh, I have a lantern. Cool. I don't think the lantern should be coming out of my chest. Unless I'm holding the lantern straight forward like this. Like, it's kind of weird, but okay. Okay, so it's during the day, so what we want to do is we need to go dig during the day, and then we go... Oh, I'm apologies if the frame rate on the stream is getting a little fucked, but... I like how pretty it is. Everything's very colorful. It's going to contrast well with nighttime when it gets dark as fuck. And everything's, like, cold blue dead, you know? Ooh, chest. Oh, there's money in here. Cool. You can find chests and stuff. Awesome. Oh, God. Oh, fixed stairs. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a little hitchy on the frame rate. I apologize. Nothing I can do about it. I've already lowered the quality. There's really nothing else I can do. I mean, I could maybe go, like, windowed and, like, turn the resolution down, but there's not much. Looks like Minecraft, but more graphics. I mean, yeah, honestly, that's the vibe. And I'm here for it. So we got a mailbox. Here's a book. Good God, the sensitivity. Turn the hello. Why is the sensitivity so specific? It has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 decimal points. When you only need like 1, there's like 6 additional decimal points. Like you could maybe get away with 0.56, like going in between halves to really fine tune it, but you really don't need these other 5. Okay. Hang on, that's a little too low. Let's go to like maybe 75. Yeah, it's better. Okay. Sacrifice. So we can like throw shit in here. Yo, you want a mushroom? Oh. Can't sacrifice that. The merchant has arrived. Okay. I'm guessing the merchant's back in town. I just want to see what the dig... Oh, wait, no, the merchant's right here. Cool. I love his backpack setup. Is he a goblin? Oh, he's a goblin. Fuck yeah. He looks amazing. I love this character design. Holy shit. It'd be sick if they made a game with this guy as the main character. Be like a merchant, like a mobile merchant goblin game. That'd be cool. Actually, I'd really like a heartfelt game about a goblin that's trying not to be like, you know, a thief or a rogue or something. Like he wants to be like a goblin. There's a comic series that's what's his name? Oh God, I can't remember the name of the artist, but he always draws in like black and white, or not black and white. He draws like sans color, right? So he like anatomically correct, but like buff dudes, big titty women's, whatever the fuck. You know his work. It's there's a lot of YouTube shorts featuring his work, but uh the there's a particular like D&D party he drew one time, which I thought was really funny, and I always thought would be sick if there was like a game about it or a movie or a show or something, because it was all the like regular races that you would expect at a D&D party, but they were all ironic. I love ironic characters. So there was like the beardless dwarf, right? So you had the beardless dwarf, and then there was the elf, but the elf wasn't like an archer or mage. It was like an elf paladin or something. Or no, I think it was like a halfling paladin or something. It's like everything was like the opposite of what you'd expect, right? And there was like a human male, like he wasn't like a cleric or anything. He was like a whole side character. Like he was completely different than what you expect for like a human. Like he was like a human barbarian, but it was like ironic about whatever it was. But that would be cool. I want to see games that have more characters like that, where it's not. It takes the stereotype of the character's race and flips it, and is like, no, they want to be something else, so they're being something else, and that makes them contrast to the rest of the world around them. Makes it very unique. Let's see. The devs went in all in details for setting. Yeah, no, they really did. It looks pretty good. Oh, this is cool. So I can like pick up apples. I guess I'll need those for energy.
Do you need something?
You need something. I love the voice. The voice is fantastic. Kind of that Cockney accent. Oh. Okay, the volume was a little off. I don't know. The volume's gonna be a little fucked. Let's see. Milk. So milk gives stamina. Oh, this is my inventory, and this is his shop over here. Okay. Usually the player's inventory is on the left and the shopkeeper's on the right, but maybe I'm just too used to Fallout. I don't know. Candy gives a little stamina. Okay. Alright. Dynamite. Light. Kind of want to buy dynamite, but I don't have enough monies. Okay, so this is our cave. This is where we dig. Can I dig into the wall? No, we just like dig down. Okay. So I guess we'll just try digging. See how it's. Okay, that's pretty cool. Kind of making a hole. So this is a lot different than the game about digging a hole. Game about digging a hole, each of them was like a little chunk in of itself, and you would just like remove those chunks. But here, it's actually creating the hole and like dispersing the things go down. So I'm kind of like digging diagonally. It's something that I, along with every other person in the gaming universe, learned in Minecraft is don't dig straight down. So I'm used to kind of like making cones or making little spirals and then going out from there. It's kind of my shtick. We got canned food. I can already tell I'm real into this. This is probably like Hydroneer, where I just play it in my spare time and like watch a movie on the side and just mindlessly dig, but could be cool. Could be cool. RPG game where you choose your race and there's a lot to choose from besides the usual human, elf, dwarf, orc. Yeah, that's the thing is I find we need more fantasy races. Or like more fantasy races that don't conform to what people think of as fantasy races. That's the unfortunate thing is they've been so standardized now that it's like, oh, there's a dragonborn. Oh, there's a tiefling. Oh, there's, like just whatever. Insert whatever race, like goblin. Yeah. You say to somebody, oh, a fantasy RPG, their brain goes, oh yeah, goblins, elves, dwarves, barbarians, dragons, lizard people, demons, like they just think of all the standard stuff. And it was actually, oh wait, nighttime, might want to sacrifice something. Can I like give him the medkit? Okay, the medkit gives plus 25. He doesn't want the mushroom. Can you have my light? No, he doesn't want the light. Okay, what if I... So can I move this to the hotbar? With apple, maybe he wants the apple, maybe a can good. Here, you want the can? Can is an 8, okay. Duct tape. I love the idea that we're, like, industrialized a bit, so they have duct tape somehow? Okay, duct tape is a 6, and apples cannot be sacrificed. So food items you want to keep for yourself for stamina, and he doesn't want food. He wants stuff. He wants trinkets and junk and... Okay, can't give him that. Interesting, interesting. So wait, what's the first aid do? You can see he's got a little meter. The owl guy, the shrine, has a little meter. So this is SP. These are stamina points. And then... Okay, so the merchant's leaving soon. And I guess the merchant is there during the day so you can trade with him. And then he leaves during the night. And then you're kind of like, fucked. You just like have to go through the night. And then the apples seem to regenerate so that you always have like a way to get more stamina. So you can keep playing. You don't have to like, oh, let's just go home, go to bed, come back the next day. You know, like it's not really stopping you. You just keep going. Hydrogear's got a similar thing in which, also this is really cool. I want to play this, so this is going on wish list. But in Hydrogear, it's got a similar thing where you can mine as fast as your tools allow you, and there's not really like a stamina or anything getting in your way. So instead of resting up and to get your stamina back, like Minecraft has that where it's like, oh, nighttime. Okay, there's not really anything to do at nighttime. Just go to bed and come back in the morning when you can like see shit and there's, you know, no monsters around. Like you're just encouraged to do that, or just go mining at night, you know. But again, you have like the hunger bar crap there. But no, back to the fantasy races though, is the there was actually a video by what's his name? The owl guy. I just know him as the owl guy because that's his like avatar. But I've been following him to keep up with like Hightail stuff, and he's literally been talking to the the guy in charge of Hightail. How to improve Hightail. So like, where is he? Where is he? Yeah, Hawken, this guy. So the CEO of Hightail has been like talking directly with guys like this. They're very transparent with the community, and they ask the community a lot of like, hey guys, what the fuck do you want us to do with the game? Like, do you guys have any ideas? We'll use some of your ideas. Let's, you know, that. So he's always making these videos about how to make stuff better. And he just did this one about mining, and he mentions kobolds, and he's like, we could add kobolds, and the kobolds could be could be into like traps, and they might want to stay ranged, so they like jump up on the ledges and stuff. But he's saying like kobolds are so diverse with their designs. Like me, kobolds, I was introduced to kobolds not as the little dragon lizard dudes that you're used to in D&D. I know them as rats because I played World of Warcraft, and the first thing I saw was the kobolds in World of Warcraft that had like the candles on their heads, you know, in Goldshire, you know, in the little mine next to Goldshire. So that's how I think of kobolds. But he's saying over here, it's like, you know, like a badger or something. I'm like, yeah, badger men as kobolds could look really cool. Like some badger with like big long claws, or, you know, and like beady little eyes, like some mole men or something, you know? Like maybe they have like big cool goggles. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, that's cool. That's good. Yeah. Let's see. So Grainhold. This is another kind of like resource gatherer type of thing. So we'll see what we got going on over here. Oh, I got stretch it. But yeah, I totally agree, Garcia. I do think we need a better like RPG with like more races that are different. Ah! The sound. Okay, that's great. Ah! Okay, skip. It's loud. Skip. Ah, fucking loud, dude. Why is it so fucking loud? Hang on, I'm gonna just mute that for a second because, like, it's loud to me. I know it's gonna be loud to y'all. It's the same as my voice, and my voice is kind of up in the program. God, why is it so loud? Why was there no settings on the home screen? Also, hold on, I need to double check something real quick because that image is looking a little AI-ish, and I'm fairly certain I checked to see if they had an AI disclaimer on this, but I mean they don't have one, but that doesn't mean they're not doing it. That it could just mean they're not disclosing it. It's very possible they're just not disclosing what Steam requires them to disclose, which can get them kicked off the platform. I'm just I'm just wary about that. Like I'm at this point, I'm like a fucking beat dog. You know, I'm like flinching at every thing of AI just because I fucking hate it with a visceral passion. It not because I'm an artist and that's why I care. Like no, it's anti-intellectual. AI generation is inherently anti-intellectual. It is not the same as something like I would love if we had like Star Trek style holodecks where you could walk in and you could tell the computer what you want and you could program characters and all this. That's what I would want AI for. But it's not doing that. Like it would be the equivalent of walking into a Star Trek holodeck instead of being a hollow novelist and writing a story and building out a world with characters and scenes and stuff. You just tell the computer to make a thing for you. You just go in and say, "This is the basic outline of the story. Make the story," and you're not like tweaking any of the characters or anything. You just go, "Yeah, that's good enough," and then you just slop. Like, can you imagine how much holo novel slop there would be in Star Trek if, like, there were still like holo novel publishers. There were still those guys whose their job was to get people holo programs from one planet to another and like sending data streams and things and like publishing it, right? And giving them like rights over their publishing and stuff. It's the fact that they have better things for that than we do on our AI art. It's not art. It's not even like no. If you do like AI slop and then try to call it art, I want to punch you in the nards. Okay, right in the nards. Okay, so I think I got the AI, the not the AI, the sound fixed a little bit, so it should be all right. Anyway, Garcia says Skyrim is one example. It has a lot of different races, and there's mods that add even more. Yeah, see, I you know what I despise about Skyrim? They introduced the dwarven guys with like the little robots. The like they had like the automatons in the dwarven holds. I mean, they call them. I don't know. I don't remember what they call them, but like they're basically the dwarves of Skyrim. But you never fucking see them, you know. And the fact that like you can wander around Skyrim and there's no fucking lizard people, like hardly at all. There's like a handful of them in the whole game. You barely see the elves. Like you're just seeing Nordic shit most of the time. And I'm like, that's cool, but like, can I have an Elder Scrolls game that's set in, you know, I don't know, in the lizard people's world so we can get mostly lizard people? Like, because apparently, from what I understand of the lore, there's like the lizards fight with the elves or something, and like they don't like each other and whatever. It's like you could have lizard dudes fighting the cat dudes. They could have a whole thing going on. That'd be cool to see. Like, I want a whole RPG where there's no humans. I want a whole RPG where like that'd be a challenge. Make an RPG, but don't include humans, elves, or dwarves. Don't Tolkienize it. Just do things off to the side. You can still use like goblins and orcs, but make them really unique and cool looking. Make them really stand out as goblins and orcs. You know, make them different. Make the goblins short as fuck, right? Like they do in Guild Wars 2. They have the Alteran, no, the Altidans, or what do they call them? There's like Guild Wars 2 is an amazing example of like non-traditional races. Like they have the traditional archetypes, but they have non-traditional designs, which is really awesome. Let's see. So you have like, I'm trying to find a good image for all of them. Yeah, maybe. Kinda. It's hard to find a good picture with all the races in it, but I guess this one would do. Maybe, I don't know. Yes, no. Oh, here we go. The banner art. That's perfect. Yeah, the character create screen art is actually perfect. This is the actual screen where the Azura. That's what they're called. So, the Azura, they're like goblins, but there's like basically the only elves in this are like wood elves. So the Azura they're embodying gnomes, dwarves, and kind of elves all in the same time. They're like kind of that energy. So then you have the wood elf guys. So you have elves, but they're not really elves. They're more like plant people, right? That's why they're very green. And so it's a variation on the theme of the elf being, oh, they live among the trees. No, bitch, they are trees. This is actually a really good image to show them off. Yeah, like get all the different ones. So and then you have the human barbarians are very heavy, stoic, like clearly like Nordic inspired. And so they're like, you know, they're like ice warrior guys. Very cool because they're not just humans. But then you have the more enlightened humans that are the smaller, like these are like frost giants, right? So they're kind of human looking, but not really. They're bigger than the humans. And then so you get, but you don't get like they don't look like ogres. There's no ogres in here. There's no orcs, you know? Like it's not like World of Warcraft where you got the big green dumb orc look, you know, like the usual look. And then you got the regular humans, but the humans look very elegant and they look more like what the elves would look like. They're more of the civilized race, you know? And then the Char. The Char are my absolute favorite. Like Azura, a close second, but the Char really do it for me because they're kind of like I would call it like a chimera, you know? It's like this idea of like they're like beastmen, right? But they're not werewolves. They're not like what was the other one? There's like they're not werewolves and they're not the bull guys. I think that the Tauren is what they're called in World of Warcraft. They're not just like the usual thing. They're like, hey, what if you had like a tiger? Like, what if it was like a tiger or a cat, but it was a really big, beefy, pissed off cat? What if it and they all had like they could have different horns? It's like a cat with horns. Why would a feline have horns? Cause fuck you. That's why. It's cool, you know. And they're very mechanically driven. They're the orcs of this world, but they're not the usual barbarian orcs. They are highly mechanized and highly like there's a hunter faction, like they have like a triad. They're more like Klingons, right? They have different factions. They have, you know, a class of builders, a class of hunters, a class of warriors, and they all have these triple thing going on. Similar to in Babylon 5, where you had the alien guys that are basically just space elves. But they had the warrior caste, the religious caste, and the worker class. Or worker caste. But again, this is what I mean non-traditional. I mean, don't get me started on Kingdoms of Amalur. Oh my god. Like, the Kingdoms of Amalur races are even better. Like, they're not as visually distinct because they all need to fit in the same sort of art style and be generally the same, you know, like, vibe. But they do kind of have this great otherworldly fantasy where they're not your standard fare of just human. They're like it does feel like just humans and elves, but they're original. They don't feel like you've seen these types of humans and these types of elves before. You know, like especially I mean you got like the witch chick over here from the elves. Like she looks cool, you know? She got vibes. I love it. That's what I mean when I say races. Like I want originality. Kingdoms of Amalur is highly original. It doesn't feel like generic fantasy. It feels like its own world that somebody built and said, this is Amalur. These are the races. These are the locations. This is how it works. Here's the art style. And yeah, you can compare it to something like World of Warcraft, but it doesn't look or play like World of Warcraft. Like it's its own clearly distinct thing. And I absolutely peak. If you gave me a Kingdoms of Amalur MMO, which is basically what Guild Wars 2 is. Guild Wars 2 feels a lot like if Kingdoms of Amalur, like if you finish the war in Kingdoms of Amalur, like that feels like after that war's complete and, you know, some of the magic stuff gets reworked a little bit or it fades away, then you would get into a setting like Guild Wars 2, where things are more mechanized and medieval and, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know. Anywho, back to what was this? Grainhold. Alright. So we're here to gather some resources. In Grainhold, gather materials to grow your city and improve your weapons. It's up to you whether you use the collected resources to reconstruct buildings or sell them to merchants. So you can build weapons and stuff and then sell them off, right? But here's the twist. So this might on the surface be like, oh, you gather resources and then sell them. A la something like Hydroneer, right? You just gather things and then sell it and make money and, you know, upgrade tools and stuff. It's like, you could, but it's also a city builder at the same time. So you use the collected resource, you can do new buildings and stuff. So it's like, do you rebuild tools and stuff and use those, or do you sell those because they're valuable and then use the money to, you know, buy new materials that maybe you make something else with? It's a neat idea. You can use materials you collect to construct buildings in your city. Buildings such as farms, ranches, or mines will provide you with resources, and defensive towers will help you defend your city. So there's a bit of a combat to this. There's like resource generation, so it's sort of a factory city. It's like a city builder. It's like a first-person, like, feudal city builder, which is kind of cool. And can I, like, give a shout-out to whoever it was that came up with the Polygon asset pack and then said, yo, fuck it, we ball, and gave it away for free? Because we've had so many... Like, yeah, we've had a lot of slop come out with it, but there's a lot of these that are really interesting ideas coming out of these indie devs who, without these asset packs, probably wouldn't have even tried to make their games because they'd look at it and go, oh, that's a lot of assets I gotta make, and I don't know how to do this. And it's like, dude, they just jump in, and then they can, like, go in and modify them because they can just bring the assets into Blender, modify it slightly, and then you got a custom thing, you know? But it's clearly from that same low poly pack. But it's cool, though. I like that. It's like, you know, it's become its own theme, you know, it's becoming its own aesthetic genre in gaming that you can recognize and go, ah, this is a guy that made it with the low poly pack. But how they use it, it's like Legos. It's how you put it together that makes it different and unique. Alright, so you can sell raw materials or vegetables you have collected to merchants around the world, buy rare items from them, such as better swords and armor. After the countdown ends, so it's like a bit of a tower defense thing, right? Wave of enemies will attack your city. You must defend it at all costs. Each wave of attacks is more difficult, but the reward for successful defense even greater. The attackers will first destroy the city gates, then try to destroy the diamond. If the diamond falls, a wave of enemies will attack the city again, and your city will lose some of its resources. So it's like raids, right? You're getting raided. Gotcha. Okay, sensitivity's a bit up. We're gonna increase FOV here. VSync on, mouse sensitivity needs to be about half. Maybe more. That's a little better. So we can sleep until the next attack. So if you're ready for the next attack, you can speed it up. Got kind of a timer going. We got about 10 minutes before the first attack hits us. Starting with some chests here. Okay. Am I supposed to be able to select something from there? Oh, okay. It just, you move around while also looking in the menu, so it's a little weird. Okay, what all do we get? Okay, we got us a sword. It's a little janky on the UI, but I do kind of dig the design of the UI. It looks pretty cool. So we got a sword, we got a shield, and a sword. Okay, we got no armor, it looks like. I thought I picked up armor. What did I pick up? It might just not be loading right. Might take a second to come in, or maybe it just gave me wood, or... Oh yeah, I think... Was it crystals? I don't know. Oh, this is cool. So you can just eat whatever in your inventory with the different buttons. So you don't have to, like, equip it, eat it, or just right-click and eat it. You just go eat, and it will eat it. That's fun. Okay. So, what do we got here? Garcia says Skyrim should have hobgoblins like mini bosses. You defeat them, you can play as the race. So yeah, that'd be tight. I want way more games that let me be something other than human. It's like, yeah, human's always going to be there as like the option, but you know, I want unique races. So how to start mining defense. Okay, so yeah, the UI is going to need some work because it's moving. The camera's moving while you're in the UI, like in the dialogue boxes, and that's not good. Okay. We can grow veggies at a farm. Or we can get raw materials from a mine. We can do wood harvesting, a defense tower. So it's part tower defense, part city builder, part, you know, like, harvester. It's interesting, to say the least. Okay, so we got a pick, we got an axe, we got our sword shield combo. The sword looks really bitchin', actually. I'm really into it. Then we got a bow. Do I have a bow equipped? I have arrows, but I don't think I actually have a bow. Yeah, no. Okay. So, let's see. Can I just gather anything? Oh, it'll say if I can get it. Okay. How about here? Oh, see, I don't have, like, a sickle, I don't think. So I don't think I can get these. No. Okay. So here's our crystal. So the city gate is over there. So everything back here... Okay, there's multiple gates I have to watch out for. I was wondering if it'd be like one direction we can funnel the guys in. But they do seem to have winding paths, so I'm not sure if they're gonna beeline for it or if they're gonna follow the path around to get to it. So we'll have to see about that. Okay. Don't like that I can't hold to mine with. That might need to be checked on in the future. Alright. Where are we going? I don't know, I'm just kind of gathering stone and stuff right now. Could be gathering trees, too. I just want to see what the buildings are like, you know? Like, when you build them, does it automatically build? Does it take a minute? You know, that kind of thing. Like, what does it do? How do I collect from it? That kind of thing. Okay, what kind of wooden stuff do we got? I need, like, 20 to get a building going. Yeah, this is the kind of game you would, like, zone out and put on, like, Star Trek or Stargate or something. Like a long series and just let it ride while you're just dicking around. This is cool, though. I like this. Whoa! Can I, like, go out there, too? Ooh, there's, like, a hut in a swamp. Oh, look, there's cool shit over there at the swamp. Can I go there? Can I expand my territory out? That'd be kind of tight. I'm real curious now. I want to try going outside the city. Oh, God. Little janky. Little janky. Okay. Little bit jank. I can't do anything with these logs, unfortunate. It'd be cool if you could, like, stack them like that, though, for storage. I mean, not that you need to store, it's just sitting in your inventory, but still. So this seems to be maybe a mercantile stall? And we'll get to that eventually. Yeah, you can go outside the city. Cool. Okay, so there seems to be a barrier. And you can't actually put anything out here? Yeah, so you can build stuff inside the city walls, but you can go out. Oh, you can go outside and fight creatures. That's a weird looking creature. Die, 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 die. Hey, we get them. So you can get like some gold off of those guys. So now that we're under 5 minutes, it's giving me a red warning of like, hey, be ready, dude's gonna be coming. Shit's gonna get brutal. You gotta be ready. I like that it changes so you actually pay attention. Go, oh wait, it's red now. You know, we're 5 minutes till. Okay, so you can't go outside here. I want to go see what's over there with the swamp. The swamp looks cool. Very cool. So we may end up in the whole game like expanding our territory. Ooh, crystal. I want to see what's up with this. Yeah, you guys are kicking my ass, dude. Go down. Oh god, I'm dead. Shit. Unfortunate. Okay, hold on. I want to go back. I want to see that crystal. We'll see what's going on with that. I want to know what to do. Let's show me the fucking crystal. Oh, okay. There's one right here, but I don't want to fight those guys. I want to go see this one because I already fought these guys. All right, there's one guy left. Oh man, he got all his health back. That's bullshit. I know I got all my health back, but he's not allowed to do that, because fuck him. There we go. So what's with the crystal? Can I mine this? No, there's... I guess maybe these are just, like, monster spawning locations outside the city, so it's like those are monster spawns, and that way you know where to go to get, like, a bunch of monsters if you're trying to, I don't know, farm them for resources or something. Mushroom Land and an Admiral Paddle. What the fuck is Admiral Paddle? This is Admiral Paddle, apparently. Monster looks like Mario. Yeah, honestly, I was thinking that. Look like a Koopa. Hello? Can we take the boat? Ah. So I'm guessing this will take you across to, like, the desert there or something. It'll be like a new land or an outpost you can set up. Yeek. The frame rate's not doing so hot, but that's okay. Alright. So I just want to see the building real quick. Wait, do we have gold? Yeah, we do have gold, so... What the fuck? Okay, let's pause on it. So, if I wanted to say build a defense... Oh, the defense is expensive. Never mind. I mean, we'd probably want to mine, but then you need stuff for the mine, which I don't have. So I guess we're going to have to just see what a farm is like. Okay, the UI is a little buggy. What do you mean not enough resources? Oh, fuck me. I'm off by 1 rock. Seriously? Give me a rock. Fuck you. Build the farm. Alright, so it just instantly builds it. Cool. And then we can go in here. We can tell it what to grow. You can just click it, and it'll grow, and it'll grow over a certain amount of time. And then... Okay. Then we can upgrade to get more slots. That's cool. And then we could, like, put in things that take longer. So maybe you'll want to, yeah, so then the pepper goes... Now, do I have to be in it to harvest it, or am I just going to get a pepper added? No, the pepper just... So your stuff, it'll go, but you have to come back and put it. So maybe you can get a farmer and, like, put the farmer in there, and then there you go. Then the farmer can, like, do it for you or something. And then maybe you'll have, like, multiple farms, and one farm will be for, like, cabbage, so you won't worry about it for a while, but then you'll have, like, one farm, you're trying to get a lot of food, so you're just, like, spamming tomatoes because they go in, like, 10 seconds, you know? That kind of thing. Cool. Very cool idea. Okay. I don't think we need to see more of this. We get the idea. It's a very neat concept by Creek Games. Good for them. So yeah, that one will be on my list. I'll dick around to that. I think the UI and the movement feels a little floaty. So yeah, the UI is a little buggy, and the impact of things, like the movement's a little floaty, and the mining could be a little more impactful, a little better animations, but other than that, pretty good. So it's just we have no idea. It's sometime this year, so they'll probably release like maybe August or something, and you know like Q4. So if they're Q4, then they have a lot of time to work on this, and clearly it's a solo developer. But yeah, good so far. Looks like they have done some other games. They've done some horror games. That's usually how indie devs do. They'll just do spooky games to start, and then it seems like they're maybe branching out and saying, well, yeah, I dabbled with that, but now they're trying a whole new thing, which is fine. It's good for them. Did I put it on the wish list? Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. My nose. My nose. Give me good. Okay. All right. Grimslayer. Speaking of indie devs. So this one's about, like, it's a card builder, deck builder kind of thing. It's got, like, a grungy, old school look to it, which I am totally here for. Ugh, my nose. Ah! I'm not here for the loud, though. Jesus. Thunder Ram Studios. Hell yeah, dude. Thunder Ram. That's awesome. Thunder Ram! It sounds like a fucking metal band, or like a glam metal band. Thunder Ram. Goes hard. Hello? Where's my video game? Hello? Video game? Cool. Oh, dude, this goes hard. I'm here for it. Okay. Not here for this sound, though. It's a little high. The music kicks ass. Oh, yeah, this goes hard. Cool. This is beautiful right here. You can see the whole UI and how that's gonna work. That's awesome. Video, window, full screen, ultra, everything. Sure, why the fuck not? Controls, mouse smoothing, walk, run, all that. Fantastic. Battle hover details delay. Okay, be fine. Dude, this UI is so awesome. Other game devs, take note. This is what I want your UIs to look like. I want it to be thematic to what your game is. This is a card game, so all the stuff looks like cards. It's called Grimslayer, so here's a Grim Reaper guy, you know, with the fucking bone wings. That's so cool. I'm into it. Alright, new game. Okay, ow. That was a little bit loud, buddy. Turn the sound effects and things down a little bit. Okay, profile 1, let's go. Oh my god, dude. The soundtrack kicks ass, man. Excuse me. It sucks that my Ready Player One disc doesn't work, because I've been wanting to watch Ready Player One lately. I have a Blu-ray of it, but it just won't, it refuses to play. I think it's like slightly scuffed on one part of the disc, so it just won't play. And I'm mad about it. Yeah, I might have to get a new copy. I found that one at Goodwill, you know, so. And it looked fine to me. Like, I always open the case and check it, but, yeah. Oh, shit. So, the lore here...
Your son
yeah.
took the bait.
Yikes.
Get up, you bewildered fool, and go see your master. Maybe this time things will be different.
Okay. So, basically, we're like the son of the Grim Reaper or whatever. That's like, that's kind of the vibe. Oh, cool, we can actually move.
Grim better have a good explanation for this. Why am I back here again?
Oh, God. Oh, spider!
I was beginning to wonder if you'd gotten lost in the void. Such a dreadful place.
Dude, this goes hard.
Nothing but your own thoughts echoing endlessly.
Oh, it's fucking windy. Oh, it's heckin' windy up here. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I can't hear the voices now. Let's turn the voices back up.
What kind of soul are you today?
Okay, the fucking wind, dude. Let's turn the sound effects down to like 10. Okay, apparently not. Apparently the wind's just bad. The wind just sucks, apparently. I don't... It's hard to balance this audio. Oh, these are so fucking cool. Slayer, healer, tank. I'm gonna go Slayer. I don't even know what Slayer does. I'm just going for it.
Why the hell did he choose that one?
Why is there so much wind? I can't hear this cool skeleton guy. Why'd you give him voice acting if I can't hear him? The wind really needs to get adjusted in this area. I can't hear shit. Crank him up. I can't hear a fucking
This better
thing.
be good. I hate this place.
Yeah. So yeah, we're the son of the Grim Reaper, and this is like our
told me,
dad, I guess.
Father, that I could stay in the real world.
Okay, now it's a little loud on the voices. Let's go to like the vibe. Am I crazy, or does this guy sound like the guy from Harvester? Let's see. So there was an old what do you call it? Like fucking, it's like an acronym for it. It's where they use like footage of real people for a video game. But it's this old like point and click game for like the 90s, and the main character Steve sounds a lot like this guy. He's got that kind of monotone voice, or it sounds like
For as long as I wanted to.
he sounds a lot like him, but
Why don't
I
you
don't think
bring
it's the
me
same guy. But yeah.
Forgive me, my child, but I had no choice. I knew you wouldn't have come here on your own accord. You are stubborn, just like me.
Fair.
Sit, won't you?
Oh, the chair out of fucking nowhere.
Get your training done before I retire.
I don't want to be a Grim Reaper. You can't make me.
I knew you wouldn't budge. Maybe this will change your mind.
Is that my girlfriend?
Isabella! What have you done
I guess
to her?
so.
Is
Like
she
the
dead?
cards raining down from above. It's like the cards of fate. The hand of fate.
Fully alive, nor entirely lost. Merely
She's in purgatory.
until you finish the task.
So that's why he
What?
does that.
No.
Aw,
no way. You
Not the
can't be here.
puppy.
Is that you, Fuzzball? How is this possible?
Leave the puppy alone.
Allow the husky. Not because I'm kind, because he's already out. Freaking escape artist. Now
So the Grimm's like, yeah, I got your little dog too. Oh wait, he escaped. Fuck it, you can keep the dog.
sit down and play until the debt is paid. There is nowhere else to go.
Okay. This is sick. I love it. This is so cool.
We are heading off in 3.
So what's the idea? Is like he's teaching me how to be him, but I don't want to be him because, like, oh my god. This is that type of like dark fantasy modern though that I really like. Is the thing I really like. It's a lot like Supernatural, Dead Like Me, Grimm, X-Files is technically the same thing. It's anytime you merge like the other world with modernity. You know, kind of it's almost like it becomes banal. It's like this balance between like, you know, you have the normal life and the structures of mankind, and then you have the rules of the cosmos itself and the unknown entities of that. And when you take the known and normal and you smash it with the unknown and the abnormal and you just put those two together, it gets really interesting really fast. I think Sanctuary probably did it best because it was really cool. As you know, Sanctuary and Warehouse 13 are really good at that. Eureka, same thing. Eureka is not about spiritual shit. It's more on like sci-fi, like high sci-fi, like plasma guns and teleporters and things like that. But it's all being done in the context of modern humanity, modern in circa 2005, you know, that kind of thing. But I love this type of shit. This is like right up my alley. This is my theme. I actually have a story that I've been designing for a while, and it's still in the early stages, but it's kind of like my own take on Sanctuary, where you got like a federal agency. It kind of like Control, right? But instead of it being this weird, cryptic, like ethereal Cthulhu monster type of thing, where you don't really understand the oldest house and the bureau and all this, like all the weird items. That Control is more like if Warehouse 13 was a lot more Orwellian and also Lovecraftian. And then mine is more like Sanctuary, where you got the monsters to deal with, but it's sort of a modern take on Sanctuary, right? The idea is that, you know, like Sanctuary was what it was for the time that it was in, which was around 2004, 2005. You know, somewhere between 2004 and 2008, somewhere in there. And the key to that is the feeling of the times, right? And so the problem is that right now it's hard to write those kind of stories because you're not in... I mean, even then, though, like, technically speaking, we were getting into, like, Forever Wars and all this shit, all that crap with Bush going on at the time. So all this shit with Trump going on is, you know, how do you navigate that? How do you navigate the politics of the situation by parroting it or making it satirical of like, you know, like, it has to be mentioned in your world to be like, oh, well, they're in a world like us, but they have to do the monster thing. It's like, okay, but are they in your world? Are you going to mention any of the political stuff? Which a lot of these shows don't. Like Sanctuary and Warehouse 13 and stuff, they really don't touch on that too much. They maybe have a couple of token episodes here or there. Not as much as something like old school Star Trek, where like the original series had literal episodes about like I mean, there was a whole episode where Lincoln just dropped the N-word. Like, not the bad one, the second bad one. He called Uhura, you know, a charming negress, right? But this was like Abraham Lincoln from 1800s, whatever. But Uhura, since it's like so far in the future, she's like, I don't care, it's a fucking word. She's like, you know, it's like he didn't mean it as a slur or an insult, right? In fact, he meant it as a compliment. You know, he's calling her charming. He thought, or charming or handsome, something to that effect. Anyway, he was like, wow, cool. and she was like, and he was like, "Oh wait, yo, my bad," because he realizes he's antiquated compared to them, so he doesn't want to. It's a great episode. It's a whole episode about historical figures, good, literal good versus literal evil, and which ideology wins, and it's all these aliens like studying morality because they want to know which one's the stronger of the two, good or evil, and it's one of the seminal episodes. Or seminal? Is that the word? Hold on. Let's see. Seminal? What is the definition of seminal? Am I thinking of that word right? Strongly influencing later developments, relating to or denoting semen. Okay, so not semen. Definitely not. No, pivotal, I guess, or iconic, I guess within. It's kind of like the Apollo episode, the one with the Gorn, the like shit. There's a million of them. I mean, Trelane. Trelane is like the prototype for Q later on in the Next Generation. I have a theory that Trelane is an older version of Q, and that Trelane was actually Q in his adolescence, let's put it. So he was like, when he was technically like a toddler, in the grand scheme of it. Like, he's clearly not a toddler, but he's acting like a toddler, so maybe he's not as, and then he starts going by like the Q continuum later on is how they start to identify themselves when relating to humanity. Anyway, point being, that's the interesting stuff, is like, how do you comment on the issues of the day without alienating the viewer, right? You don't want to, like, I could give a shit less about alienating like Nazis and racists, like, fuck you, I don't want you watching my stuff anyway. What's hard about it is you have to make it fun, and you can't make it too preachy, right? Because if you make it, like, if you're gonna make it preachy, you have to make it blatantly preachy and not analogously preachy or like ham-fisted preachy. You have to just stun them with it. If you want a good example of something being technically preachy but it really working for the story, DS9's Far Beyond the Stars, right? Deep Space Nine's episode Far Beyond the Stars. Cisco is having this dream. He is the dream and the dreamer, and he's like flashing back to like a 1950 setting. So like all the people he knows are in that setting, and he's like this sci-fi writer, so he's writing about himself in the future. It's a weird back and forth type of thing, but it makes it to where it's analogous to, like, hey, in the 1950s you had cops that were racists and whatever, threatening the black community at the time and all this, and how that relates back to the future. And there's actually a really great moment in Deep Space Nine where, in a different episode, they're going to a casino, and like they're going in the holodeck, and in the casino's like 1960s Las Vegas, right? But Cisco doesn't want to go and be part of this little heist thing they're doing. It's supposed to be a fun episode. They're doing like a heist movie, type of thing. It's cute. It's a fun episode because it shakes things up, right? And Cisco initially, like, he talks to his girlfriend, fiance. I'm not sure at the time if they were getting married or not. I think she was just kind of like his love interest, his girlfriend. Cassidy Yates, fantastic character, and she's talking to him about it, and he's like, I don't want to go. He's all mad about it, and she's like, why don't you want to be part of this? Like, what's the deal? And he's like, because that's not how it was. You're talking about like the history of it, right? What the historically speaking, what it was like for black people in the 1960s, and how, no, you can't just, make a make-believe setting and all this. And she has a very valid point, and it's not a very good point, it's a point I agree with highly. It's not a good point because I agree with it. It's a good point because it makes sense, and I agree with it because it makes sense. I try to agree with things that make sense and are logical. The thing she gets at is, okay, but that's history, right? This is fantasy. It's different, right? It's separate. We're not saying to forget what happened. We're saying this is how it could have been, how it should have been, right? And that's pretty close to what she actually said, was how, it's how it could have been, how it should have been. And after that, it's that little pep talk. Cisco kind of thinks about it, and later on he like shows up for they're about to start the thing, and he's like, all right, I guess I'm, he's like, he's joining the team, he's coming to have some fun. because he's like too uptight. That's his character. Sisko's character. He's very stoic, very serious, very uptight kind of character. There's another episode where they're doing a baseball game with the Vulcans, and he's so competitive with the reason he gets challenged in the first place is the Vulcans being like racist against humans, and he doesn't like that because he feel like he's putting Sisko down, and he's inferior because this is the guy he's known since his like academy days, and they're just, you know, and so he thinks I'm better than him, but like categorically, humans are not as strong, not as precise, not as like, you know, logically, intellectually like up there. Like in all ways, Vulcans are categorically like physically superior to humans, so of course they're gonna win the baseball game. But the idea is like Sisko learns to let it go, that like having fun with your friends is more important than the other guy. So it's like, oh yeah, he won the game. It's like, and the Vulcan gets fucking pissed about it too. Like he's mad because he's trying to rub it in Sisko's face because he's one of those type of Vulcans where he's suppressing his emotions other than his ego. And it's like, again, take me out to the ball game, right? Or no, it's take me out to the holodeck. That's that episode. What did they call the heist one? I want to say it was like Sisko's 11 or something like that. Anyway, Magnificent Ferengi is also a really fun one. Just watch Deep Space Nine. Watch the entirety of Deep Space Nine. Every fucking episode is god tier. I love that series. Point being, to wrap this all back around to what I'm saying is, like, I love this shit. I love crypto stuff. I love when you're mixing, like, clearly the kid, like Grimm's son in here, he wants to just be modern and not be a Grim Reaper. He doesn't want to do all this mythical crap. But the setting, the surrounding here is so cool. Like, it's so gritty and otherworldly and creepy. I like the sights pointing at each other around the table. That's really cool. So my dog... Oh, my dog has a name! My dog is a card in my deck. That's cool. I love the art for this guy down here. He looks very edgy. Like, this is my guy. He's got, like, that edgy... He's got, like, the glowing blue eyes. That's really cool looking. Again, I hope this game is popular, and I hope he can take this IP and this idea and make it into, like, a TV show or at least a movie. Maybe make, like, a TV movie out of it and see if people are interested. And then you could easily get, like, a 3 or 4 season show out. And when I say season, I mean, like, proper seasons, 20 episodes, something like that. Like, I want to see 100 episodes of this. Because I would love to see the back and forth between, you know, the son of the Grim Reaper and the Grim Reaper and the tug of war back and forth of, you know, his dad wants him to take over the family business, but he doesn't want to, but somebody has to. And how is it gonna... It'd be like Batman Beyond type of thing, where it's like, yeah, it kind of has to step into this hero role and, you know, all this. I don't know. Anyway, what are we gonna name the dog? We're gonna name him Sparkles. But with a Z. Sparkles. Oh, Sparkles Bite. Oh, that's cool. So the card is Bite, but it's named after my dog. So, yeah, new card's like Sparkles. Oh, but with a Z. Sparkles. Actually, you know what? Sparkles. Sparkles. Yeah. Spunky? Oh, so Spunky is the skeleton we talked to. Okay, so I've opened my little grimoire here. Okay, card level is here. Level 1, it's got an attack of 1. Got it. I'm loving the effect, that watery effect, like the heat lines. That's really cool. Okay. Okay, so level is damage. This levels up. That's the value for modifiers. Okay. So the cards level up as I use them. That's really cool. Oh no, a demo will end in 47 minutes. Okay, I guess it's like a time demo, because it's like just the whole game, but he doesn't want you getting too far. Okay. So, Soul Sword's modifiers for battle cards. Okay. Sparkles Bite. I love that I can just name it. Can I, like, rename these ones, too? I'd love to be able to rename all of my cards to, you know, good stuff.
Try not to get
So it's like an RPG sand table of like a forest. That's really cool. It's almost like a text adventure. You know, go north, go south. This is cool. I love this. Survive 15 days while paying the debt. Okay, so you have to survive 15 days. You have to pay the debt. So yeah, over here is what we need to give them. Okay.
Hover your cursor over one of these search cards. If any of them shake, well, I guess you will find out.
What does it mean if it shakes? Is shaking good or bad?
Enemy revealed.
Oh, there's an enemy when it shakes.
Die rolls to decide how many enemies you
God, there's like dice and cards and turns, and there's a debt counter. Oh my god. Showing highest value in card deck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're fighting a Soul Wisp. 10 attack, 3 shield, and 20 health. Okay, so do we just click on it and we go to fight him? I guess.
click the die to see who's
This is fairly kind of like buckshot roulette. Like, not just aesthetically, but also, it's the idea here, you know? You're just kind of like 1v1ing and got this little table. Okay, so Grim starts first. So start first, Grim starts first, start first with Chainbreaker. So am I rolling or... Yeah, we're rolling to see who goes first. So I have Chainbreaker. What does that mean? What is a Chainbreaker? And the whole table has flipped. Okay. This is crazy.
first battle. On my turn, I play the right
He's gonna play this one first. Okay.
to execute to command an enemy. Chained cards placed sequentially on the same turn. Lastly, there's a chain breaker on the bottom right. Every card you
I love the effect on Grim's voice. That kind of noise. I love that. It's like a flanging to it. It gives him this rattling in the back of his non-existent throat because he's just a skeleton. Makes him very ethereal, rather otherworldly. I'm just clicking whatever the fuck it tells me to click. So execute, 10 attack next turn. So next turn, this is going to attack for 10. So then I need to play stuff. This is my energy level. Got it. Okay. Soul Split. What does Soul Split do? Instant kill under 5 HP. Oh my god, everything about this kicks ass. Also, I love the little stuff, because this is the stuff I love, is when there's like a sand table with real characters and animations going on, and, you know, it's not just like cool card art, it's physical. It's three-dimensional. I love that shit. Okay, so what is block gonna do for me? Targets Adam. Okay, so I'm Adam. I'm the sun. And I'm me. And then you got little dog guy. We got Sparkles here with me. Single enemy dog attack card. So he'll bite for 1. This'll block for 1. Yeah, so it's a block card. So I assume it'll block for 1 damage. Scythe stab. Ranged or close attack card. Okay, it has pierce, which means I guess it can go through one guy and into the other guy. Okay, what is over here? I think this is like the discard pile he said. So Soul Split. Okay, ethereal cannot be removed. What the fuck does that mean? I guess I can't throw this one in the pile. I can't discard it. So these red ones, these red spinny ones, are showing like, hey, you know, these are the attack cards you have. And there's Soul Split. So Soul Split, instant kill under 5 HP. Okay. Gain 1 Grim Soul and 1 Self Soul. So a Grim Soul is for the tax that I have to pay every day. Then the Self Soul is maybe HP or an upgrade soul that I'll need later. And this, okay, here's the discard. And then this is his deck, this is my deck. And this is his discard and my discard. Okay, it's not as... Visually, it's a little overwhelming, but the actual execution of this UI is really good. It's very clean. I can see where everything is. Alright, let's try... Okay, next... Next soul sword slots at level 5 and 10. Okay. So he's just going to attack a single enemy. So we'll just use you. What's with the chain here? Shock discards one random card in hand. So he's got an attack, a block, a shock, and a block. So it's like a timeline of what he's going to do. So he wants to do that. So I want to hit him because this is for free. So we might as well hit him with that. Fuck attacks raised.
Fill it to red, and that enemy strikes your dog next.
No! Leave my dog alone. Okay. So there's like an aggro to it as well. There's so many layers to this. They're not confusing or like... It's not really confusing or complicated. It's just... It's like an onion. It has layers. There's a lot to unpack here. So maybe I want to hit him with Scythe Stab? And then we'll just block, I guess. So he's attacking the core here. He's not attacking the cards. These are the moves he's going to do. And this is him here. Okay, that's my enemy is in the middle. And then that's... Okay. Then block. So put a block on me. Oh, another block on me. Soul Split is for an enemy under 5. So... Instant kill. So once he hits 5, I'll want to play Soul Split. But for right now, I think we're good. Oh no! Where'd Soul Split go? Wait. Oh, I think maybe this is a hold zone of where I want... Okay. I'm a little overwhelmed. Are you sure? Hell no. Fine, yes. Okay. I'm a little overwhelmed just because this is going to take a minute to understand. But that's super fucking cool. Like, I knew this game was going to be cool from just the look of it, but... There's a lot more going on with this than I thought, and I'm really, really interested to see where this goes. So the full game's coming March 6th, and then the demo is like 0.16. Yeah, you play the full game for up to 1 hour with all the features unlocked. Right. So soul word driven deck building. Collect and fuse soul words that change how cards behave. So soul words are like tags in like Magic the Gathering. You have like different tags like sharp, pierce, double attack, you know, that kind of thing. So, you know, like, smush that stuff together. You evolve your favorite cards across loops and experiment with builds that only work because you bent the deck into something uniquely yours. Okay, chain-based battle system. How does this work? Battles revolve around a 5-slot chain belt. So that's what this here is, 5 cards. Right? Where card order and adjacency matter. Okay, the card's Grim throws onto the belt can set up an easy round or a devastating onslaught if you don't have the tools to disrupt or maintain his plan. So I might be able to, like, take off one of the chains of, you know, oh, he's doing this, he's going to do this, this, and this. But if I cut out one of the cards and say, not fuck you, no, you're not, then that can devastate his attack plan. Oh my god. Let's see. Daily soul quotas and time loops. Every day starts with a fresh soul quota, a new chance to get it right. Track down enemies across the map, decide which fights are worth the risk, feel the tension rise, the clock pushes you toward one last desperate battle before the day snaps back. So we're in like Groundhog Day. We're reliving this over and over, and we're trying to, you know, twist fate. Because I guess that's what he's trying to teach his son, is that you're the Grim Reaper. You're not just an errand boy for the cosmos gathering souls. You twist things. It's like Final Destination. You set up chain reactions and events and that kind of thing. Like, that's cool. I like that. Adam and his ghost dog. You're never reaping alone. Your dog helps you overcome traps during exploration and fights beside you with your own cards, rolls, and aspects. Protect each other, build decks around dog-focused support or aggression, and feel it when your partner gets stunned, wounded, or pulls off a clutch save. So we got our little dog buddy, Sparkles. He's hanging out with us. I'm gonna keep naming him Sparkles when we play the full game, because I might want to try a playthrough of this. This might be fun, or I might just play it on my own time. I'm gonna play it either way. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna. This is a toss up as to what I'll do with it. So survival in hostile biomes. You go through graveyards, forests, caves, other unique areas. Procedurally generated perk cards and enemies on every run. Each time you perish, you're sent back in time to the Chamber of Time. The new perk cards, battles, enemies, and soul swords appear every run, forcing you to adapt, discover new synergies, overcome fresh obstacles, start journey. So it's like a roguelike type of thing. You go back in, try it again, go back in, try it again. Perks and, you know, ranking up and all kinds of stuff. That's fucking tight, dude. I'm so into it. Like, and just the general idea of this. Reported to scene for failure to disclose AI. What do you mean failure to disclose AI? Where? The entire thing is awful looking AI slop. What? Where? Like, would you like to give an example? CJ specifically lies and says every piece. Okay, where? Where though? Ambition. This could have worked without full 3D. It also crashed on me so hard my PC barely recovered. I mean, mine was fine. Over AI ridden mess. Again, guys, I'm not seeing the AI. Like, are you guys thinking it's AI cards or? I'm confused. I mean, I think that's a pretty easy thing for the dev. Like, it's a pretty easy challenge for somebody to say like, oh, hey, to does it have like give his name? Okay, I'll just call him Thunder Ram because that's his name is Thunder Ram Studios. So, all Thunder Ram really has to do is come out and say, yeah, no, I did draw all these cards. They just look, really intense because I did draw them, and it just took a lot of time and I refined them heavily. So it's going to look like AI stuff. Like it's, again, I can see why people say it, but compositionally, it doesn't feel like AI. Like AI always has this. It might be good, getting really good at rendering things. Like when AI generation first started, it was like fingers and stuff. But compositionally is where it usually fails, right? It might be good at rendering at this point, but it might also like it's just the way things are set up that it doesn't feel right. Like things are a little off, a little shifted. I don't know what the deal is, but I do issue this challenge to him, and I think he's going to need to address it with when the full game comes out. There might be a lot of people saying AI, and if he doesn't address it, then he can promptly go fuck himself for using AI and ruining any sort of aesthetic or awesomeness this game had. I mean, some of these, like, this is feeling a little AI in here, right? And that would be a shame if some of that is, like, actually him. Because that's the problem, is that a lot of the AI art styles that are cartoony or hyper realistic, take your pick, they feed off of certain art styles, and those art styles are doable clearly by humans because how else would the AI get trained on them? They have to exist in some form or fashion. So it's possible, but it's like, again, the challenge I make to him is show your, like, if you have done this for 5 years, you should have lots of layers in projects, and like, here's my big mega projects of, here's all the different ones for Photoshop. Here's this card. Here's that card. Here's the layers. I can turn it on and off. I drew these by hand. I did this, Like, show us that. Like, just release that with the game and be like, hey guys, I've got like, a Discord or Patreon, whatever, that you can go look at. Here's like the art book of the game with the files themselves so you can see that, no, there are layers to this to unequivocally, because I can't really say one way or the other at this point. So I am going to keep track of it, but if it does come out that it's AI related, go fuck yourself. And I hope Steam not only removes your game and your studio, but removes any Steam account you have, and you're not allowed to be in the video game space anymore as a developer or a player, right? That's like I said, excommunicado with this kind of shit. Plagiarism, AI, any of that shit. That should not only, like, I'd take it a step further, and I would say that kind of thinking, that kind of like, I'll just use AI, I'll just rip people off in any way, that kind of exploitative thinking, that should get you kicked out of society. Like, there should be a special place far away, right? Where, you got like a whole thing of like, if y'all want to go over there and try to exploit each other, go ahead. Like, stick all those assholes over there away from us so that, we don't have to see them. But again, I think maybe people are just jumping the gun on that, and they have my response of like, oh God, is it AI? It's like, I get that. I really do. But I think there's a lot going on here, and I'm not doubting one way or the other. I'm just saying, like, that would be the way to prove it. It's just come out and say, hey, I did draw this, whatever. It's like, he is saying that. He's making the claim. Now I'd like to see the evidence for that claim. Like, show me your Photoshop documents. Show me your reference images, your mood boards. just release that. Like, release it online as like a big giant file with, you know, the downloadable photoshops and stuff. Like, hey, you can download this, you can look at it, you can check the layers for yourself. I'm not lying. Or do like a big massive live streaming. Like, yeah, here's the thousands of files I have, and I'm gonna open them one by one and show everybody. Spend like 10 hours doing that and just show every card you made, everything you've got, you know? Because like he's saying every piece of game and card art was designed and hand painted by the developer. If you've been doing that for 5 years, like I said, you should have reams and reams and reams of assets all ready to go, you know, in a work in progress, like in your Photoshop files, your Affinity files, your whatever program you use to do this. Again, I'm very interested in the game. Mechanically, it looks complex and interesting. It looks like visually, it's got a really cool, like kind of grungy theme to it, and I do want to play it. But again, if you're using generative AI shit in your game, I want nothing to do with it, and I want you promptly removed from society and like off to live in a cave in the woods away from everybody else. Fuck you. Like, you've lost the right to technology when you use said technology to exploit other human beings, like intentionally. Like, you're trying to personally do it, you know? It's, yeah. Anywho, we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see how that shakes up. And I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, maybe I should. It's like, no, if I hear about AI and that, excommunicado, I don't care. You don't exist to me. Same way with Marathon. I don't care how many copies it sells. I don't care how bitchin'. It could be game of the year, and it could be the greatest shooter ever. I will not touch it, and I will not like it, and I will not accept it. Simply for the fact that the plagiarism shit, to my knowledge, has not been addressed. So, moving on, more cool art stuff. Helix, Descent in Ascent. So that's like and ascent, but they used an N instead of an ampersand. So whatever. This one is really cool looking. Got a very detail-oriented art style. It's monochromatic, so it's just got really clean lines and things, and it looks cool. It looks really cool. It's like a platformer, I think, or like a point-and-click platformer type of exploration type of game. So this should be interesting to see. It is in Unity, so we'll see if it's one of those optimized Unity games or not optimized Unity games. Unity requires more optimization than Unreal, I will say that. So Unreal tends to get away with a lot more simply because it's so powerful that the developers don't feel they need to optimize. Whereas Unity, it's a lot more involved, where it's like you need to be coding some of the lighting and stuff yourself. So it's you know, anyway. That was loud. Okay, so we should be playing with a controller, but I don't have my controller set up right now, so we'll just, yeah. I think 5 ought to do it. That'll be fine. Game. Video. Okay, well, not much there. Cool. But yeah, this one's like basic art style, so I don't think we're gonna have any optimization issues really. Should be fine. That's a cool little loading symbol. You don't see many that animated. Usually it's just like a spinning circle. Ooh, very cool. I like this already. Okay, I think I'm gonna turn down the sound a little though. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think he's drawn. I think that's a 3D character, but like it's like a cell shaded character. So it feels like cartoon, but it's actually 3-dimensional. I think. Or maybe they've drawn it. No, because the way it moves, it feels like there's so much volume there. It feels like they've drawn the background, but the character itself is 3D. Fuck. Why not Q and E? Why O and U? Okay, again, this is meant to be played with a controller. Clearly. Yeah, the audio is going to need a little more balancing. Wait, did that actually save it? Or I think so. Yeah, it's good. Good. So, where are we going with this? I guess this way? Oh, no, wait. Wait, there's a spiral. Follow the yellow brick road. No place like home. I guess if we go this way... Yeah, okay. Because that's like a white void of nothing. Why would there be something out there, you know? Yeah, that's definitely a 3D character. And the way it moves, it feels very volumetric, very 3D. Very cool, though. Okay. We got some statues. I, J, K, and L. Okay. That's actually not too bad. So WASD to move, and then those are my item buttons or my action buttons, I guess. We have a puzzle here. Trying to open a door. I guess we gotta go find each of these creatures and maybe not defeat them. I don't think there'd be combat, but it's like each is maybe an individual puzzle. Okay. Huh. Oh, we're pushing things. Okay. I like that there's a backward push animation. It's like that's like a sideways one, but if you want to push it up, he doesn't face away from the camera, which would just be a really simple way to do it. Instead, they opt for seeing him like lean his back into it. Well, I say him. I'm just using the general, like they, them, whichever. It. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be. I just look like a fish with really long legs and a scarf of some sort. Or a, what do they call it? Like a... I've looked this up on stream before. It's the thing with, like, the connected... Like, not with the hood, but with just, like, the neck that goes over the shoulders, and it stops, like, right here. There's, like, a word for it or a name for it. K. Oh, I can put my hand in the hole. Okay. So that seemed to be eventful. But the reason I'm into this is the detail and like the bricks and everything, and the environments get wackier as you go. They look a lot more intricate than just this dark dungeon we're in right now. But okay, there's another me. Hi, me. What's good, dude? And he's gone that way. All right. See you later, alligator. And we've changed color. And we've changed back. Alrighty. It's reminiscent of, like, Junji Ito. So if anybody knows Junji Ito, I don't really read his stuff or keep up with it too much. I know of him. But just because my friend introduced me to his art, and it's, like, just crazy levels of detail, and it's really trippy. And Junji Ito is what I would describe as essentially a modern Japanese... I believe he's Japanese, or he's Korean. I think he's Japanese. But we'll just split the difference, we'll say Asian. So he's like a modern Asian version of H.P. Lovecraft. That seems to be like in his content, in his subject matter, right? So he does like horror stuff, you know, very weird, like creepy body horror and all kinds of stuff. It's which is the main reason I don't keep up with his stuff. But his artistic ability is the same. But bro goes hard. And this drew me in as, like, sort of... It's Junji Ito, like, kind of light. It's got that level of detail, but not necessarily the horror aspect of it. But it's got that little bit of creep factor, a little bit of ethereal weirdness going on in this game. Okay. Oh. Did the statues change, or am I just not paying attention to... Okay. I don't know. Oh, cool. Ball. Hi, ball. Well, I just exploded, and now I'm here. So I guess I teleported. Fucking whack. Okay. Let me just go. What kind of fish can't swim? Oh, wait. I have an ability. Oh. Okay, I can just conjure blocks. Interesting. Okay, yep, pretty self-explanatory. Oh, wait. Okay, no, once the buttons are down, they're good. Okay. I thought I was gonna need to figure out a way to leave the blocks, but also be on this side. That, yeah. Gotcha. So I can do 2 blocks. Okay. This is very cool. I like this. It's a lot like Journey. You know, it doesn't really tell you anything. You just kind of go and you start doing stuff and interacting with stuff. Okay. We got 2 ways to go. Well, we do have 3 ways to go. We can go this way. I'm gonna go this way. We go up north. Oh, there's a bug guy. Hi, bug guy. Hello, little bug man. I assume we can do something with him. Can we squash him? Squash him with a box? No. I guess it's like all the shooter games I've played, but like my first thought in a lot of games is, can I kill it? It's just, I mean, to be fair, that goes all the way back to Mario. Like the only other things you would see in Mario's world were shit that would just kill you if you didn't kill it first. Yeah. Okay, it's just like a TV up there, but you can see what I mean. Is like this level of detail and just, and also the monochromatic, or more accurately, the achromatic. Because there is a difference between achromatic and monochromatic. So achromatic is what people think they're saying when they say monochromatic. Monochromatic is usually to refer to black and white. But black and white actually has a term for it. It's called achromatic. So it's sans chroma. It has no chroma, no color, right? Therefore, like white is not a color, and black is technically all colors mixed together, but since it mixed it all together, it's like the absence of color. It becomes, white is the, black is the construction of all colors, therefore it can be no color, and white is the absence of all color, therefore it can be no color. That's why black and white is referred to as achromatic. And then there's monochromatic, mono meaning one, right? So like, you know, mono a mono, right? You know, one on one, right? Or hand to hand in that case. But yeah, the mono meaning one. So monochromatic, one color. So that would be if you put like a blue filter over this, or you had like gradients for shadows and things, but they were just different colors. So you could have an achromatic piece like this, or if you did all this with like a blue hue shift, so instead of using the stippling in some of these trees to make like the stippling in the grain to make those, that would just change the shading to where it's like it's not black, it's a dark blue, which is something they tell you in art. Is when you're doing art, a lot of people make the mistake of using black as shadow when that's not usually the case, right? In real life, the way light reflects, the shadow you're seeing is not usually pure black. What it is a reflection of whatever is making the shadow. So it's lighter than you think. It's whatever the light is interacting with. Light is hard. Light and shadow is hard in art. It's hard to understand at first, but a prime example would be if you're drawing, like, say, excuse me, drawing, like, say, Superman, right? I don't know. Anyway, we get the idea of the game. We're gonna move on now, and I'm gonna talk about art for a second before we continue with some other demos. But you get the idea. We adventure around. It's kind of chill. I don't think I'll do a playthrough of it, but I'll play it. But I'm not gonna do a playthrough of this because I just want to sit in this world and kind of appreciate it on my own. But it's very cool. Like, it's got all these weird, different, you know, like, it looks like all like different abilities and things and different areas to explore. Like, just the level of detail and everything is so cool. It feels very interesting. There's like a little, I guess, a platforming mini game. That's fun. But yeah, Helix, Descent, and Ascent is that's a cool one. Keep an eye on that one. But yeah, so a good example of this is something like Superman. So if we look at Superman, we look at like images of Superman. You can kind of see it actually in real world images, but it's more stark in like, let's see, maybe that would be good. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, it's more stark in the actual comic books because a lot of them try to use, like, there's a reason that comic books look so iconic. Let's say with the here's like the Starman pose that Superman tends to have nowadays. Open that in a separate thing. There you go. Actually, that's Reddit. I don't want to open Reddit like that. Fuck Reddit. I just, the image, like me, Superman. It's like comic Superman is what we're looking for. Like, there you go. That's a good one. Well, no, that's small. I need a bigger image. That'll work. That'll work for my example. And then let's see. We can see like Superman Action Comics 1. So I like the original look for Superman. Yeah. Trying to think of like a good example of this. Meet Batman. Detective Comics 1. It's like the original first appearance. Technically, he's not in Detective Comics 1. Batman appears in like Detective Comics number 28, 20. Well, that's 27. I don't know if that's like the introduction of Batman or not. He like Detective Comics had been running for a couple of issues, and then they introduced damn it, Jesus, that's racist. That is a very racist portrait. I mean, it's 1937. Yikes. Fucking yikes. Let's see. Where's a good... Let's see. Batman, Detective Comics, first appearance. So the first appearance, I think... Yeah, so it must be issue 27. That's what keeps coming up. Really trying to find a good example of what I'm talking about. But I think you guys can get the idea. So here, you've got something more, like, akin to the old comic style. And this is what makes comics punchy usually, is hatching, and it depends on the style as well, the type of style. You got this hatching and then these dark shades because you want it to pop in. You don't want to work in color. You never want to work in color. From my understanding of illustration, you want to work in, like, a lot of people will work in achromatic, right? So they'll work with just the shades of black, white, and gray, and they'll work in grayscale, right? Because grayscale is itself not achromatic. It is technically monochromatic because it's shades of gray. But they'll work in gray because they want to see what areas pop the most and what areas are the most important to the eye without the color getting in the way. And then you add the color on top of that, and you should have already figured out your light and shadow, and then you just layer whatever intensity of, like, we want to put yellow over that. Okay. And then it's like, then you work with vibrancy as, like, how yellow, how not yellow, brighter, darker. But that's all sort of safe. So this actually, in here, there's a good example of this. So if we get real close, so you can see they're using shadow to really define his muscles and things, and what areas need to fall back, and, because darker things fall to the background, lighter things come forward. The interesting thing is they're using both techniques. So you can see in here, they're not just saying, oh, here's his ribs and sternum, let's put more shadow there, we'll make it black like everything else. That wouldn't really help define the shape. What they're doing, this would be technically achromatic, because they're going from dark to not dark, right? Black and not black. Just something that's not black and black. Achromatic. Usually, again, in the sense of white, black. Achromatic. But in here, they're doing monochromatic. So you've got shades of blue. You've got darker blues. You've got lighter blues. And you have really pastel blues that are almost going into white. So that's what we like to call... fuck is the term for it? There's 3 different things. A lot of people use them interchangeably, but they're not the same thing. So there's hue, saturation, and color. No. Hue, saturation, and value, right? So HSV. No, not herpes. Fucking hue, saturation, and value. So you might have seen this in art programs, like digital art programs before. You might have seen this kind of thing. So this is your general idea, right? Hue is what people refer to as color, right? Pink, yellow, green, blue. That's your visible spectrum, right? And this is the reason it looks like this, by the way, is this is the visible spectrum as measured through science. It goes from red on one side to red on the other, depending on if it's hot, cold, and it's 360 degrees. Why is it 360 degrees? Because you can put this in a circle and it wraps back around on itself. Red goes back to being red, but if you shift negative or positive, it'll go this way or that way. That's why it's in degrees, because it's meant to be represented as a circle. So when you see RGB, you'll see a color wheel, or you'll see a color circle where white is in the middle, black is on the, white's in the middle, and then because it's white is all the colors or lack thereof, and so white's in the middle, and then as you go out from that, you get into the different color zones, and it's a whole fucking thing. If you ever want to have a lot of fun, go pick up a color wheel sometime, and they have them at like art stores and stuff, and they're cheap. They're like a couple bucks, and it's really cool because you can buy some that'll tell you what colors are complementary, contradictory, analogous. Right, analogous colors are like shades of the same color. Right, complementary is things like orange and blue, red and green. These things match, pink and yellow, right? And then you have contradictory, red versus blue, right? There's a reason that in Halo, they could have made them any color, and it wouldn't have mattered. But why did they make them red and blue? They made them red and blue because red and blue are contrasting colors. Red versus red, blue versus blue. That's it. It's like together. Right? It's they're different. They're very, very different. Right? They don't like each other. They don't play well together. Right? And it's something psychological. This is all based on science. It's different depending on the culture. So in some cultures, red, like purple, became known as the color of royalty a lot. Why? Because purple dye was a bitch to make. You had to go get a specific snail and juice the snail and get the extract from like flowers and stuff, and it was a pain in the ass to make. So only the royals, only the aristocracy could afford purple dyes. That's why everybody else, the common man, was wearing things like green and red because they were basic as fuck to make. Because you could make that from like green could be made from like a bunch of blades of grass, and now you have green pigment. So that's hue, that's color. Saturation, right? So saturation is what we like to think of as the how saturated something is, how much of that color is in versus how much darkness is in that color. So you'll see in this example, they're using the color red, and red, this is like white hot red over here, right? It's as bright as red can go without going brighter into light red and then into white, right? That is lightness and brightness. Or value, as it's known. It's hue, saturation, and value. Lightness and brightness, those are interchangeable with value, but it's usually referred to as hue, saturation, and value. Or hue, saturation, brightness, or whatever. Those are kind of interchangeable. Hue and saturation, these are definites. So it goes from red to like a dark red to this is where you get stuff like, red, fire engine red, cherry red, maroon, burgundy, the various names of like stages of red, right? There's technically an infinite amount of color, by the way. It goes from 0 to infinite, because every time you move the pixel 1 on the circle, you're technically going from one shade to the other. So that's why digital art is amazing, because you can get thousands upon millions. You have like millions of color combinations that you can do at the click of a button. Whereas traditionally, technically, you can get certain shades and certain, that's another thing is shades, saturation, right? You can get those shades, you can get those, excuse me, darker or lighter versions of that color, but it's a bitch to do. And trying to be accurate with it, and color science is its own field of science. It's that precise. It's crazy. Anyway, so it goes from the color, as you have stated, at 100% strength to no strength. No strength, what have we established? No strength of color means black, right? That's when we go to black, right? And then lightness and brightness, that's just how much of the color is actually seen. So if you say had saturation at 100, but your brightness was in a mid-tone gray here, this would actually end up looking like itself, that 100% red, but it wouldn't be as bright. So it would start to look darker. And this is why you have these separated into different channels, because it's easier to go in and say, okay, what you do is you crank the brightness like down, right? Or the saturation down to where your hue is going to change to a grayscale. You work in that grayscale to build up your various colors, right? Areas of light and dark. Then you come in with the colors and say, okay, how much of a red? Do I want this red? And then you say, okay, saturation. That red's a little too red. Back it off a little. Let's do that. Jazz actually has a really cool example of this, and he explains it a lot better than I do. Jazz masking. So he has a thing about clipping masks and whatnot. Where is it? This one. This is a beautiful one that I've looked at several times over the years, because it's a fantastic example of what I'm talking about. This is it's really software agnostic, meaning you can use this technique in any software, but it's a Photoshop specific tutorial, but you could use this technique and just translate the buttons and it'll work in any art program. So what he does here is he goes in and he'll like mask it out, and this is how you easily do your colors and you can change things later. But you can see here he's working in grayscale. So he's making dark areas dark, light areas light, whatever. And then what he's doing is he comes in later and starts adding in the blocks of color and says, okay, this is going to be here, that's going to be there, and this in the industry is known as flats or flatting. And you put in just the one block of color, no shading, no nothing, right? And then when he wants the shading later, he's working still in that grayscale. So he's using a different clip mask in that grayscale to go lighter or darker, and then adds them in. And he'll use different brushes to really block it in, say this is here, that's there. Then later, you're using the highlights, lights. You get to the point where you want to brush it together. So you use smudges and pens and things that and then you zoom out. You want to always zoom out. You want to step back from the canvas, because it doesn't matter if you're super detailed in here if nobody ever sees it, because they're watching it from way back here. Like that's just the thing, the idea of it. So then here he's playing with the different overlay effects and things, and like how does the color blend, the different blendings in digital. So this is why digital art became really big, was because you could do all this really awesome work in a fraction of the time. So traditionally painting this, you'd have to mix the paints. Even if you got them store-bought in the exact color you needed, you'd have to blend paints, and that'd be a bitch. You can't do shit like this. Like, you'd have to hand paint all of this lighting, and if the lighting's in the wrong spot, you have to add it. It's an additive process, and it's, oh my god, it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, it's a very cool, I think he did another one talking about grayscale. So, like, grayscale painting, he's got other ones about that are a little older, and then there's, like, grayscale painting in CSP. There's, like, other ones that I've seen. Like, everybody talks about this, like, how to use grayscales and things like that. It's just cool. It's cool to talk about. So, here you can see it, and then here you can see a better real-world example. There is no black in this whole image. You'll notice there is no actual, like, black as the color we know. It's a dark gray suit, various lights, darker grays or lighter lights. You can maybe argue that his pupils are black. In this one little sliver, there is no light because the crease is folded over, so there's technically black. And his hair is technically in certain areas considered black. But other than that, you can see even down here where we would traditionally... So an amateur artist might look at this, and if they were drawing something, they'd say, oh, well, let's put dark in here. And you saw that in the Superman comic version. They would put that under there. But here, you can see, it's not exactly that. And you want to define the chin, so you may want to... And that's why I like line art a lot, because it helps define certain shapes and things, even with implied lines. Maybe not direct lines, but implied lines. And even in his, like, the shadows being cast on his face, those aren't 100% black either. Those are variations of light not hitting this particular part of his skin. So his skin is a certain color, and that color depends on what the lighting is. If you change this image's lighting, if you went and put a flag, if you flagged the light, as we say in the industry, it's flagging. So you put something in front of the light to, usually you'll put like a white flag in front of it, and the reason they call it flagging is back in the day they would use big flags, big pieces of cloth, and it just came to be known as that, but they just put like a screen over it, right? So what I'm doing with my lights here, if I didn't have these little white pieces of fabric that I put over them, these spotlights would be intense, which is great if you're doing a makeup tutorial, but not so great when you're doing a live stream and you don't want to look like a fucking snowman, because I'm white as shit. Like the white you guys are seeing on camera, that's basically what I am. And it's because I'm in direct white light, and then this is more of a yellow light coming from above, so I get that softer light. Yeah, it's all a thing. Anyway, back to the game demos, because I've been yapping. I might make that a stream highlight, talking about art stuff. I like to talk art stuff sometimes. I'm an artist. Sue me. Alright, I think I'm going to save Jacquemina, Last Flag, those Mermaid Mask, those might take a minute. I'm just going to... I want to look at things that are more mechanical, and then give time... Like I want to quickly look at more mechanical things, and then give time to the more, narratively driven things, right? Because we can look at something like King of Dwarves and understand after 5 minutes of the tutorial how it works. Whereas something like Jacquemina, we want to look at it for a while. We want to really dig into like Last Flag's characters and their art design and kind of talk about it, and that's cool. So, King of the Dwarves, Underground City Builder. Fuck yeah. I love his pauldron being a wolf. You guys can't really see it in here, but you can see it like down here. he's got this pauldron, and the pauldron looks like a fucking wolf's head. It probably is. He probably killed him a wolf and just stuffed the head, and now it's armor for him. Ah! Loud as shit. Alright, I think that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna turn everything down just a smidge. Trying to see where it's gonna peak. It peaks somewhere around 30, so that should be good. Okay. So we got a bunch of controls here, graphics. Not much to do with graphics other than like UI scale. I think the big UI is really nice. That's cool. 100%. And then VSync on, sure. Autosave, front wall and ceiling visibility, semi-transparent. Grid when digging. Okay. Dwarf name, full dwarf name. I'm gonna put dwarf names out to here. We can have some big dwarf names. Alright. Analytics, all that. Okay, cool. Cool. So we'll see if we gotta adjust the stuff. New game, small. What do you mean small? I guess small is like the, like the size of your kingdom. Ice Crown Mountain. Oh, we'll get to name our kingdom. Cool. Our mountain. What is our mountain called? I mean, come on, guys. You know what it was gonna be. Erebro? No, Erebor. No, you know what? I like that better. Instead of Erebor from The Hobbit, it's Eurobro. It's like the it's like the knockoff. I love it. Okay. We got a little dwarf guy here. So we got quests. A small number of dwarves were sent to this mountain to establish a settlement. This is a big honor, but also a huge responsibility. The goal is to build a throne for the king. We have a throne. Okay. Only single throne can be built. So you build one throne, it has HP, a place for the king to stay. So it's like the core of our base, and like maybe it'll get attacked or something by enemies later. I don't know. We gotta like defend it. Okay. A place for the king to stay. So the king sits on the throne. Got it. First, you need to expand the settlement, ensure proper defense against the enemies. The mountain itself holds immeasurable treasures. Remember, the deeper you go, the more valuable the treasure, but also the greater danger. We would not want to dig too greedily or too deep. There better be a fucking Balrog in this game. I'm telling you now, there better be a boss fight later where if you dig down deep enough, you get to the Balrog's chamber and you gotta beat his ass. Because if you don't put a Balrog in the clearly fucking dwarf-inspired, like, Tolkien Lord of the Rings, come on, man. Like, clearly that's what we're doing here. You best put a Balrog in this bitch. I want me a Balrog. Okay. Removing. Alright, got it. Cool. Rotating. Got it. I think I'll rotate with right mouse more. Oh, that's cool. I like the mountain wall. So you got, this is our mountain here, and then you got this mountain wall. I like that you got like the outside and the inside. It's kind of like a diorama. It's just this one solid shape. It's kind of fun. Let's see. Control for zoom or just scroll. That works. Okay. To go up one level or down one level. Oh. Like different voxel levels. Whoa. Whoa, yeah, so it's like a whole voxel world. We have a voxel mountain. Then we can go inside the mountain. We are here. Okay, so we don't want that to disappear. We want to be on like the base level. Let's see what we're doing. Alright, so that's the semi-transparent wall. I kind of want to see what it looks like differently. Decay only current age? Knowledge decay. Wait, what? Wait, you can, like, lose your knowledge? You have to, like, preserve the knowledge or your guys forget how to do shit? That's an interesting idea. I hadn't considered that in a game like this before. Sort of the entropy of intelligence. Turn down just slightly. Let's see. Yeah, semi-transparent, solid, or hidden. So hidden, I think, is just going to make it fully invisible. Yeah, so you can see straight through. That's kind of cool. And then there's, like, solid. So we're going to see the solid. Yeah, so it's like solid brick. And more like a diorama. I kind of like the solid. Yeah. Like, if you want to look through and see cool shit in the corner, like, play with the wall off, I wouldn't use the semi-transparent just because, I don't know, I just don't like the fuzzy look of it. It's a little weird. Yeah. Cool. Like the opacity of it is weird. Like, look at this and tell me this doesn't look weird. It's So you see how it's like a fuzzy kind of mesh of you're seeing through it, but you're seeing through multiple things, so it's aliasing. It's I don't know. I'd rather it just be like off here completely, like this part's invisible, but then the part touching the wall there is still there, but it's just that one layer. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see how this one is? I think this one is a good example of just, hey, it's kind of see-through, but, you know, you see through that, not... You don't really need to see the middle dirt part, I don't think. But, yeah, we're gonna play with it on, though. We're gonna just go solid. Because if I'm gonna see it, I either want to see it or I don't want to see it, so... We'll just go solid. Cool, we got that. Click here to go further. Alright. Got that. Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. Place one study. Okay, so how do we build? Space to resume. Alright, here comes our dudes. Our little dwarfmans. Can we rename them and stuff? That'd be cool. Statues. Yaki Horbathan. Okay. It's got like different guys. Click on the different guys. Alright. I would assume we can rename them later, but we need a study. Okay, so a study needs to be built. So that's digging, that's base structures. Small, tool shack, okay. Storage, research and production, study. Cool. So I guess we'll just put that there. This is where you can find what production drawers are assigned to and change. So it's a lot like Auction Not Included. You got that kind of vibe of it's a colony sim, and you guys have different stuff they're assigned to, different priorities, right? So this guy, we got guys assigned for mining, guys assigned for building, guys assigned to research. So we'll just add... Oh, you have a limit. Only a certain amount can go in. Interesting. So it's not exactly like Auction Not Included is more just anybody does anything and you assign them to different sections and then that. But here, so you can't have them assigned to multiple things. You gotta just pick one. Okay, so we'll just go like 2 and 2, I guess. 2 builders and 2 miners. So we can mine and build at the same time. So unpause the game and wait for the study. Okay. Well, I mean, we're just doing the study. I think we'll put all 4 on and see, will they... Oh, cool. They actually changed their outfits, so you know who's on what detail. So they're on builder detail, so they're going to wear the yellow outfits. Where the fuck are you guys going? Hey, dipshit, it's back here. Oh, they have to get their tools. Yeah, it's hard to build shit without tools. They need hammers. I'm a fucking idiot. They actually have to go change their profession and pick up a new tool for what they need. Oh, okay, so they go looked at the dig site. That's really immersive. They don't know what they need. So they go to the dig site and they go, okay, we need wood. So then they go get wood. Oh, I'm going to get deep into this. This I could see myself streaming. This could be a fun stream game. Okay, one guy's going to get... I guess we needed one more piece. So they don't all go run to get it. They wait because they're like, oh, well, Bob went to go get it. So Bob's going to come back in 2 seconds. So we don't need to all try to get it. Cool. Now, I wonder if later I'll be able to assign, like, runners for logistical stuff like that. Like, runners that just move minecarts of stuff around and, like, deliver it to sites. And then these guys can just be set to construct once it arrives. And they're just kind of waiting on the job site for the delivery. Because that's how it works in real life, too, is you don't have the guys building going to get their stuff. It's like the foreman orders the stuff to the site ahead of time or the day of or, you know, whatever. And... it's then delivered by a third party. There's another company that comes in and delivers your stuff for you to your site, and then you work with that, and your guys are just kind of waiting. That's why it's bad when you don't have materials, because it's like your guys are waiting to do their job and get paid, and they can't do that because, like, if your materials don't show up, then the job is off, right? You can't do anything, so you don't call your guys in, you know? Let's see. So, assign doors to be scholars so you can research... I think we get it. I think we get the idea. Yeah, so we'll back out there, and we'll go wishlist that. We'll definitely stream that at some point. That's really cool. I like that their outfits change. I like they got like the little hammers they had to go get. That's fun. Looks like, yeah, so here's like warriors, so you can assign them to be like warriors to fend off goblins and ogres and stuff coming to fuck your shit up. I wonder if you could have like traps and death pits and things. That'd be cool. Oh, the great dwarven forges. And they called it a mine. Oh, yeah. So there's Erebor, there's Moria. I think we'll just have to... maybe there'll be like a random name generator we can use to get a really good dwarf name. Yeah, so here you can see they've built defenses. I don't know if this is a dwarf defense for our gold or if it's a goblin defense. Like, are the goblins defending their gold and they're living down here and we need to go steal it? Or did we build this and then they have to come around it? Because it looks like we can build walls and stuff to deter them and they'll have to either go through it and bash it or they'll have to go around it. Interesting. You got like all these different stats, like how much material do you have? Are your guys hungry? What time of day is it? You know, and like who's doing what where. Very cool. Some in-depth systems to get into. The art style's really nice. Like how squat and square and blocky they look. Very, very fun. Oh, there's a new update for 7 days. Good for them. Yeah, that's another one we gotta play at some point. I think if I do play that, I'll probably just turn the horde off though, because I don't mind dealing with the regular zombie stuff, but the every 7 days you're gonna get fucked is like, I'd rather not. I'd rather just chill and build my zombie house and do some exploring, and do that. Can we just do that instead? Okay. So Jack Meta, Last Flag, we're going to wait on that. Last Keeper. So this one I think is a point and click or like an adventure type of thing. So it's a little, little horror, a little story driven point and click adventure type of thing. Let's see. I love the very Why, when I go to 1, does it change back? Sure, whatever. You know what? I got a better idea. We're just gonna do it this way. Not too bad. I think a half will do. Ah! Why is the graphics different? What the fuck? I'm like windowed mode. No, borderless window, thank you. Okay, screen should be set. Let me just make sure it's on 1920. Frame rate 60, VSync on, aliasing FX, very low. Okay, disabled. Okay. Texture quality can suck my nuts. I guess just stuck to low right now. Shadows are disabled. Glowing, vignetting, film grain. Yeah, it's it's fine. Pixelation, so you can change if it's going to be like a highly pixelated looking thing or not. If you don't care for that art style. Let's see. Camera viewing angle. I'm guessing that's FOV. Just crank it up a little. Fine. View sensitivity, motion smooth. You mean motion blur or do you mean motion smoothing? Because there's a difference there. Smoothness of review. Okay, whatever. FPS, time. Right. Moving on. So, Last Keeper. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Day 1. The Lord is my pilot. I will not stray from my course. I think my mom was sneezing. I always got to keep like one ear out for old lady noises. There was a day last year where a snake came across the hallway out there and like wrapped around her foot for a second and then went on its way, and she was like, "Oh my god!" I came out and I looked over and I saw it. It was just wiggling away. It was a black racer. It wasn't a problem at all. They like to play. It's one of those chill kind of snakes. It will still eat your like chicken eggs and stuff though, so you can't have them around your farm. It's bad. But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. The Lord is my pilot. I will not stray from my course. He guides me through dark waters. He directs me through deep channels. He keeps my ship's log. He guides me by the star of holiness for his name's sake. And though I sail... Oh, excuse me, my nose, my sinuses. And though I sail amid the thunder and the storms of life, I will not fear danger, for you are with me. Your love and care shelter me. Okay, yeah, Valley of the Shadow of Death, religious twist. Okay, cool. You know, yeah, we get it. All right, calm down there, Lovecraft. Okay. Yeah, so it's very like PS1 graphics type of thing. Which I'm not usually too into, but you know, kind of cool. I like the pipe. The glowing pipe's pretty cool. Everybody's looking really emaciated in this. Like very skinny. So yeah, last keeper, so I guess I'm a keeper of a lighthouse. I'm supposed to like live here and do the thing. Yeah. I've always thought that's kind of cozy. Like, they say people go crazy doing that, but I think in nowadays, like lighthouse keepers, I mean, again, there's not really a need for lighthouse keepers anymore because it's all very automated. It's like you don't need a guy there lighting the. Okay, they're speaking gibberish. Ugh, his fingers are so long. Okay. That was like a steamboat. Okay, interesting. So that's the thing is a lot of it's been automated. So there's kind of like lighthouse keeper. To my knowledge, you have lighthouse keepers who maintain it. So they go up, they check the bulbs, they clean it off, and you know they'll do stuff like that, like maintenance. You'll have maintainers or maintenance men for lighthouses, but you don't actually have like a keeper, as far as I know, unless it's like a historical site. But a lot of the modern like lighthouses, you don't really need lighthouses anymore. Like they're there for like emergencies, but I mean, if you're coming into like New York Harbor, for instance, you're not gonna run aground because there's the city, and the city's lights are gonna be on. Like there's no instance if the city of New York goes dark, you somehow can't see shit with like no emergency lights even, then you have way bigger problems than is your boat gonna run into the beach. You have way bigger problems than that because that means we're in like apocalyptic end time World War III type of shit. I don't know what's gonna. Ew. Okay, so that's how you read it. It's all very pixelated. Okay, A, E. Okay, cool. Got it. Chunk. Oh, I have my bag. I'm gonna bring my bag. Cool. Up, dropped it. Dropped my shit. Oh, this is the boat launch. Okay, gotcha. That's the boat house. You can tell how much I sail because I call it a boat launch, not a boat house. But like around here, we don't have boat houses. We have like launches, so we have like ramps like that, but they're like concrete and whatever. It's just where people go to launch their boats. Lighthouse, horn, and storage. Okay, so I want to kind of see if the pixelation does look better or worse. I'm just curious. Where was the pixelation? Was it in graphics? Yeah. So take that off and see. Does that make it better or worse? I can't tell. I mean, it might be getting influenced by other things as well. Oh yeah, that's definitely more pixelated. But I think that adds to it because you gotta get really close to read stuff. The lighthouse and the horn are up that way. Storage, what's this way? So this is my house, so I should probably take my stuff to my house. So this is where the lighthouse keeper lives. Ah, there we go. Yep. Trunk there. There we go. I got a scraper. I don't know what a scraper's for, but ew. Gross. Need a mop. And somebody fucked this place. There's a fish. There's a fish in a bathtub. Roll your own cigarette. Okay. Cigarette and a whip. Okay, I need a mop to clean up this place. Where the fuck is the mop? I'm sick of... Okay, we need to put the bag there. Ah, there's the mop. Now we can clean up the place a little. Oh, God. Okay. We can, like, rotate it. Cool. I like the detail on the bottom there. That's cool. There we go. So it just puts it in when I'm close enough. That's nice. All right, now that I got the mop, I have the mop. Huh? Oh, we have to use the mop. I could see doing a playthrough of this. Could be fun. Who the fuck? Okay, yeah, select an item. Great, cool, wonderful. Holmes? Who? Was this here? I'm freaked the fuck out. Oh, I now have a ladder. Okay. Can I go up on the roof? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I guess I'll have to, like, fix the roof up. I need a hammer, of course. Going in. Oh, no, okay. Oh, here's the hammer. Right here. Damn, whoever was in charge of this lighthouse fucked it up good. Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. You get the idea. It's sort of a interactive simulator horror type of thing. You're the lighthouse keeper. You got chores. You got different stuff. There's, during the day, do your chores. During the night, try not to get fucking murdered by whatever goddamn Cthulhu monsters are out here. And that's the idea is you got to survive, for like, I guess a week is the idea. You have to somehow, like, you gotta, like, navigate ships and stuff, and I don't know. Weird. Definitely freaky, though. I could see a playthrough of that, though. Very fun. Yeah, it's like a horror thing, inspired by, like, Voices of the Void and No Lives on the Lighthouse, that kind of thing, of you're alone, and there's evil monsters. I always find that fascinating when people talk about, like, evil monsters, because aside from the biblical evil of, like, demons and stuff, because those are ones that, like, revel in the torture and the death and everything. I think what's scarier is ones that aren't evil. They're just unknown. So something that, like, they're doing evil things, but they themselves don't have that kind of morality. I think that's what makes monsters more interesting, is when there's a monster that's like, yeah, my culture is to take, like, aliens, for instance. So in their culture, it might be like, yeah, we come here, we abduct sapient beings, we, like, cut them open, play with their organs, put it back together, and then, like, then leave it alone. It's like, they don't see that as violating the autonomy of another being. It's, their ways are so different to ours that it's, you're actually a great example of this, and I don't think she actually meant it, but it was more of a jab at the Federation just to be a dick. In Star Trek 2 or 4. Was it 4? I'm just gonna check. Hold on. So there was the undiscovered country, and the undiscovered country is the future, right? This is, yeah, it is. No, is this 6? Because it would be 5 plus 1 Roman numerals. So yeah, it would be 6. Jesus Christ. I never realized this was the 6th Star Trek movie. I mean, I guess it is, because if you look at Kirk and Spock, they're getting older. So this would have been around, like, the start of the 80s or something. And, yeah, the whole crew is getting a little older there. It's a shame that the only 2 guys to actually appear in the new Star Trek series were... Leonard Nimoy appeared in TNG for, like, 1 episode. Scotty appeared for, like, a one-off episode. But he was more of, like, a one-and-done type of thing. Chekhov wasn't around, but Chekhov did appear later in Babylon 5, and I thought he was a very good character. He was this psychic investigator guy, but I think he was only in, like, 2 or 3 episodes. He was sort of the main antagonist of the Psi Corps, as they called it. So he was, like, this evil guy. It's a whole thing. No, I'm thinking Jeffrey Combs. Jeffrey Combs appears, like, one time as a psychoanalysis, like, telepath agent. Babylon 5 is pretty fucking good, too. I think the story got a little weird towards the last season. I think it should have focused... I would have preferred that story to have nothing to do with the humans and the great evil and the Shadow War and all this. Like, you really didn't need the humans in that story. I feel like they just threw them in there just to have something to relate to and use them as the stand-in for the audience and, the future of mankind and all that shit. But I really think that it should have just been mostly the aliens, because you were there for the aliens anyway. Like, I don't give a shit what's happening really with the humans. Like, not that they were bad actors or the story was weak. It was just they weren't they didn't feel necessary to the grand scheme of the galacticness. I don't know. Anyway, point being, McCoy appeared in the initial, like the pilot episode. They had McCoy appear in TNG because he was like touring the new Enterprise, which is kind of cool. And then I don't think Uhura appeared. I don't think George Takai, like Sulu. I don't think Sulu appears. So it's really just McCoy, Scotty, and Spock, and then like William Shatner and them. It's a shame they didn't do more with this character, by the way, from Undiscovered Country, because she seemed primed to be like the next Spock, sort of. That seemed to be the idea. But yeah, the whole thing with Undiscovered Country is, was it her or was it? Hold on. Let's see, the Klingons. Which one was it? It was a female member of the Klingon like diplomatic force. I mean, I guess she's the only one, but basically they were all sitting around having dinner, and they were kind of like, it was like read between the lines, like jabbing at each other verbally. They were sparring, and she made a quip about, like human rights, right? Talking about like the Constitution and stuff, and like how humans, view the, inalienable rights. And she said inalienable rights. The very term is racist, right? And she's kind of true, because if you're saying somebody else is an alien, like space alien, and then you say inalienable, like it's, well, yeah, I mean, it's inalienable rights. Therefore, if you're an alien, or you can't alienate those rights, you can't other somebody and take their rights away. It's like, well, doesn't the other being also have rights? Like, that's, again, she didn't really mean it like that. She wasn't trying to actually be a justice warrior or anything like that. She was saying it to try to jab at them and get a rise out of them, the same way that the Klingon commander makes a joke. He makes a quip about Shakespeare, and he says you haven't read Shakespeare until you've read it in the original Klingon, which is a really good joke. But again, the Klingons are just being like kind of meh. But the whole plot is that the Klingons are having a climate crisis, basically. Like their fuel sources is going to run out, and basically their whole empire is going to starve and die, which is excuse me, which Captain Kirk thinks is fantastic, because they've been at war with the Klingons. He thinks fantastic. This is like a Cold War analogy, right? The idea is, oh, they're dying and they're begging us for help. This is near the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it's starting to get into those ideas of like, what if they collapse? What if they want our help? What if they... And Kirk, of course, is traumatized from his war, and he hates the Klingons a lot, and he doesn't really like them. So he's initially like, well, good, let's let them starve. And then, Spock and then the council's like, no, we need to go help them. And it turns out there's like scheming going on. Again, political stuff. I think it's probably the best, like, other than Star Trek, like, 2 with Khan in it, because Khan was in Star Trek 2. I think Undiscovered Country is possibly the best Star Trek movie out there. I really do. It goes hard. Mainly because of Klingon stuff. Like, those Klingon designs, like the red, peak. I'm glad they used that, like, between the red and the green, they kind of used that for the House of Duras in Next Generation and a little bit in Deep Space Nine. But they didn't use that for the rest of the Klingons. It mostly just went to, like, a gray. And I'm just like, that's fine. The gray and the black, it looks pretty cool, but can we get a little color on the Klingons, please? Come on now. I would have taken a blue. I would have taken, like it would have been cool if the house colors were, like, different, like, depending on what house or what alliance, because there's, like, 5 great houses in the Klingon world. So maybe if you're wearing a gray uniform, you're of a lower house and you're not representative of the other houses. Or maybe it's gray, but you have, like, a tinge of or maybe you wear like a band and the color of that band changes depending on what your house currently has an alliance to, in like whatever infighting is happening. That could be cool. That could be cool. Anyway, point being, back to demos. Penance. So this one's sort of a strategic walking sim. I don't know how to describe this one. Sort of like a 2D horror adventure. You're like a priest out to like banish evil, but the gameplay mechanic here seems to be that you're balancing guilt and faith as like two mana bars. Basically, you have like a health bar and a mana bar, and you kind of bounce between them. Of course, we have to have the kick-ass Latin chanting cathedral music. I'm gonna have to manually adjust that because I can't be more precise with the controls. It only goes down so low. The fucking Latin chanting, love it. Oh, you do it in Spanish. No, we don't want to do it in Spanish. Okay. So, easy is faith mode, normal is guilt mode, and then hardcore is penance mode. So, a penance, for those that don't understand Judeo-Christian, like Catholicism and all that, the idea of penance is you're paying a penance, you're paying a price, it's a debt, it is a, you are guilty, and you have asked absolution of God, and God is coming to you and saying, and usually it was the church that would seek penance, right? The idea is that you must repent, you must say you are sorry, you ask for God's forgiveness and God's love and God's light and all this crap, and then you, usually penances were paid as like community service, going on crusades, or it could even result in things like flagellation, where there are certain sects that were more hardcore about it, and you'd have Catholics that would there's like hardcore Catholic sects that they will literally beat themselves as penance. It referred to as flagellation. They would flail themselves, right? So they would have like a leather, like, how do I describe it? It's referred to as a cat of nine tails. I don't know why, but it's got like 9 strands, I guess, so that's why they call it. I don't know. Anyway, point being, and it leaves marks, so I guess it's like a cat scratch. That's the idea. It doesn't really break the skin unless you are doing it very hard, or you're doing it in the same spot over and over again, and you're weakening the muscles there. It basically just stings the crap out of you, and it, like, depending, if you hit somebody lightly with it, if you hit them with just the edge, it can be like a flick, or if, in the case of these Catholic guys with the penance stuff, they would, like, they disrobe and they would kneel, before God and, accept their punishment to themselves. They'd have to do it to themselves. Like, it wasn't like somebody else was whipping them. They would usually do it to themselves to prove their devotion, to say that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it really hard to myself. Like, you got to do it good. And then the cardinals or whatever would absolve you and say, okay, your sins are forgiven, and now you are back in the grace of the Lord and all this crazy fucking religious shit. So that kind of gives the idea of like what is a penance, and for people that maybe don't know.
In the dark days of the 11th century, the Abbey of St. Maurice guards secrets older than faith itself. Within its millennial stone walls, silence conceals truths that challenge both God and man.
This is 11th century, so
Master
started like the
Serenus
Dark
death
Ages type of shit.
Shakes the Abbey's foundations. At his funeral, the brothers' tears mix with whispers of suspicion. Elias watches the closed coffin and feels something terrible hides beneath the prayers.
Okay, it's getting creepy. Sorry, I had the mouse in the middle of the screen. I just realized. My bad.
Reveals the truth. He didn't die from illness. His staff, marked with ancestral runes, contains a power that transcends human understanding.
Interesting.
The legacy he leaves to Elias will change the fate of both worlds.
Okay, so I'm guessing like
Elias
Yeah.
walks toward the cemetery.
Elias,
Unaware
yeah.
he crosses the threshold between.
So I'm like taking up the old guy's
He
staff. Like
carries
he's
his
dead.
master's staff
Yeah.
and
He was my
iron
master. I'm his
determination.
apprentice. So I take up his mantle
His
and
pilgrimage toward truth
the
begins.
pilgrimage towards truth. You know, so
But
you
the
kind of get the
shadows
idea here, right?
already whisper
That's what I'm saying. It's
his
like they have a calling of God and all this shit, and they, you know, blah, blah. So I gotta like go stop at the evil madness. In silence before dawn, guilt whispers louder than ever. Very cool. So very feels very like flash gamey. How do I? Arrow keys. Okay. Okay, so you just walk left and right. Yeah, this is something that, you know, with like if you lowered the budget a bit, this would fit right in with like flash game stuff. Excuse you, the fucking hand. Creepy.
Raise your prayer in devotion. Mark the rhythm with your faith.
Okay, so
The beat of
space.
your prayer shall banish the guilt that consumes it.
Oh. So it's like a timing thing. Ah, fuck, I suck at this. Dude. I fucking suck. Am I supposed to hit it in like the center or? What? Am I supposed to hold it till the? Am I doing the center or the ring here? What am I trying to do? All it said was like do this, right? It's not doing shit. Also, why would you make it arrow keys? Why not WASD? I mean, okay, letting go beforehand is a problem. Letting go before the middle circle is a problem. Letting go on the circle is a problem. Excuse me. Hold on, just kill me. Can I just die of faith or whatever? I guess I gotta just hold it? I'm so confused. Right, okay. So I don't think it's like a timing thing. I think I'm just supposed to hold it and it is swapping faith for guilt. It's like burning one bar to do the other bar. Okay. So we have to like get rid of this thing. I'm sorry, can I like pause your game in some way to figure out what the fuck is going on? Also, how am I supposed to get out of the game if there's no fucking pause with the escape? But I'm hitting like every button to try to find the end key here. It's not. It's literally just arrow keys. Like what the fuck? Ow, he touched me in the foot. I stubbed my toe on a demon.
This object holds memory. One piece of a greater mystery.
Okay, petals were collected at dawn by Serp. Okay, so he's gonna try and touch me. I don't want to be cut. Ah, god damn it. He was so underground. That's bullshit. Ah, snick. Okay, we're not supposed to do that. We're just supposed to like avoid getting hit. Kind of like Mario. You gotta just don't walk into the Goombas, into Koopas, and the. Oh man. So you gotta like
If a
move
shadow
slowly.
approaches, press left to raise the shield. Do not abandon the prayer. Right must continue marking the rhythm.
Okay, so you do the rhythm thing, and then you can hit that to shield. Okay. Wait, am I supposed to hit left with this? Oh my god, I get it. Okay, it was supposed to be hold space and then do left. Okay, now I get it. All right, it's a little confusing. Just a smidge
Your
confused,
staff
but that's okay.
glows when a corrupted creature approaches. Pray then, activate your shield to destroy it. Fail, and guilt consumes you.
Don't get hit by the spider. This is actually really cool. So there's a simplicity here today. Yeah. Fuck you. Okay. There's a simplicity to the controls, but like you're not running and jumping. It's not like a platformer. It's almost like a platformer where there's no platforming.
Should the shadow
It's like a
break your
defensive
prayer,
platformer.
the guilt of that object will grow relentlessly.
I'm trying to hit it like in the middle of the circle. I think that's the best. You gotta hit it just the right time. Shit. It's like a rhythm game. It's like a defensive rhythm platformer. It's very weird. You gotta just get really good at the timing. It's a precision platformer without the platforming. It's just a precision. Okay, I think I did it. Yeah. You can come back up? Yeah, he is. Ow.
Your faith heals. Your guilt consumes. Both are necessary, but balance is key.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this sucks so bad. Oh, these controls feel a little too tight. It's giving Devil May Cry, and by that I mean overly precise controls that expect perfection. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The timing is so rough. It's not bad timing. It's not like it's designed wrong. It just kind of sucks. It's hard to get used to.
Absorb this to reduce guilt. But some regenerate over time. Don't drain them fully.
Okay, so don't use this up for all the faith. Just get a little bit of faith. So you don't want to completely destroy this. You just want to use it mostly. Okay, and then we'll leave it so we can balance the faith. Okay, so you guys kind of get the idea. Help! How do I get out? Why is there no like escape key for your thing? Okay. Yikes. That's cool though. I think I'll play that in my own time just for funsies. The art's really cool. Like I said, it feels very flash gamey, very like the basic controls and the art's not basic. The art's really nicely done. It's got some good detail in there. That's very cool. Okay. So Penance did that one. That's a really cool one. So I'm gonna keep an eye on. All right. Lunar's probably gonna take a second to get into Prime Monster, Shadow Mysteries. Sherman Commander might take a second. They will come. Wilds of blah blah blah. Let's try. You know what? No. We'll do Wilds and Witchspire, and then we'll do They Will Come. That'll work. So, the Wilds of what is this? The Wilds of Dakrama. Field notes from a poorly supervised alchemist and his unruly clockwork companion. I love super long like shit like that. Like, oh my god, it's just ow. That was fucking ow in my ear. But it was I love super long stuff like that. Like super long titles or like parenthetical titles. Those are also really fun. I just like that it's like the Wilds of Dakrama. Like it's like fine print. And there's like a sticky note off to the side for the Clockwork Companion as a kind of a tag along. That's fun. It's a fun name or a fun title in a logo format. Okay, not doing too bad. Getting there. What time is it? Been at about 3 hours. Not bad. So yeah, we'll go about another 2 hours, and that should finish her up. Cool. Do need water though. So I think after this one, I take a second to go get some water. Maybe a snack. I got a salad in there I might use. Make me a little salad. Cause there's ooh, maybe I'll wait on that. Maybe because I got like some fish and rice from the other night. And I might do the salad with that, but I don't want to have that like right this minute. Okay, no motion blur, graphics to low. Why is everything so quiet for this one? Oh, the music's just really quiet. That's good. That it didn't start off too bad. Looks like optimization might be a little fucked, but if we go low, it might get our frames to be better. I don't know. Okay, try that. Maybe it'll load better when it's not like in the menu. I don't know. I don't know. Its frame rate's not looking so good on OBS, but ow, ow. That's not at all what it sounded like.
Merlin's beard.
Fuck
I
off.
must have nodded off. I must say, I don't recall landing the airship here. I'm sure I'll remember soon enough.
Actually, Edric, you are currently unconscious aboard the airship.
Enough dilly-dallying, Elpin. I may need your assistance here.
Okay, the
feels
audio needs serious work, and the world has collapsed. Okay, don't think we'll be doing this one then. Yeah, gonna need to optimize your game there, bud. It does look cool, though. It does look like a fun little kind of platforming adventure. Again, I don't... At least with this guy talking, he has a reason to be talking, because he's talking to his robotic companion. It's like, he's got a guy he's talking to, whereas the other ones that were talking, they were talking to themselves. It's very... it annoys me. I don't like it when they do that. But at least here, yeah. It's almost like a game about my uncle, right? Is that what I'm thinking of? I swear there's a game called that, but yeah. So you can see it's like this platformer adventure type of thing. You know, get different abilities, platforming stuff with. Very cool. Very hip. Needs some optimization though. Like some serious goddamn optimization. Okay, so go ahead and uninstall that one. But it does look cool. I'll keep my eye on it. But no, like a game about Uncle, or a game about my uncle, a story about my uncle. That's what's called. A story about my uncle. Like it's, I think that's kind of similar. Like the glove specifically is giving me uncle vibes, because it's like a similar glove in this game, and this one's like puzzles and platforming and same kind of vibes, right? But this game is from a couple years ago. When did it come out? That was 2014. Yeah, so it's been out for a minute. Yeah, I do plan on playing this one too at some point. I'll probably just play it on my own time though. But yeah, like just a chill game, chill kind of fantasy exploration type of thing. Okay, so we'll try Witchspire in a minute, but I need to get a drink and probably go to the bathroom real quick, and then we will be back. So stay tuned. return. I have me some chips. So we gonna munch on some chips. Do them down here so that you guys don't have to hear it in the mic. Opening a bag of chips is loud. I'll crunch on a few of these while waiting for this to load up. Oh, I'm putting it over there. Well, mic's over here. I don't want to get too much of the crunchy sound. Oh, those are pretty good. Just need a couple. Well, we're getting some encoder overloading, and I'm getting some frame dips in OBS, so something must be loading. I don't know. Yeah, Mom was feeling like sandwiches lately, so she got a little sandwich ring that they do over there at Publix. They like make a ring of sandwich, and then they, cut it into various little pieces, which is good. They're a little dense though with the bread, so you have to smush it down. Otherwise, it's hard to bite. But yeah, pretty good. I might have that later. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm feeling the salad or the fish. Cause we do have leftover fish. Probably eat that sooner rather than later. Cause the rice, I got like a piece of fish and I got a rice. It's like a beer battered fish. So like a beer battered fish and some rice. And if I do that with the salad, that might be a nice little thing together. I do have I'm thawing out some of the crunch wraps. They seem to have thawed out pretty good, but I want to give them a minute and maybe have those tomorrow night. Or actually, no, I'm planning on doing onion burgers tomorrow night. Yeah. Anyway, I think the next batch of crunch wraps I do, I'm just gonna forego the sour cream and lettuce, and I'll still probably throw the tomato in there. But at that point, I don't know if I'll even bother to prep them. I think I could just prep like the tomatoes. Like the lettuce, you don't want to try and prep lettuce. Lettuce doesn't really hold too well. So I'll probably have to chop the lettuce fresh every time I want to make one or two. But I don't know. Then again, yeah, that's the thing is I need to find some kind of green that's affordable. Maybe celery. Maybe if I like finely chop celery to get some greens in there, maybe that might freeze better. Because reheated celery is a lot better than like reheated lettuce wilts. Reheated celery, it's firm enough. I think if I reheat it and then like cool it back down or like thaw it out and then just quickly fry it up in a pan to like reheat it like a couple minutes either side, that might work. Or maybe I'll just start prepping burritos instead, like cheesy beefy burritos, something like that. All right, where's my settings? You're giving me sound and giving me bullshit, but where's my settings? Okay, we're doing a server army. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we'll just create a world and say fuck it. I guess I'll have to... Hang on, I'm just gonna mute it for you guys because you can't hear me fucking talk. I can barely hear myself think with this crap. I hate that. I really hate when games don't have like a settings and like audio where you can check it out. Like you're giving me this character creator and everything, which is good, but I haven't even set my graphics or my audio yet, and you're just dumping me right in. So now I have to change all this here, and that's a pain in my fucking ass. Really uncool to do that, not have settings on the main menu where they're supposed to be. So let's see, frame rate. Okay, yeah, VSync on. Yeah, everything's ultra, so we turn that to low. Maybe that'll fix the frame issue. Fucking TSR upscaling. I don't want upscaling. I want user specified. I want it on 100. I want it fine. Just leave it. There shouldn't be upscaling. I'm so fucking sick of devs taking the shortcut and taking the easy route and putting it on your hardware and saying, "Oh, your hardware, we're gonna use this to fake frames and upscale the image." Like, I don't want an upscaled image. I want a clean image I can see. Again, Blades of Fire is a modern example of a well-made game built on a proprietary engine that just works. Do that. Why don't, like, it can't hurt to email that team and say, "Hey, how did you guys do that? We have these challenges. How did you fix that? And how can we avoid that?" Like, what? Come on, man. Yikes, Captain. Because I'm not getting good frames at all. Myself or in OBS. Very stuttery, and, like, this is a stylized fucking game. Again, I think it's maybe a contributing factor that it said server, so, like, is it trying to run me as a server? I don't know. It just, it's a big yikes is what it is, which is unfortunate, because I was really looking forward to trying this one. It looked interesting, and I am going to put it on the wish list. I'll keep up with it. It's just, again, another issue of optimization where I can't really enjoy something. I mean, it's mixed. Like, some people are... I would not be surprised if other people are saying, "Hey, the optimization's fucked. Can y'all please do something about it?" It looked very much inspired by Spellbreak, but obviously not a battle royale. Let's see. Concept decent. It's in a rough state right now. Concept is great. Graphics are nice, but it's clunky. Let's see. The attacks are flashing cool, but fighting feels rough. Feels overall like playing a game from the PS2 era, not 2026. There's no indicators of what's going on in the UI. The tutorial tells you to level up your companion, but does not tell you how other than telling you to press a button. But once you're in that menu, there's no indication where the leveling system is. Yeah, it needs more polish. Game in early development, but this one, times where I think the game should have cooked more. It's just, yeah, it's very, it's still early access. It's still early on. Like, it's coming out this year. It doesn't even have a date yet. So again, I'll keep an eye on it, just because mechanically it looks interesting. So you have this, you have the witch thing, so you got like magic spells and, you know, arcane type of stuff, and you got the combat with big toad dudes and, you know, going around getting creatures and stuff. You got this little companion that hangs out with you. You've got base building and, you know, magical shit for harvesting, so you can, like, you know, spawn trees and then cut them down with, you know, your magical scythe that's attuned for that kind of thing. And again, like, visually it looks very cool, and I want to build a world like this, and I think it'd be cool and cozy and fun to exist in this world. But I would like, if you're gonna say single player, that doesn't mean make a server. That means offline single player that is optimized, and I better not see that upscaling crap in the full game. Otherwise, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna play it. You can eat me. I mean, the fact that your minimum requirements here, this is yikes, is like, this is what I don't like, is there's a network requirement of broadband internet connection, and, like, I don't know if that means that it's going to be technically a server in the same way that Conan does it, where it's like you're playing solo, but you're still technically in a server that's your own world, and you're, like, hosting that server. It's weird. This is the weird part. It's like, graphics is like a 1060, but the processor they want to be like an 8400, and that's, like, I guess 2 generations up from what I'm using. It's very strange. It's very strange. And then there's, like, the recommended, of course, is like a 3000 series, which, I mean, yeah, a lot of people are on that, but if you're somebody like me that's never had the chance to stack some money up and get a new computer, it's like, you're going to be working off 10-year-old hardware, and there's no reason that the game in the future should be less optimized than the game in the past. If anything, the game in the past should be clunkier depending on your hardware, and the game in the future, the software should be better to compensate for older hardware architecture. Like, you should not be bloating the game just because the graphics card can hold more, and you're expecting that on the hardware side. It's like, build for a minimum level of tech, and then you can add on top of that. Like, healthy foundation here, people. Healthy foundation. So yeah, let's see. Moving on. All right, well, this is saving us some time, at least. So, silver lining there is we're not having to spend too much time in these demos, because there's some optimization issues, but... All right, moving on. They will come. Let's see if this is going to be a fucking nightmare. Either way, we're getting through it, so there's that. So They Will Come seems to be a Little Nightmares type of horror game, horror 3D platformer thing. Seems to be the idea. My hair is a fucking wreck. I mean, it's better than yesterday because I actually had my laundry was done yesterday, so today I was able to wake up and take a shower and look all fabulous with my fluffy head. But my head is also fluffy, so I gotta get these sides taken off. I could take them off with a scissor if I really wanted to. I could just chop it down short, but, you know, I like to go in and, you know, get it done. It's only a couple bucks to go get it done, the place I go. You know, it's nice to go in there and get all fancy. Plus, it's in the mall, which is an excuse to go to the food court, because the mall food court has an awesome Asian place in there where they load up your plate, and it's pretty affordable, and, yeah, pretty cool. Ah, good. Another unoptimized mess. I can see the frames. Alright. Woo! We are, like, 4 for 4, or 3 for 3 at this point for audio and crap. Yo, when I turn master volume down to 1, that should not be as far as I need to go. 5 should take it down. Why is your music volume still super fucking high? I should not have to turn that down individually. That's the whole point of the... It still sounds super loud on 5, on the master volume of 5. Yeah, again, FSR! What is this shit? Oh, look at this. Ultra, but no, I'm not even gonna... No, I'm not even going to humor you. Okay? Again, I'd like to play this game. It looks cool. It looks like, you know, a thing. You've got this little character guy. He's going around with some automatons and stuff. He's hiding. And very much like, again, Little Nightmares-esque. Like steampunk Little Nightmares is kind of the vibe, you know, that I'm getting. It's kind of a platformer thing. Like a horror platformer. But, for fuck's sake, like, that's 2 games. 2 games back-to-back that had the upscaling bullshit in it. And I'm sorry, no. You can't just say, oh, well, just change the upscaling to a performance mode. Yeah, then you know what the performance mode looks like? It looks like mucky, jaggy, just smeared crap. And it ruins the art style you're going for. And it's not the player's fault that you want to have a bunch of lights and high-quality textures in your scene. It is not on the hardware of the gamer. Let me say this again. It is not the gamer's fucking fault that you are overambitious and you did not dedicate time to optimize your game. Again, I'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if they improve it in the future. But, like, what the fuck, man? You know? Like, this is stupid right here. Check this out. AMD Ryzen 3 3300 or equivalent. Bitch, what do you mean? Like, you building this only for AMDs and then Intel's an afterthought? Or you couldn't be fucked to look up what the equivalent of a Ryzen 3 is in Intel terms? That's just lazy. I mean, you got graphics are AMD or NVIDIA 1080. Like an RTX 1080, mind you. I'm on a GTX 1080 Ti. And you're asking me to go get an RTX, 1080. Like, okay, cool. But that's not even, this is minimum, by the way. This is minimum, right? Additional notes. Targeting low settings, FSR quality performance, frame interpolation on. That's called fucking lazy is what that is. Like, I'm sorry, but that's you passing the buck and making me deal with the hardware issue. Yeah, got a long way to go, a lot of hand-holding tutorial, really bad camera movement, you know. Is anyone mentioning at all, like, what the thing is, you know, face gets stuck if you're gonna make a stalker enemy. Like, a lot of people are saying there's glitches and stuff too. There's some jank with the camera, you know, and again, fix those things definitely, but you can't even fix those things unless you're gonna optimize the game so people can play the game properly. You know, some of that jank might be coming from graphical stuttering or issues. Jesus Christ, that's like 3 for 3. We've had just problems with FSR and stuff. Moving on. We're saving a lot of time. We're not wasting time on these. We're speed running these. Okay. Fuck it. If we're gonna let's continue the trend. Sherman Commander will probably have this is the only one I see out of these 3 though. This is the only one I would expect there to be issues of optimization from. Because look at this fucking thing. It's a fucking, like, simulation tank, FPS type of thing. Like, you can, like, there's a lot going on. There's destructible environments and shit. So I would assume this is not going to run too well. Like, they're talking about it being, like, part RTS, and then you can take over some unit stuff. So, like, minimum here, Intel i3, so that, and a 570, right? So that's interesting. So it seems like maybe they have optimized this a bit. I don't know. We'll see. But this is what I'm expecting to give me issues, would be Sherman Commander. Wouldn't it be so funny if Sherman Commander was, like, the only one that's optimized, but it's, like, a realistic, like, war game looking thing? Oh, look, it's made in Unity, which means it has to be optimized, or the player is going to have a bad experience. You don't get a choice in Unity. There's none of this FSR, temporal interpolation garbo, right? It's in Unity, it's you optimized it or you didn't optimize it. You don't get to cheat like in Unreal. In Unreal, like, people are cheating constantly with the FSR and aliasing and all that
June
shit.
6th, 1944, D-Day. As
Yeah,
dawn
dudes.
broke over the shores of Normandy, Allied forces launched the largest amphibious assault in history. Together, they braved a storm of fire and steel, united by one goal, to
Yeah.
free Europe
Fuck
from
yeah.
tyranny. Behind the infantry, through smoke and chaos, rolled a symbol of resolve, the M4 Sherman. Facing the terrifying might of German Tigers and Panthers, war machines built to dominate with overwhelming firepower and armor, the Shermans held their ground. Through the hedgerows
USA!
of Normandy,
USA!
across the battle-scarred fields of France, through Belgium, the Netherlands, and into the very heart of Germany, the Sherman pressed on. Tanks broke through enemy lines, liberated cities, and stood victorious amid the ruins of the Third Reich, silent witnesses to the courage that crushed a regime built on fear. This is their story. This is your command. This is Sherman Commander.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, only issue I'm having... Hold on. Tight menu. Okay, so only issue I really have with that was, one, it was loud as fuck. So I was trying not to talk. I was just kind of giving it its moment. And then, two, so I'm going to drop everything down to like 25, I think. The announcer sounded like a little bit AI-ish, which I don't like. But that's not so egregious. It could just be like an audio like text bank as well. That's, it depends. But yeah. Or it could just be a bad voice actor. I don't know. I would take a bad voice actor over AI any day of the week. So this is the thing, is there's like simulation, so like RTS simulation type stuff. There's action where like you can hop in the gunner's seat and take control of the tank and all that, which is cool. So we're obviously going to put this on low to try to maximize our chances of it running well. We'll see. But that's awesome. I hope like in the campaign when you go to do missions, it's... Because that shit happened in like World at War as well, where you would start the mission and we give you these like real war footage and documents, but it would give you these like silhouetted, kind of like characters that are all like fighting and dying and stuff on like a sand table. Very cool stuff. That felt very much like the History Channel type stuff to me. It's like, this is... Like, you could literally use that as the opener with the guy, the History Channel guy. Like, he is a very known face as an announcer. Like, not known face as an announcer. A known voice as an announcer, because he's the guy. He's the History Channel guy. Excuse me. He's like the History Channel guy. He's known as the announcer. He announces like, the war stuff. You just know it when you hear it. And you could put that with his announcement, like a little more upbeat, a little more intense, and you could put that on TV as an intro to a, autobiography of a Sherman commander, or like a look inside like what was the daily life of a Sherman commander and how did the war go for them and what were and that kind of thing. The unfortunate thing about that though is you have only so many interviews from guys that were in World War II because it was so long ago that a lot of them have died off from old age. Like, a lot of them are just, there's very, very few remaining of, you know, what came to be known as the greatest generation, right? There's like a couple of generations around it. There's like the lost generation around the 1900s, 1912s, World War One veterans and things. And then next up was the silent generation, right? And the silent generation is also sometimes referred to as the greatest generation. So the reason they're revered as the greatest generation is because, you know, you have the Civil War guys, which the generational stuff didn't really start until the 1900s when they really started studying that. But the Civil War guys, they were great in their own right. They were the Union guys. They were the Lincoln generation. They were the, you know, the guys that ended chattel slavery, and they ended, you know, like they burned the South to the ground, and they that was kind of the first strike in the modern context against occupation, against tyranny, and against oppression, right? That was the start of America's kind of history of freedom and liberty. A lot of people like to look at the Revolutionary War, and yes, technically, but it was that was mostly just a colonial dispute. It was a dispute between a colony and the British Empire. And after the British Empire collapsed, then we saw the idea of, like, crushing tyranny, right? Because the British Empire had persisted for so long, and they had so much control of the world, and they kept going back and forth spatting with the French, that a lot of the world up to that point had been subjugated by, you know, Napoleon or the British Crown or all this. And, you know, the greatest generation, they earned their title because not only did they go off to war, they did so willingly, with patriotism in their heart, with a love for humanity and a desire to shed their blood for the great sacrifice of the new world, of destroying the old world of war and poverty and imperialism and you know, fascism, as fascism had rose up in, you know, Italy. First in Italy it was fascismo, and then Hitler was like, dude, that's amazing, and like took that, and he became the face of fascism. And the Italians were real quick to change that tune. Oh, the second the war started to go the way of the Allies, they were like, we give up, we're done. We basically walked into Italy. Like, there was fighting in Italy for I think it was just a few weeks, basically. Like, the second the Pacific Fleet found its way up into Italy, and like we got into there, it was like, that's GG's. The Italians basically surrendered immediately, because most of them didn't even like the fascists and the Italian stuff, and that was you know, they went along with it, so they're still fascists themselves because they allowed it to take over their country. But, you know, just as if Trump keeps up his bullshit and has a whole new, if he starts World War III and he's fascist and whatever, and anyone left alive at that point, if you're still alive, you didn't fight hard enough. You should be dead among the bodies. You know, you should be among the patriots who died for your country to stop fascist and tyrannical governments, right? You should not be alive long enough to say, it wasn't me, not my fault, I was a victim too. It's like, no, you weren't. You were a survivor, right? You survived, you know, the occupation of your own country by your own government, but the way you survived was turning a blind eye and allowing your government to become tyrannical in the first place. Anywho, but that's the whole thing, and it's very powerful, and I like that. Very powerful opener, very, very cool setup there. Now let's see if the game's actually any good. So basic controls, camera controls, combat. I don't know how much of this I'll go through, but yeah, so we got like the tutorial, so obviously we gotta know how to move and stuff. Yeah. This should be narrated. This would be cool too, if there was like a play button here and I could have this narrated. By a human, not by a machine. Even if it's bad voice acting, I'll take it. Yeah. Lieutenant, we are finally getting off these goddamn beaches and heading inland. The Germans still can't believe what's happening, but it won't last long. Our task is to clear all remaining pockets of enemy resistance in the area. Once that is done, we can link up with the rest of the company and head further south towards Chamon. Or Camon. Godspeed, Lieutenant. So, this is the invasion of France, right? Normandy D-Day. So they're pushing into France. And the Shermans were like, they weren't the tip of the spear, I wouldn't say. they were sort of the cavalry, because at this point cavalry was no longer a thing. So tanks became like the cavalry. The tip of the spear were the airborne rangers. Those were the guys dropped behind enemy lines, and they would be fucking shit up, and they would be blowing up bunkers and stuff, and trying to clear a path. And then the tip, that was tip as a spear. The edge of the knife, right, was the infantry. So the infantry would come in, they would fucking assault these cities and these building things, but the key was artillery and mechanized warfare. That was the key. And these Shermans, people like to look and, they think they're underdogs is what they are. So, like, they're smaller, they have less armor, they have less stopping power, but the key is that you're not fighting one Sherman. It's the same thing that gave us victory in the naval conflicts as well, because when you were fighting American boats, you were not fighting a destroyer or a battleship or a carrier. You were fighting all of them simultaneously. So you had the carriers providing air support from their planes. You had the battleships able to provide, like torpedoes and they would use their anti-aircraft to cover the carriers, right? And then it's like, okay, so we'll just destroy the destroyer. It's like, so we'll go after the battleship. Nuh-uh, you won't, because the destroyer's got even more guns, and that's why it's called a destroyer. It's there to fuck your shit up. It's there to bash you, and like, oh, your ship's over there, I got 5-inch barrels over here. Boom! And we're just gonna knock you out with that. It's a phalanx. It's a flank. It's a hard defense. It's something that was basically a resurrection of the Roman, or the Romans, the Spartans, the Greeks, the way they would fight with mixed tactics and mixed units, and they would say, okay, this goes here, that goes there. Big brain strategic lineups of things. So Shermans, again, you could get 1, 2, you could kill 5 of these things, but every one you took out, it was like a Hydra. There were like 5 more of them, because they were small, they were cheap, they were maneuverable, and the Germans and the Russians and whatever, the Tiger tanks and the Panzer tanks and whatever, and later on the Russians, because we were allies with Russia, like enemy of my enemy type stuff in World War II. But the idea was you would go up against these guys, and yeah, they might have one Tiger that's like really, it's fucking your shit up, but Shermans flanked by infantry, so there'd be tank hunter crews that they would be tank hunters. They would run out, they would have bazookas and stuff, and they would just be dropping shots in, trying to blow them up. And you didn't even have to disable the tank entirely. It's not about getting rid of the crew in the tank. It's about disabling the tank. So you could do something as simple as pop the track off that thing, and they basically have to give up at that point. I mean, they would usually go down fighting, right? A lot of them didn't want to be captured because they were like completely psycho fascists that were like, death before dishonor type of shit. Not as crazy as the Japanese with their bonsai charges, but still pretty crazy. But you could pop the tank. You could, if you could land a good shot on like the turret, if you can disable the turret or disable the treads, if it can't move or it can't shoot, that's it. The tank has no choice. You have to. They would be lucky if you let them surrender, because a lot of the Americans, there were a lot of instances of, let's say, Geneva violations. The checklist was checked off in a lot of instances. Like, there was a lot of instances where you would have Nazi prisoners, and the Nazis and Nazis, the Germans, the Nazis, they would be taken prisoner, and they'd be marching them across Europe, back across into our lines to take them prisoner, put them in camps, and check them off as like, okay, this is an officer, he knows stuff, he's got to get, we're going to get some intel out of this guy. And usually they'd cut him a break. They would say, okay, well, since you're cooperating with us, we'll take that into consideration at your trial, and that was the idea. They should have hung them all, but, like, what I would do is I would offer them the simple, hey, we can shoot you clean in the head when the time comes, or we can lynch you and let you strangle and dangle there for a bit. That's the only fucking thing you should do with a fascist. Nazi, fascist, whatever the fuck, any type of fascist, right? Fuck them. Goddamn genocidal bastards. That's what Israel needs right now, and not Jewish people. I'm saying Israel specifically. Netanyahu and his shit, perpetuating a genocide. Not to get super political, but fuck them, alright? Fuck the IDF, fuck all those guys. They're monsters, and they need the same treatment the Nazis got. Same fucking, same shit, different day, right? Anyway, point being, these guys, sometimes their prisoners wouldn't make it to the, sometimes there'd be like one guy who's supposed to like march 8 or 9 prisoners back towards, friendly lines. And they would have instances where maybe the guy doesn't, survive. Like, usually it'd be the SS officers that got assassinated, or, if the guy's in a bad mood and he doesn't like being there, he might just kill all of them. Might just take his fucking Thompson or his Garand, whatever he had on him, whatever he's guarding him with, and he would just, usually a Thompson would be assigned to him, because you could, if the prisoners try to jump the guard, like, he could just mow them all down, that kind of thing. And they would just, and the excuse would be, you're in the middle of nowhere, nobody sees it, oh, what happened? Oh, they jumped me, they were trying to kill me, so I shot them, but they wouldn't stop, so I just ended up having to shoot them all. What a shame. And there's no survivors to tell the story, so it's, and yeah, and that's better, and that's honestly better than some of them deserve, because, again, fuck Nazis. But yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so game mode. So we're doing simulation action. So simulation, recommended for tank enthusiasts and milsim fans. Realistic visibility, crew reacting to orders with slight delay. So you tell them what to do, and then it takes them a second because they have to register it in their brain. They have to work the controls, The commander is vulnerable to small arms fire when looking out from the hatch. So, like, you can take damage when you're peeking out the little hatch, because they didn't have a periscope on these things like other tanks did. They had hatches, so they would just flip. The tank commander would sit. Let me see if we can find a schematic, so you guys can get an understanding what a inside of a Sherman's like. I'm sure you'll see the inside of it, but let's see. Sherman interior. So to give you guys an idea of where the commander would sit. So you had a tank commander, you had a gunner, you had a driver. There were several positions. So let's see. So this was your driver down here. This was you can see he's got the pedals and things, and this would work the drive shaft into the engine. So the engine was situated in the back. The reason for this was because you didn't want the engine, like, if it was in the middle, it would take up space. If it was in the front, it would be a target, right? So you'd have to reinforce the front if it was up there. So they put it in the back, and it pushes from the back, and, a lot of tanks are designed that way. But this one was especially, like, that's one advantage the Sherman had, was it had armor that was thicker in the back to protect the engine. The rest of it, maybe not so much, but, fine. The ammo was centered in the middle. So it was in the middle, like, no matter which side you tried to attack it from, you can't blow out the ammo dump. So the best you could do is, maybe you could get an HE shell to come in and kill one of these guys, but you could kill the driver, and it could still shoot at you. You could kill the commander, and somebody could still drive and shoot and still figure out where you're at, because this guy could see out. He had a little periscope here. These other guys didn't, but you'd have to take out both the driver and the commander to really fuck the tank over. And even then, I mean, you can adjust, right? So you had the like gunners and whatever back here, and then here's your driver. Then your commander was basically up top here, or something like that. He would be here with the hatch, so he would like poke his head out of the hatch. You'd have this like little slit here. That's like the mirror for the hatch. So it was kind of a periscope, but it wasn't like a periscope that was movable. So he would like be up here checking stuff out and be able to pop out of the top hatch. If somebody comes near the tank, he could take his sidearm and like pop over and shoot him off it to keep him from coming in and like dropping grenades, trying to get the hatch open and drop grenades in there, stuff like that. That'd be a tactic as well, as like, you would, because once you're disabled, it's like, okay, well, you got to come out and surrender, but, they could also be opening the hatch, come out and fire at you. So a lot of times they'd come and they would like wait for the guy to surrender. They'd have like the grenade in their hand. They would, wait till he starts to open the hatch to see what's going on, and he would like, you'd rip the hatch open, throw it in, and then you'd like sit on the hatch and just blow up the whole thing with a grenade. Okay, so there's that, right? Which is probably what we'll go do. But then there's action, which is recommended for new and casual players. External camera, streamlined controls. The commander cannot be hurt by small arms. So this is more you're playing as the tank. This is you're playing as the crew. So this is your more traditional FPS role of I am the tank, I move around, I shoot things. This is the milsim nerd stuff, which is kind of what I'm here for. So I want to see how we're going to do this. Okay. W, A, S, and D. Speed up, down, left, right. Okay. Q and E is for rotate left, right. So turning, there's the turning and then the turret control. So that's independent movement of each other. F and G is the inside view. So you can like look left and right. Right. Press and hold shift to enter command modes. That's issuing commands to your team. Select options, attack enemy unit, move tank or unit. Middle mouse is to look around, right? Tactical map, ceasefire. So if you're telling your guys fire at will and you go ceasefire, you know, and they just, you know, stop shooting at whatever they're shooting at. Crew orders are hold to select crew member, press to issue. So you've got, I guess, movement, aim, load, or aim, fire, and load. Something like that. And then over here we have the hash view, commander, exposed enemy fire. So you can view, you know, different types of views and periscopes and things. Gotcha. Okay. Right. And then control is to add or subtract from unit selections. You can like tell different units to go different places. It's okay. There's a lot going on here. So we got the compass, the objective, the marker, move out with the move out order for the driver, move out in reverse. Okay. Oh my god. A lot of options. Okay. So there's like a lot you gotta take it. Enemy tank. I think these icons need to be bigger or just different. I feel like having these red rhombuses is fine, but you need to make the icon in the middle bigger and simpler. It's like enemy machine gun. That could just be like 3 bullets or like a bandolier of bullets. Enemy anti-tank, a bazooka or an explosion, right? And then that's an anti-tank team, that's an anti-tank gun. So anti-tank gun would be explosion with a shield, right? So it's a hardened thing. Anti-tank team, explosion, just explosion. So explosion or explosion in a shield, right? Enemy tank could just be tank tread or a big gear, right? So that's mechanized, right? Enemy machine gun, like again, bandolier, and then infantry could just be a helmet, right? You need to simplify these designs a lot, because in the heat of the moment, I'm going to need to know who's where, what, and what everything looks like on that map. I cannot sit here and memorize silhouettes of people, tanks, you know, guns, and gun teams. That's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on. And just, you want to simplify that, so that you know what you're looking at. Alright, so get command modes, platoons, and it's going to get complicated. But I just want to see the physical stuff.
You can look around by holding the middle mouse button. You can...
Okay, can I, like... make some settings here, my guy?
that each time you press W or S, the driver will shift
Oh, why are we on mid-quality? I said low, motherfucker.
For the tutorial, the fastest you can go is the 3rd gear.
Okay, I'm trying to go low settings. It went to medium for some reason. Okay, so here we can look around. Cool. Very cool. Right.
Once you are in gear, there is no need to continue holding W. Therefore, W and S work just like a sequential gearbox.
Right, so forward, backward, right? Drive, reverse.
Once you are in 1st gear, pressing S will stop the tank. Once the tank has stopped, pressing S will put you in reverse. Now try reaching the objective.
Okay.
Remember that you can press Tab at any time to stop the tank.
So tab is our brake, S is to reverse, and W is to move. Okay, so we want to go there. There we go. Stop. Reverse. Okay, 1st gear. Right, it's down here. It's like 1st gear. Another UI criticism I have. This should probably be at the top with the compass, or it should be bigger. And it'd be cool if it was like a gear shifter. So like this is cool. I like the compass. But you're already giving me a compass up here, so either you gotta pick one. Either put the gears up here in like big bold, or you put the gears down here and keep this compass but get rid of that compass. I don't know. I personally would go with like tank in the middle in this circle with a compass off to the side, like a real physical looking compass that has like the arrow north, south, east, west, right? And the arrow points in different directions. And then over to the right, I would put the gear shifter, showing like, okay, we're going forward, we're going backward with like basic arrows instead of 1, 2, 3 down here. That's kind of hard to see. It's hard to know. I mean, you'll know if you're going fast or you're not going fast, but if I want to like crank this up, I go to gear 3. I'm in 3rd gear now, and then I gotta slow down. I gotta take a second. Like, I don't know if it's slowing down or not. You know, it's harder to tell that. So then we're controlling the tank. Okay. We're controlling... Okay, we can't move the gun, but we can control the tank right now. Now, can I run over this? Can I just plow through that? Hell yeah, I can. Fuck that wagon. It's making me think of Band of Brothers. There's this bit in Band of Brothers where they're marching some of the Nazi prisoners away, and one of the guys is pissed because he's like, why are we here type of thing. Like, he's pissed off because these guys are like all beat up and whatever, and there's like a guy, you know, riding on a horse and whatever, and so they're in a deuce and a half and they're going the opposite direction. He stands up and he's pissed. He's like holding onto the rail and he's like, what were you thinking? You have horses, we have tanks. You know, like, he starts with kind of like a victory kind of yell. He's like, yeah, that's what you get. You deserve that, you Jew killing bastards. You know, like taunting them. But it's clearly like a projection of his own insecurities and his own fears, because, you know, he breaks down into like, what were you thinking? You have horses. Look around you. We have fucking tanks. You know, this is that. You know, get with the program. Like, he's like, he's pissed because, you know, that was Germany, is for all of the bluster of the German war machine. A lot of their shit. I mean, the same thing happened with the South in the American Civil War. They did not have the logistics for a war. They launched a war thinking that they had logistics for it. They didn't have shit set up. They barely had trade routes. They had mostly dudes with nothing to eat. A lot of guys had to bring their own rifles from home. They had, like, their uniforms were fucking made on the fly. They had, like, nothing. They had, like, nothing. And they thought they could stand up to a superior enemy. It's like, dude, read some warfare. Read some stratagems. Sun Tzu's The Art of War, maybe. Like, you're a smaller force. You need guerrilla tactics to hold out against a larger force, but you have to be able to cut off the larger force's logistics to win any battles. Logistics win wars, man. You can win a battle all you want. You can win 50 battles in a row, and you can be right on the enemy's doorstep. And you know what's going to happen? If they have a bunker complex that is highly secured with enough rations to outlast you, while their aircraft goes and blows up your logistical supply lines, they're going to win the war. It doesn't matter if there's 1,000 guys in there or 10 guys in that bunker. If they have the ability to knock out your logistics, you're fucked. Because you need food, you need water, you need fuel. That's why the Army Corps of Engineers exists, to build roads, build bridges, to fix, you know, all the mechanized shit, to fortify areas, to, like, oh my god. Anyway. Back to it. This is really cool, though. I like this. It controls pretty well. It does feel nimble. The Shermans were very nimble and very light. So you can see we've got another guy marching this way, and this is where.
Is the hatch view.
Yeah.
While in the hatch view, click here again. The 3 remaining camera views are from inside the tank. You are safe from enemy bullets, but the view is limited.
Okay. So we can, like, check what our guys are firing at. Yeah, there's some Germans.
Click here to try out the vision. The vision blocks give a wide view, but have gaps in between. You can cycle left or right by pressing F or G.
Ah, okay, so this is, like, around. So yeah, you guys can see what I'm talking about. He's, like, sitting up in the hatch. That's what we looked at in the schematic. So what's this one? Oh, this doesn't do anything. Okay.
Click here to
Got
switch
that.
to the periscope. The periscope rotates in full 360 degrees, but offers a narrow view.
Okay, cool.
Now click here to switch to the gun optic. The gun optic has adjustable zoom and allows for precise aiming. Use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out.
So you can move it with the mouse wheel, or you can just use these little arrows. It's cool. I wish I had, like, arrow keys, though. That'd be kind of cool if arrow keys were made for that, but...
Now switch back to the hammer. You can also move the tank by clicking the right mouse button anywhere on the ground to
Ah,
go
sick.
there.
Okay, cool.
Click
I don't
here
have
to
Whoa.
advance.
Whoa. Oh, it's because my turret's turned. That's the thing, is the turret. I turned the turret while I was in the gunner view.
Watch out. You are getting... There is a machine gun nest in the building. Click the left mouse button on the building. The gunner will aim
Fire!
the gun and shoot it.
Oh, yeah. Reload!
An enemy
Fuck
tank
yeah,
has
that's
appeared.
awesome.
Switch to HVAP ammo to destroy it. Select the loader and then select Now traverse the gun on the target. You can use Q and E to traverse left and right. Now switch to the gun optic to aim the gun at the target. Use the arrows to aim or press and hold the middle mouse. Press spacebar to fire.
Fire!
Hit him again.
Oh, yeah.
Press spacebar to fire.
Reload! Fire! Oh, with the kill cam. Ooh, that's so
Good job.
cool.
Don't forget to switch back to HG ammo before you end. Now switch back to
So we have like
vision
limited
blocks.
ammo. We have to
Another way to
restock our ammo
control the
later.
tank is to order the driver. Open the driver's menu and select move out.
Okay, driver menu. Driver menu. Move up!
Enemy infantry. The bow
So he's
gunner
gonna
will
kinda just
automatically
go
shoot the machine
straight
gun
ahead.
at infantry in front of the tank.
Okay, so the machine gun will automatically try to kill infantry. Got it. See, this is really cool. I don't think we need to see more of this. I think we get it. It would like, yeah, it would take a bit to really get into it, but that's so cool. I would love a HOTAS setup. Now that I have like a really firm desk, because I didn't have one before because the desk I used was really flimsy. But now that I have a like an architect's desk, I can mount some shit to. I can like properly mount like a control panel on one side and a joystick on the other and just do that, or you know, mount the arms back on my chair and just take them on and off to, you know, whenever I want to play something with a joystick. This would be sick with like a HOTAS to just like, you know, like let's go look at the guys that make the sim controllers. They make these haptic whole setup simulators. Also, kudos to Sherman Commander. You were the only one. You looked like you were gonna have problems, and yet you're the only one in the last 4 or 5 demos I just did. Like 3 to 5 demos, however many it was, but like 3 or 4 or whatever, that you actually ran beautifully. Once I got it down to low settings, it was actually really good. And yet we still had like the destructible buildings and stuff. Very cool. I think this game will be really good in like the simplified version. I don't know. Like I said, if you have like, if I can customize the controls with my mouse and my keyboard to get everything really good, then maybe it'll be like you get muscle memory for it and you get really good at it. Or if you have like a HOTAS, so you have like the joystick for moving things, and then you have the left for the throttle, or vice versa. You have like joystick left and then throttle right, whichever hand, and then maybe like some pedals, right? That'd be like forward, backward, turn left, turn right, that kind of thing. That would be really cool. But I think it's nice that they have the casual one where you can just like control it in the usual FPS sense of third person controls, roll around as a tank, shoot some stuff. You don't really have to order the tank crew around. I think that'll be fun for like, you know, PvP and stuff. I don't know. It depends. But yeah, I think the only glaring issue I'm seeing, the UI is pretty good, but the only glaring issue that I'm seeing is those icons. I think the icons are going to need some serious work so that you can see on the map. Because like, look at this image. Looking at this image, tell me what like the difference is between this silhouette and this silhouette. You know, like cover. Well, you guys can't see. Fuck, it's by my head. But you know, tell me at a glance what some of these icons are. You know. Like, there's a difference, yes, between the tank icon and the soldier icon. But it becomes hard to know, like, okay, if you're looking at a soldier, are you looking at a soldier? Are you looking at a soldier crew? Are you looking at... Like, this is a friendly soldier, right? And then when we look up here, that's an enemy soldier. What the fuck is the difference? Like, seriously, what's the difference? Like, one guy stands, the other guy leans. It's like, again, doesn't work. And... again, you could just simplify those icons a lot and make them a lot bigger, you know? And that might be scale on the map. You can, like, zoom in, zoom out, I don't know. But, like, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I'm going to copy the page URL and see if I can open that in Steam. But, let me see, Okay, yeah, so it'll just open here, and then we can maybe you guys no. Well, I think I could open the image and then show you guys. Where is it? Where's the one with like all the clustered crap I just saw a minute ago? Like this right here. So yeah, we can open the image and I can like zoom in and show you guys what I'm talking about. So yeah, now you guys can see it. Okay. Tell you what, I'm gonna zoom in further so we can center this, so you guys can actually see the damn thing. Okay, there we go. Now my fat ass head isn't in the way. We're good. Okay. So this is a friendly soldier. This is a friendly machine gun. This is a friendly anti-tank team. This is a friendly tank, right? So the difference between a friendly and an enemy is that, like, again, you don't need to change the silhouette, right? So, like, this is an MG42. It's thematic, yes. This is a bar, okay, thematic, yes, whatever. Or, actually, that's a 50 cal. That would be a 50 BMG. But, like, big fucking thing. But, whatever. But the point being, they're flipping it and they're changing the silhouette slightly, but like this is a bazooka, this is a Panzerfaust because it has the blast shield on the front. It's like an aimer on the front kind of, but yeah, like here's a friendly soldier, he stands with a gun. Here's an enemy soldier, he moves forward with a gun. Okay, what at a glance, what the fuck is the difference here? And then the tank is like a picture of a Sherman or a picture of a Tiger, and it's facing one way or the other way. That's cute. That's really cute. And that would work in like a card game. That'd be kind of a neat way to do it. But this is... Look at this. Look at this image. This image is 1920 by 1080. This is what it would look like on my screen. Like, slightly more blown up. But I have to look in the top right of my screen in 2 seconds. I have half a second or I'm going to get blown up. I got to know where my guys are, and I have to plan where I'm about to be in the next minute. How the fuck am I supposed to plan that when I can't see this? I have no idea. They're very tiny, and then I'm going to have to memorize what each one means off the top of my head. Okay, this little stick with the 2 sticks underneath it, that's a gun. And then this guy's a friendly soldier, and this soldier is crouching, so it's a soldier with a stick. And, like, the best way to test stuff like this, by the way, for, like, silhouette, is to blind yourself. So, like, you need to knock out all the other information around it and look at just the thing. So the best idea is like close one eye and kind of cross your eye, or like cross your eyes slightly or stand back and cover one eye. And you want to be far away and you want to see if you're seeing the whole thing in it. Like at this distance, I'm seeing what the devs want me to see. But if I start crossing my eyes a little bit, it all becomes a blur. And that's how motion blur works, is when you're moving your head around quickly or you move your eyes around quickly, it takes like a half a second once your eyes reach what you're looking at to gather all the information. That's why silhouette is so important. And on these, just change them. Just change them to something simpler. Like, okay, we have the Sherman. Great. It could just be a giant S. Just a curve. That's it. Nothing else curvy, just that curvy, right? S, T. S for Sherman, T for Tiger. Or fucking A for Allied tank, B for, bullshit tank, like bratwurst tank. I don't know, A, B, right? You're already kind of doing that with the blue and the red. Perfect. Contrasting colors. I know, blue guys are good, red guys are bad. Beep, boop, fuck the red team, right? That kind of shit. But, again, off the top of my head, the tanks can just be gears. So if you see a gear, you know it's a tank, right? It's just a gear, you know it's a tank, you know it's mechanized. Then you've got, blue gear, red gear, right? You know what that is, right? And, okay, if we want to be different faction-based, right? Okay, on one side, we'll have a gear. And on the enemy team, Sherman or German, whichever, I would assume with the, like, if there is PvP, one side's going to be Germans, one side's going to be Americans. But, anyway, in the campaign, at least, it's whatever. So you want to make it thematic. Okay, cool. We got the Tiger and the Panzer and whatever else. And the thing we want to make thematic is something related to the Germans or the Nazis or whatever armored division, right? If you want to do armored division, you could just as easily, like I said, S and T, Sherman, Tiger. And if those are the only ones that have those kind of silhouettes, those kind of symbols, cool, great. The soldiers can be a helmet, right? A and that could just be a big blown up helmet inside of that rhombus, so you can see it very, very clearly. So, again, if you want to get thematic with it, you can have an what is it? The MA1 or M1A helmet. Hang on. Like, what was the name of this helmet? It has a specific name. Yeah, it was the M1 helmet. So, yeah, that's the iconic World War II American helmet is the M1. So it's got like that little lip on it and whatever. And sometimes you have like the nets, right, that were on it, but that depend on like if you were a covert team or not. So if you were a marksman or an airborne or something, you need to attach something to it, so you have the mesh. Or mostly it was trying to be sneaky, so you would have the net around it so that you could stick twigs and things in the net, and then you could move along trench lines and in bushes, and that wouldn't give away that you're not like it. Sort of like an early stage ghillie suit, just more camouflage. So yeah, you got that, and then you got the the typical German helmet, right? That's kind of a different silhouette. But if we don't want to do that, we just want to have helmet, cool, or I for infantry, just a stick that says I for infantry, or A for American, G for German, there you go. Then the machine guns, like I said, a belt. Either side, it'll work. A belt, like again. I would just pick one thing. So gears for tanks, belts, or just a pile of bullets for like again, a bandolier. Just 4 or 5 in a bandolier from one side of the rhombus to the other. I think that'd look really good. So there's your machine gunners. Your infantry are your riflemen. So we'll do like a cross rifle, right? So rifle. And there you go. You see the X, and X is infantry, or a chevron. Right? A chevron is infantry. It's pushing forward. It's a chevron. That's the usual private patch, chevron. Cool. You could do that. The anti-tank teams, they could just be an explosion. Like I said, just a big, cartoony explosion, right? Just a simple iconography. Just a couple of spikes, a base of boom, exploding. And then, you want to say it's an anti-tank gun, like an installation. Okay, cool. Take the explosion, put a shield on it, or put the explosion inside a shield, or just put up a shield. You could just put up a shield even. Just put up a shield. It's like, here's your stereotypical looking shield. It looks like an armor plate, and that's armor. That's a hardened position. Or a sandbag. It could be like some piled sandbags. There you go. That can be a defensive unit. And there you go. I've just redesigned all of your icons in 3 seconds, and it would look a hell of a lot better. There you go. I know. Again, I give it to him. It's very thematic. I love everything about it. Very thematic, very immersive. It feels really good to look at. But for gameplay's sake, I need to be able to see what's on that map. I got to know who's who and what where, man. Anyway, before we move on, I wanted to show the simulator guys. They have these really cool. Let's see. Most immersive tank control. There's like, it should pop up with that. Yeah, these guys are like, I fucking love these. Yeah, World of Tanks fans I think. Is it Katami? Video does not belong to me, it belongs to Blyat. Okay, so this guy's at least linking it, so that's good. So yeah, he's saying it belongs to Blyat. This guy's done it. Yeah. He's probably out cheating him. So, nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Why could I not copy this? There we go. So, Bliat is this guy. And I think they've made some more. Yeah, they've done some more. Their whole channel is like, I say they because it's like multiple guys. Their whole channel is like immersive controllers, and the big thing they did. So look how they've done like cyberpunk stuff, but the big thing they did was like the tank simulator, and they keep innovating it and making it better. So they keep adding shit to it. So they started with this little desk. Where is it? Yeah, so it's also got this like FPS recoil thing on the desk. So they're just engineer guys. These are clearly like guys with engineering degrees, and they like to mess with robots and stuff and haptics, and they just like to really, fuck with that because it's funny. This one's like a drift simulator. So this is Tank Simulator 2. I think I don't see Tank Simulator 1. which is a shame because Tank Simulator 1 is really sick. But I think it's just that Tank Simulator 2 is basically just Tank Simulator 1, but they changed the feed mechanism. So the feed mechanism became, it used to just be they had a couple of bottles on a table behind them, and then they added like a real shelf that's, and all this is spaced. It's accurately spaced to what the interior of the tank should be like this here, that there. So it feels like you're actually doing it. So this is like life of a tank shell. They just put it in, loads it in, and it even ejects it with the smoke. It's super immersive. I love this shit. Like, if you want to bring arcades back, this is the type of shit you need to put in an arcade to get me to come to an arcade. I would spend hours in a big tank simulator like this. They got like their third guy gunning and putting it in there. I'm just gonna mute because I can't really control the audio too well with the setup there. But you got they've set up the VR for the commander to look through the periscope, and they got these little wheels for turning it. It's so cool, and it's really genius to use the bottles because they don't weigh that much, so it's easy to move them around, and it's easy to eject them. You don't need a lot of force. You just need a little bit of air pressure from an air cannon, and it just goes. And he's like ready, Johnny on the spot with the ammo. This is the type of shit that gaming needs to evolve to. Is like me and the boys, let's go, let's go do this shit. This is what I want in virtual reality, by the way. I want VR to become so advanced. Like, that's so sick, he catches it and puts it right back in. VR, like, I want VR to be so advanced that, like, you're just grabbing things and moving gears and stuff, but in the real, like, you got, like, haptic touch gloves that have pressure sensitive and they hold your, there's some with, like, architecture on them. They have, like, a physical exoskeleton to the hand, and they hold your fingers back when you're grabbing something, so it feels like you're actually grabbing it. And then they have, like, tactile sensors in the palm, so if you're grabbing something hard or soft or, something flaky like sandpaper, something smooth like a wet rock, you just know the difference. So you kind of feel and it has, each one's like an individual actuator. And that way, if you're grabbing something that has, grabbing a ball is easy, it's just a sphere. But then grabbing, different, like if you're grabbing a misshapen, like, bottle, or like if you're grabbing a bottle but you're grabbing it near the head, so like your pinky's being held out here, it helps form the shape, like, naturally. Expensive wear, but I think the U suit is the thing. Let's see, VR U suit. Is it the U suit or the Y suit? It's like they've been coming up with this like ultra immersive thing. Yeah, like there's like the B haptic suit, and then there's like the gloves. So they're like very. This was years ago that they were talking about this, and VR unfortunately is still. I would say it's reached like second generation, but the immersive stuff hasn't really taken off yet, unfortunately. But you got like the haptic suits and the haptic gloves that are meant to like. It's just expensive to do. That's the problem. Is it's expensive. It's how do you monetize it, and that's the problem. Is a lot of it's like how do you monetize it, and we got to get all the money up front from the individual user because we can't charge them a subscription to it. It's like just build the fucking hardware, and give it to people. That's why a lot of VR caves are a thing, because a lot of people either don't have the room or the money or whatever, but they want to experience it, so they'll go drop a couple of bucks, at a VR arcade to simulate that. The interface is the real problem. And I think we're getting close to solving that, because they're making lighter and smaller like glasses or goggles that are form fitted to your face. So like you just strap the goggles on, and instead of it being this big visor, it's just these little slimmer goggles, and it's not heavy on your head, so you can be in there for hours. And the lenses can be prescription lenses. So guys like me, that's always been the issue, is you need room inside the visor, so in case somebody wears glasses, they can still use the hardware. But if you just make custom lenses that can be slotted in, or you make these goggles I'm talking about, these came out like 2 years ago or something, and they've been kickstarted and all that, and they've been making them custom. So what you do is like they scan your face and everything. It is form fit to you for ultimate comfort and your prescription. So if you wear glasses, they also have you go to a doctor, get your prescription. You tell them your prescription, and they cut the glass to your prescription so that you have perfect clarity inside the little glasses, and it's peak. It's fucking peak. So if I had like this with a VR setup, Oh, watch out, bro. Sherman Commander with VR support would go unbelievably hard. Now, you'd have to redo some of the UI, yes, to accommodate, like, sitting in the tank, but it would be really cool if you could do that. I mean, look at Payday. Payday 2 was made years and years, like, way before VR was even thought of, right? Before it was even in its infancy. And then when VR came out, the Payday devs were like, here's a free update that just lets you now play with a VR controller and hold things and grab things, and now you can just shoot things. And Payday 2 in VR, I really can't play Payday any. Like, if I go back to play Payday 2, I'm gonna have to set up my headset again because it's that fucking cool that it's just, I don't want to play it pancake anymore. I don't want to play it flat because it's too cool in VR, you know. I want like, even though it's a little dangerous technically, I want Sword Art Online style VR. Like, not necessarily the whole fantasy setting, but you know, you can do all kinds of stuff with that type of hardware. I just want the hardware it's like it interrupts your brain signals and perfect immersion into the virtual world. I want the Matrix. I want to be able to step in, or I want the holodeck, right? I want hard light simulation around me, you know. I want seamless interaction, you know. I think I would take the holodeck though. I think practically we're probably going to get something closer to Sword Art Online with the personal setups, but I think I would like there to be holodecks, but that's, you gotta figure out hard light and matter fabrication for that one. It's a little easier to have a neural chip that interrupts the signals of the brain on and off, and you can toggle that. Like, that's a little easier to just scan brain waves and interpret brain waves than to do that. Anyway, the only issue with that is then you're sending signals into the brain to, you know, like the mind is connected directly to the machine, and how do you... Let's not get into that. That's not a technology that's going to be usable in a capitalist society. That's going to be exploited. That's going to be used for, like, brainwashing and shit. Obviously, it's not something that can be used under any sort of authoritarian world. Like, you're going to have to be an anarchist, like, happy luxury space communism setting for that to be applicable. That's why you only see stuff like that, you know, in like highly advanced societies in sci-fi where like they have a mutual respect and they've evolved, you know, to that point. I don't know. Anywho, moving back to it. Let's go Prime Monster. Yeah, let's try that one. So Prime Monster. This one's sort of a politics game, but it's got a great art style. Very stylized, Burton-esque, if I had to say. It's kind of goofy, but it seems to be a politics thing where you're in a court of monsters. Like, it's a world of monsters, and there's, like, different diplomats and things, and, you know, that kind of stuff. Who's pinging me onto Discord? Anything important? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Trying to check this, but the thing's loading up at the same time, so it might be giving me an issue. I don't know. Ah! Jesus Christ, okay, the bell. Okay, turn that down a little. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for my fucking eardrums. Jesus, that was loud. 35 ought to do it. Graphics should be fine. Recent con. Oh, the little check mark's a skull. It's like a little cartoon skull. That's cute. And the cursor turns into a hand. So it's like a cursor, and then it turns into like a zombie hand, like with a little pointer. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, okay. That's the main reason I want to play this, is because the art style is really cute. A long time ago, humanity got the boot. I always go British with these, I don't know. Pushed out, you might say. There was a new lot in charge now. The lot, that's very British. Monsters. Okay. Oh, it all went very well at the start, as these things always do. But eventually they realized they needed a little more order. So they turned to mankind's greatest invention. Democracy! Okay, that's our greatest invention. I argue that one, but okay. After all, it worked so well for the humans. So from now on, monsters would govern themselves via elected representatives, reasoned debate, and robust legislation. And at the top, a singular figure, the Prime Monster. So like a Prime Minister, Prime Monster. The politician who won the hearts and minds of the citizens, and their votes. But today, as another government flounders, a new potential leader has emerged. Will they lead their party to victory in the next election? Okay. Will they serve multiple terms and forge their own political legend? I love the gigantic moon. That's really awesome. Or fail miserably and become a mere footnote in the history books. Just politics is a monstrous business. But God, you know they had to move that little fucking pun in there. Government officially the most hated since the last one. I'm loving the Daily Wall, the fractured kingdom's favorite and only broadsheet. So, like, you guys see the flag here? Yeah, you can see it. It's like the Union Jack. I fucking love it. As the governing coalition once again descends into chaos, the Prime Monster is attempting to salvage their agenda with a flurry of new legislation. However, a new leader of the opposition threatens to bugger it all up royally, according to sources close to the PM. On page 3, a revealing profile of the new rival. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Orc of the town, Chopper Badstone. Alright, I think I need to adjust the sound a little bit. It's a little quiet now. I think I went a little too far. Vote for orcs for you. Okay. Orc of the town. Chopper Badstone has taken the reins of the unruly Orcs for You party and is determined to lead them to power with his unique style of aggressive persuasion. That's unique for an orc, is it? I like how fat he is. Usually you don't get fat orcs, you get muscly orcs. I like it. So I guess I'm playing as him, and you can like play as different diplomats and things. You know, like different pledges, like, you know, your agenda. Regina Dentata in Excelis. Regina Dentata. Like Regina Dentata. Regina Rule or Royal, maybe? I don't know. Oh, there's like all kinds of characters to voice. Yay, I love this shit. Congratulations, sir. My name is Sir Blandolph Grey, head of the Snibble Service. The Snibbles. Snibble Service and Master of Lectures. The Snibble Service, the Civil Service. God, there's gonna be so many puns in here. It's my job to institutionalize... Oh, sorry. Educate you in the workings of the Fractured Kingdom's parliament and our system of government. We should probably get your party together and have some sort of long, boring tutorial. Sounds most pleasing, does it not? Off we go. Let's go. Great. So this is like the judge of the court. Motion to have a boring tutorial. It will be long, comprehensive, repetitive, and long. Okay. So I'm guessing these are my guys. This being a democracy, the only fair way to decide if you should do a tutorial or not is by voting. I see. By standing over there to the right, I understand that you have decided you wish to oppose this motion. Okay, so the opposition stands at the right, and the proposal stands at the left. Got it. However, I'm afraid you are not. You are entirely at the mercy of your monsters of parliament, the MPs. Got it. Let's see. And right now, you are clearly not united. Your MPs are all intending to abstain and not vote. Okay. MPs have 3 possible voting intentions: support, oppose, or abstain. Okay. God, the art is killing me. It's so clean, and like the designs are so awesome. If they are intending to vote to support, they have a green highlight. Okay. Red is opposed, and no light is abstain. Yeah, they have gray, so they have nothing. Right. You are going to need to unify your party in order to get them to do as you want and actually vote to oppose this motion. We're voting to oppose the tutorial? Okay, that's innovative. I mean, it's a game about democracy. What do you want? You're going to do this by filling up your party's unity meter here beyond its maximum. So, it's behind my head. You guys can see it's like 12 out of 16 right now. Yeah, so now you can see it. That's the thing. You persuade your MPs to vote your way by unifying your party. To do this, you must increase your unity, shown on the unity meter. Okay? MP changes mind, right? If you fill your unity meter beyond its maximum, one of your MPs will be persuaded. Okay. Okay, can I get the settings? Yeah, sorry about the sound. I went a little too far with it. Thinking 40 ought to do. Or maybe like 50. We'll go 45. We'll split the difference. I think that'll work. But I want to make sure you guys can hear the music, because music's pretty chill. Pretty good. Unify your party by using tactic that you have here, okay? Tribalism. You gain 3 unity. Okay, now the sound effect's a little loud. Yeah, okay. Tactic to use political capital shown here. Okay, so that's like mana. You still got political capital, you can use it again to finish the job. Okay. Okay, cool. Good stuff. One of your MPs is now persuaded to actually do as you'd like and vote to oppose this motion. Alas, now you've run out of capital. But not to worry, there's another way to motivate your MPs. You can employ debate cards. Okay. This card will raise your party's unity if you play it here. Okay, gain 4 unity. And put it in the middle there. Ah! That's cool. Well done, well done. Now there's another little twist. But you can also exploit the debate cards for political capital. Okay, political capital you'll get if you exploit the card is this. Effect if you play the card is here. Every debate card has 2 possible uses. It can either be played for its effect or exploited. So you can, like, burn the card for the mana, essentially. You can, like, resource burn it. Oh, I just noticed the little skull on its cane. That's nice. Like, I was expecting a skull cane, but at some point. I'm sure somebody will, but this one's like a handle cane. And then on the end, the little thing's a skull. That's cool. Different cards have different effects, are worth different amounts. Your political capital is here. Capital's cost is there. Got it. Drag to the zone for that, or you can just eat it. Oh, please tell me he physically just eats the card. I want him to eat it. If you're on capital and can't use your tactics, exploit some debate cards. Right. Please eat the card. Please eat the card. Okay, he didn't physically eat it. That's such a missed opportunity with the animation, but sure. Okay, we got some more. Jolly good. You're on your way to persuading another MP to fall in line and oppose. However, even being ahead by just 1 vote is enough to win, so let's move on. Okay, end the turn. We're ahead by 1, therefore we win. Because nobody's over here voting, so we're up by 1. Jesus Christ! Alright, with the judge. Are you good? Oh, it's like, winner! Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, they have, like, defeat poses and victory poses. That's awesome. Yes. Orc smart. Orc win debates. Yeah. Grog in every cup. Yeah, fuck it. Just, I like his little teeny tiny wig. His little bit of hair on top. He's got a little tuft. Okay, so we got the idea. We're gonna skip that because you guys get it. It's got cool art and whatever. Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of here now. Okay, so it's got cool art and it's got turn-based type of stuff, and you're persuading dudes, and there's different characters to voice. That's always fun. Yeah, so you got the prime monster. You're convincing your guys, and the little newspapers, telling you what's going on. That's always fun. Like all kinds of different monsters, like a monster stock market and politics and stuff. That's awesome. I'd like to do a playthrough of that. Don't know if I'd stream that one. I might just record this one, but definitely want to get a playthrough going. That's a fun one. All right, where are we at? Let's see. Shadow, that's... Okay, this is a point and click, this point and click, this point and click, that point and click. Well, the only one left with, like, real, like, gameplay mechanics, let's say, like just stuff to really sink your teeth into, would be Possible One Lunar Industries. So this is like supposed to be a realistic lunar colony sim. So you have to like build the lunar colony, like increase production for profits and things, and you have to like it's gonna have things like pressure, gravity, different like stuff you have to take into account, which is cool. So it's gonna have some stuff similar to Planet Crafter, where you have different like heat, pressure, oxygen, this kind of things. Okay, we'll drop the master volume down, that's fine. Or not. Okay, we'll go like 50. Maybe like down here we'll do. The voice should be a little higher, I think. Oh no, actually voice should be fine. Music down. Effects down, voice down. Yeah, so everything down pretty low. Yeah. Like, for me and for you. But I think I'll start doing these through the desktop instead, just because that'd be easier to do. That way, once it's set there, I know we're good. But it's always an option. Anyway, okay, we got camera forward, camera back, camera left, right. So this is like top-down, base builder, colony sim type of thing. Graphics should be fine. So, Moon Expedition 2. I guess the second Moon Expedition. It's not even the first one. Like, the first one set up the basics, and now we're the second one. It's kind of a interesting thing about. The classic Orbit load screen. I love that. Anytime there's, like, a sci-fi space game, there's, like, the Orbit load screen. They always like to have a little planet with the trail behind it. That's fun. I like that. I like his logo, too. It's a cool logo. You got, like, the sun and the moon. You got, like, the moon, the sun, the earth. Or rather, this would probably be the moon. This would probably be the moon. And that's the sun, and then that's the earth way in the distance there, the blue marble, you know? Ah, damn, I'm out of water again. I've been yapping. It happened when you yapping, I don't know. Lift off! Woo! We're going to the moon! That's cool. With, like, the camera, because that's what they do on the launch pad. They'll have, like, the camera close up, you can see real close, and
today,
yeah,
we are doing what everyone thought was impossible.
We're going to the moon.
Sustainable manned presence on the moon.
We are going to steal the moon.
We saw opportunity closer to home.
Okay.
Our alliance of businesses, investors, and talent got us to the moon. It's up to us to stay there.
Woo!
These coming days,
capitalism coming to a moon near you, because everything must be profit driven, of course. Can't just make a moon base for funsies.
Our ingenuity, our discoveries.
God, this is such a corpo heart-tugging speech.
Life on Earth and help us take a larger step out into the stars. So, take a bow. But remember, today was the easy part.
Right. The only easy day was yesterday.
Could go wrong.
Oh, that's cool.
The whole world is watching.
That's
us.
really cool.
No
Got like
pressure.
the wheels.
Okay, people.
Interesting.
Let's get to work.
It looks like it has omnidirectional scanners and cameras. Drones that go to other planets are so cool. Like the little rover, like the Mars rover and the Lunar rover and stuff.
Welcome to Shackleton Crater, where you'll be risking everything on the big.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn the audio back up a smidge. I think it's mainly the music that's a problem, so I'm gonna turn the voice up slightly and maybe the effects.
You'll do what others thought impossible.
That's a little better.
Build the first permanent industrial base on the moon.
Cool.
Let's get started.
Sorry, I'm testing the I'm testing the encoder. See if the graphics are good. Cool. Rotating. Got it. Scrolling. Holy shit. Okay, we are in the lunar South Pole, the Shackleton crater. So you can zoom out to see the whole colony you made. God, we are tiny.
To start your moon
Shit
base,
out here.
you'll need to build a
Can't
landing
have shit in
pad
Detroit.
and a road to connect it to a hub. The
Okay.
scanner is your first tool for lunar construction. Anywhere you want to build must be scanned first before you do anything else.
Beginning scan.
So we scan the area, we figure out what the area is going to be like, and then we plan around it. Like I said, realistic. Ow! Also loud.
The dozer.
Jesus, please balance your audio more. Okay, dozer removes obstacles like moon rocks. Okay.
An important resource for building structures.
Go get it, little dude. So, this is like a different drone that we had on board. How the fuck did you fit 2 drones in here? I'm sorry, nah, I ain't buying this shit. How'd you get 2 drones inside of this
scanner and dozer, you have cleared a spot for another lander. Second lander beginning descent.
Okay. But this is realistic. This is how it would go, is you would start with the basics, a foundation, and then you would send more drones that are more specialized. This is really cool. It's like step by step, and it's This would be a good educational game, actually, if you want to teach kids about space colonization and like how it might actually be done. You know, because these look like real modules that would be built as, you know, the type of thing. It's not designed for... Ow! Why is the cutscene so loud?
With rovers from both landers, you can now build a pad.
Yeah.
This location is
So, like, the landers are limited, but they're compact. That's the thing. They're designed... They're not designed for people. They're designed to just get this thing down there without it being destroyed. There's actually one... The one they used to get the new Mars rover on, they had the old one that was there, and then I think when that one was starting to die, they sent another Mars mission to launch the thing at it. We'll look at that in a minute, because there's a cool technique they used that was basically... Conventional wisdom was to, like, have a pod, and that pod would release and fall down, and then you would, like, correct it with thrusters and slow its descent with parachutes. And then when it hits, you hope something doesn't break, and then, like, it, you know, opens the ramp, and then the rover comes out, and now the rover's out and about and ready to do science shit. The only issue then was, like, you know, it's heavy, you gotta worry about fuel and all that. So the new innovative thing they did a couple years ago when they sent another, like, you know, mission there, I don't know if they did it, or it was a plan to do it, but I think they did actually do it, where... They basically made a roll cage out of like air, essentially. It was an inflatable roll cage. So they packed it tight, and then when it got there, it was like there was a box that was in the middle that was with, you know, spikes and things that like held, like it was like a seatbelt. It was basically seatbelted in. The rover was. It was like held in place inside of the box, so it didn't roll or bang up against the walls. And then what they did was they encased that in, like, several sides in, like, an octagon or whatever, or like a decahedron, right? And those panels in that ball, like, inside the ball was the box and, you know, it's strapped into the roll cage. Then the inflatables came out, so it was like an airbag. So they used airbags to... They launched the thing, and then they deployed... They waited, so it was like, oh, well, if you use airbags, aren't those going to tear off when it goes through the atmosphere? One, Mars doesn't have that much of an atmosphere. And two, you would be correct, it does need heat shielding. That's why the exterior was heat shielded, and then once it got to a certain point, it deployed the airbags, right? And then it bounced along the surface. The idea was it would hit and bounce along the surface, but then would, since it's a ball, it could, like, orient based on the weight of the cube, and it would, like, and then they would all, like, deflate, and one side would open to let the rover out. Like, it would, the top would, like, pop off. Like, it would give way. And then it was like a destructible thing that was not meant to survive the journey. It was just debris at that point. But the rover would be completely fine. And it was lighter, easier to send because you needed less thrusters and all this crap you had to contend with. That's why we don't send people. It's too damn expensive to send people to do space exploration because they need oxygen, they need food, they need water, they need vitamins, they need sunlight, and they need, they need radiation shielding, right? God, don't get started on the radiation. Like, radiation will kill you super fast in space because there's no shield, there's no atmosphere. So if you don't have the right windows on a spaceship, you're fucked. You're about to get hit with all kinds of radiation. All right, so we're building a range extender that allows us to operate our... Wait. No. We have to start by scanning, then we have to build. So we scan, then we build. I almost messed that up. So we're going to scan it and check out what it do. So we know what's what. Thank you. Okay, so in the highlighted area. So I guess we'll just put this in the middle because it's nice and flat there. Yeah, the audio needs some serious balancing. Like, it's too much. I'll have to tweak it a lot later. I love how time is sped up. So it looks like these guys are going really, really fast, right? But no, this is in minutes and hours. So it takes them however many minutes to move. So like, if I click this guy and I click like over here, want him to move here or, go do something. Then we want to build, like, let's say the electric relay. Check this out. So if I build the electric relay right here, watch the timer in the bottom left. So you see how it's like going super fast? That's minutes. That's sped up minutes. So that just took Yeah, so that started at about 6. He's going, he's building, he's doing. It finished at about 9.
This space
That
is ready to be scanned
in
and
real
cleared for the
time.
landing pad. The
Yeah.
landing pad must be built.
Okay, so you guys get the idea. That in real time would have taken him like 3 hours, because these rovers are not really. They are partially autonomous, but they can also be controlled by, like us, by our, like, we can send satellite signals out into, and we have like real time control of them, but it's not real time because of time. There's time dilation in space, so it's like distance is time. It's like radio, right? So radio waves decay the fastest. They don't reach super far. So it's unlikely that radio broadcast would make it. That's why we sent was it Friendship or Voyager? What did they call it? It was name of the probe sent into deep space. Yeah, I think it was the Voyager, and they packed it full of like our knowledge at the time and music and culture. Probe sent into deep space with music. So like it had like music and culture. Yeah, the golden record. So they made this golden record for Voyager, and Voyager is this probe right here. So this is the Voyager, and it's designed to basically decay, but it goes. The idea was to shoot it out as far as we could. So they put this on the shuttle. Well, I think this was what, 70, so I think it was before the shuttle program had launched at NASA. So it was just on a basic rocket. Yeah. So they had used a rocket, and they had yeah. So this is the shuttle, NASA shuttle first day. So like the space shuttle itself wasn't a concept that was used until 1981. So if you want to go into space or you want to launch something into space, it was these one-time burner rockets. Like that was the idea, is you would strap whatever you want on the cone, and then it would go up, and that would detach once it got into space, and then it would have secondary thrusters. So once you're in space, this thing didn't need much to go far, because in space there is inertia, right? And the idea is, as long as you're not super near anything with gravity, there's dead zones of no gravity, right? Or maybe such minimal gravity that you're being pulled, like, say, towards the sun. It's so minimal that you're not going to notice the decay rate of whatever is decaying in orbit around the sun. It's so goddamn slow that it just takes forever to get to smack into whatever is pulling it. But here it had, like, some thrusters and things, and it could, like, because people think of thrusters, they think fuel, right? Rocket fuel. That's not the case. Those go into space, right? Rocket fuel gets you to space. But once you're in space, what it is electrified, like, air compressors. And, that's why it makes that on, like, spacesuits to move them. It's because they're bursting out air to move around. And there's, like, an air compressor and an air tank. And this thing has just been, like, at a certain point, I think it reached, let's see, does it say when it decayed? Because there was a point where we controlled it and sent it signals to keep it on track. And then at a certain point, it was, like, on track away to where we wanted to send it. And then it stopped transmitting data or something back to us. Like, it hit a certain point where it was so far that we received the last of it, and after that we received no more signals, and it's been, like, dead. So it's, like, decayed and rotten, and solar rays have hit it and whatever. But it's cool. So they put this together, so you can see it. It's on the side here. They put it on the side here. That's the golden record that they kind of just get bolted into place. So that the idea is that anything intelligent enough would be able to recover this. And the reason they did it with the golden record was it doesn't decay, right? Gold has this, like, everlasting quality to it. And they put, this was our understanding of, mathematics, coordinates, and whatever. This, it looks like gibberish, because it is. But the reason it looks like this is it's trying to tell them how to get to Earth, right? So whatever is intelligent would be able to decipher this as, like, okay, this is radio waves and spectrographs and some stuff, and this is maybe a symbol for a star point coordinate, and if you know these other points, then you can fill in the blanks and figure out where the point of origin is, which is in the middle here, right? That's us. We sent it from here. Come say hi. That's the idea, is, We haven't had anybody come check us out yet, but it's out there somewhere, so maybe someday. And the idea was like on the one side you had this, but on the other side it's a literal record. So they put information because this was the best way to store it is in these bands because that was the most it wouldn't decay. You could play it back by just simply analyzing the rings and then putting it through an audio filter to tell you how to do it, and and then a video filter as well. So some of the records they engraved the data of these the data of the image. So it's like on CDs and stuff how they put it in they put the video and audio files inside of it, and that's the laser reads the disc and it's refracted through whatever. I'm bad at explaining this shit because I'm not super like I love it. I love science and stuff, but I'm not myself like a big science communicator. I can communicate things like history and art a lot better than science because I'm not a big science guy. So I don't know the exact inner workings of ZA, but I know the elementary of a lot of stuff. I know the basics of how things function. So they got like little pictures like a woman in a store, so they can see what life is like on planet Earth, and they can see. They might mistake this for our planet though, so I don't know why they included Jupiter, but they wanted to show Jupiter. So maybe Earth might be hard to spot. So they included Jupiter as like, hey, if they see Jupiter, maybe they've seen that planet before in their telescopes, and they'll recognize that planet before they recognize Earth, because Jupiter hasn't really changed in the last billions and billions of years. Earth has gone through some changes, so they might not recognize it as the same planet, like physically. The last time they looked at us, it might have been like a billion years ago. And, they might have seen Earth. They might be so far away that they've seen the after image of Earth of like, oh, they're seeing Earth because of time dilation. This is what I'm trying to explain is there's dilation in all these things, and it's time dilation. It's the further you go in space, the further it takes to send signals, the further you see. All those stars you see, half of them are dead, right? like you'd be hard pressed to find one of them that's even alive by the time we get there, which is why faster than light travel is important, or faster than light or a warp drive. It's important to travel through things like subspace or faster than light without liquefying, ideally, because unfortunately we haven't found a way to do that. We can get up to high speeds, we can approach the speed of light, but as you approach the speed of light, organisms tend to decay. They kind of smush because that's way too fast. That's why you have to then have things in sci-fi like inertial dampeners in the ships, or else dudes would get smushed. Like, oh my god. Anyway, point being, they would do that, and the shuttle program was launched in like the 80s as a way to like put stuff up into space, but we would reuse the shuttle a bunch of times. That'd be a lot cheaper, a lot more efficient. Anyway, the thing I was gonna look up, so Mars rover ball, I guess would be the way to describe this thing. Yeah. So I don't remember if they used this or let's see, Mars rover landing. It's like the new landing. This is like how it kind of worked, right? So they had these. This is the conventional wisdom I was talking about. It's just you slow it down with a parachute, you put it on a like a framework, and then you just go poof, and there you go. And you just drop it onto the planet and hope shit didn't break. They include things on the kit that are like really robust and not meant to break, or it has like its own arm can like go down and repair itself. Like that's one of the things they're working on more of lately. In the new series of rovers they've been designing is rovers that are capable of self-repair and can be, you don't have to tell it exactly what to do. You could just have it run a program. So you can like tell it, hey, you've been damaged, you need to run this program. And it can be autonomous in that action, but it takes a second because we have to tell it. So it's not even real-time communication. It takes several minutes for the signal from us to reach that and tell it what to do. It would be a lot faster if we set up points between here and Mars. Like if we had, a moon base where we could launch shit from, it'd be a lot easier. And then we could set up stuff from, Mars, like between the Earth and Mars, we can have these stations that are just out in space floating there as like satellites and just could relay the information a lot faster. It's like setting up telephone poles, that kind of thing. I don't know. Space is cool. I want to play Lunar One Industries. This would be a great game to stream because it takes some time to set stuff up, and we can build out our little lunar city here, and like all the little like you got you got heat, energy, what looks like oxygen, research points, and you got a bunch of guys, and you got like shuttles and stuff coming in, and it's like it's a city builder on the moon that's close to realistic, in the step-by-step everyday process. Very cool. Very cool. I wanna play that sometime. That'll be fun. It'll be real fun. And I love the detail. Like, they didn't even need to include the clock, really, or they didn't need to include it 1-to-1, but it was basically 1-to-1. It was like, that is really how long it would take these things to do that. They can't just, because they have to move, and they have to initiate, then they have to run the program, then they have to finish the program, uninitiate, move away again, and go do the next task. And it takes them a second because we have to tell them what to do, and then the rover has to go do it, has to tell us it's completed a stage, and then we have to tell it the next stage for safety purposes. It's not like, oh, the rovers are stupid and we have to go step by step with them. It's like, no, we do that so that the rover doesn't like bash itself in the head with its own robot arm, because it's running a program and there's some problem in the code and it goes bap and it, fucks something up, and there goes $1 billion. Oh no. Anyway, moving on. Let's finish some of these up. I gotta get to bed. I got my last day of work tomorrow, and then when I get home tomorrow, I'm drinking. I'm gonna be putting it away. I got a 12-pack of hard teas, and I want to go through every one of them that night, or at least 6. I'm going through at least 6 of them. I'll probably go through all 12 of them though, because I want to get absolutely fucked up. Just celebrate. Like, I'm done working for the moment, and if I do get a new job, then I'm celebrating a new job early. So there's that. Anyway. Let's see. Do we want case files? Yeah, let's do Shadow City, because Shadow City is a little more intense, and then there's like Study in Blue, Maid Mask, and Jack Mena are a little more chill. But Shadow City is one of those intense noir type of visual novel, point and click, whatever you want to call it. So, kind of hardcore, cyberpunky. Yeah. A lot of good demos this next fest, though. A lot of good demos. And there's like ones we didn't even get to that are going to be really good too, but we'll talk about those for a minute. We'll just kind of check them out, add them to the wish list or not. And ow. Oh, cool. I can't actually change the settings of the game for the fucking audio. Thanks, bud. That's not a great design. You should let me tweak the audio. Your audio should be working before you, release a demo for a game. Okay, whatever. We can do it in the desktop at least. Alright. So, I guess this is the Rat King. Oh god, I really need water. Yeah, we'll do this one first, then we'll get water. Alright, the Rat King sits alone at a shadow-drenched booth. A half-finished drink sweats beside a worn pack of smokes. The slow bleed of a trumpet leaks from speakers overhead. Ambient crowd chatter is distant, like the world forgot about this place. Suddenly, without sound, the smoker appears across from him. Still savor the corners? Smart. Fewer eyes, fewer surprises. Well, except me, maybe. You've come a long way since the docks. Didn't think I'd see you back here. Not like this. I remember the day you showed up. Boots still wet with war. Didn't say much. Didn't need to. Everyone else did the talking. Me, I want to know what kind of soldier you really were. What kind of soldier were you? Ooh. Brutal, subtle, or insubordinate. I went in first, left last, everyone else bled more. I was in and out before they knew. Followed orders until they stopped making sense. I like that one. Ha! Some people salute. You spat on the chain and forged your own. What did the war leave behind? Violence solves more problems than people admit. I mean, that's true. Not wrong. Not safe either, but effective. What did the city teach you? I mean, I answered to no one. There's always a crack. You just need to slip through it. Ooh. Trick isn't hiding. It's never being looked for. Every throne is built on someone else's bones. I'll do opportunistic. That's why you're still standing. Rats, cracks, and the right kind of hunger. The smoker snuffs out his cigarette. Still the same soldier. Different battlefield. Different armor. Same eyes. He stands slowly. I remember the docks. Why didn't they have him sit and then stand? If he stood... Alright, whatever. Salt air. Crane chains rattling like old ghosts. Stepping off the boat with nothing but a duffel bag and a look. Close your eyes, King. Let's go back to where the war began. Ooh, flashback. You can go to Smoker. So are we like in the future, like I'm a kingpin, and now we're gonna flash back and see how I became a kingpin? Like I kind of rise through the ranks? Fog rolls off the water. Cargo cranes creak overhead. Steam curls from street grates. The camera lingers on empty space. Then, the smoker steps into frame. Coat trailing smoke. I like how this is written like, because he says into frame, right? Or, you know, the stoker steps into frame. It's written like a screenplay. Like you could see, I could see the movie in my head of this. This would go hard as a TV show. This really would. Well, well. Shadow City's newest arrival. You got the look of someone who's a few too many maps. Trusted a few too many guides. Or whatever. I fucked that line. I flubbed it. You know, cut! Can we take that again? Just to the camera. He approaches slowly, one hand in his pocket. Funny thing about this city. Doesn't care who you were. Just who you owe. Who owes you back. So let's start simple. You come in here to be seen or to disappear. Came to be forgotten, that's where real power lives. Oh! So because I didn't choose the subtles before, now I get these as my options. Interesting. So you're kind of building the personality through your dialogue. That's cool. I came to end some stories, including mine. I came to trade up. I don't mind the cost. Nobody brought me here. That's the important part. That's a good answer. Or dangerous one. Either way, I like it. I've heard things. Not all good, but impressive. You burned bridges and walked away clean. You made enemies that stay up at night, wondering if they're next. It's a cigarette. That's the kind of reputation that gets you noticed. That's the kind of baggage I like. Useful. Heavy. So let's talk about now. I'm kind of making it a little jazzier, you know, because he's the smoker thing. I don't know. I kind of wish he was black. He could be a little jazzier, but he's just a, you know, kind of deep throat character with the fedora and all that. You know, mysterious stranger vibes. You're fresh off the boat. Broke. Probably got ghosts, but maybe, just maybe, still got your instincts. Let me just smoke it. I'll have to get like a props cigarette for when we play this. I didn't come for charity. I came for leverage. I solved problems. I solved problems. Permanently. That's the voice of someone who's gonna matter. Unless they get themselves killed first. Here's what I'm offering. You need work. You need cover. You need friends. Today's your lucky day. I'm all three, baby. You exhale slowly. I'm gonna point you toward a few people. You make a good first impression. Maybe they talk. Maybe they listen. Maybe they call you friend. This guy's freaky. I don't know what. Start with the Court of Rats. Oh, this is cool. You can go right to the glossary if you click on it. Nice. Ugly name. Power behind every word. They run quiet. Run wide. They never remember who plays nice. Two of their lieutenants are out and about. Go say hello. Don't screw up. Flicks the cigarette into the bay and walks off into the fog. Ooh. This is cool. Okay. There's Arena Gull and Jonu Swan. I think I want to see Arena Gull, and then we'll call it here. Okay. That's a rather buff, woman. I don't want to assume anything, just, you know. Got really flat chest, though. Like, clearly defined, breasts, but pretty flat. Aaron Lee. Arena. Yeah, Arena. So, obviously, it's a female name. I mean, female face. I just don't want to assume things. Problem is getting the webcam in the right spot. I'm gonna have to move it like down here, like, you know, up over here somewhere with the journal. I don't know. For the playthrough, I mean. You're not from here. You walk like you're expecting applause or a fight. Which one are you hoping for? Ooh, okay. Whatever. Journal. Okay, give me out. Okay, that's cool though. That's very cool. You can see why I picked that because it's got a kick-ass art style. It's got various characters. Definitely worth a playthrough at some point. Yeah, getting the voices down can be hard, especially because there's like several female characters it seems, and you know, trying to do female voices is kind of a pain in the ass. It's difficult. Es difícil. Anywho, okay, I want to definitely need water though because we got a few more voiced things to do. We got Study in Blue, Mermaid Mask, and Jack Mena. I don't think Jack Mena is really gonna have dialogue, but yeah. Anyway, we're gonna do Study in Blue next, but I'll be right back. Need a water break, and we shall return. Stay tuned. I can barely recognize you when you speak. Little Dexter and the Moon Rocks for you. I sing to myself sometimes. Like, even when I listen to music, I'll just, like, it'll flash in my head and I'll be like, you know what, let me sing a few lyrics. Why not? Alright, Study in Blue. I think this is a point-and-click one. Whatever it is, got neat-looking characters. And I have a nice glass of ice-cold water. I got me some high-quality H2O, as Bobby Boucher may put it. Do I have Water Boy? I think I have Water Boy in my collection. Hang on. Oh god, I need... It's in French! Okay. It was in French. Okay, that ought to be fine for the music and all that. That ought to be good. Maybe a little lower, I don't know. I'll have to watch these back and see where the peaks are. And see if I need to adjust like the desktop audio. Because I'm seeing it peak around 25, and then I peak somewhere between like 25 and 15. So it's either on par with me or a little less than me. There's like a gain to it in OBS, so maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I think I'm gonna go just slightly lower though. Make it a little more even. That seems to work. Okay. I like that interface is broke out here. That's very good. So interface has its own thing. We want to turn the interface down. That's good. More games need to have broken out multiple audio channels. Sound of letters opening in dialogues. Oh, that's cool. All right. So yeah, Study in Blue. Here we go. So Les Régions avant Alpes. So I guess it's from the Alps or something. I don't know. Weird. Welcome, playable demo. You'll access one of the game's side investigations. So there's like main quest and there's side stuff. You play as Blue, a 15-year-old runaway who has been living with Kenneth, who has agreed to take her in temporarily. Living together is often difficult, and Blue tries by all means to be helpful and assert herself. So like a surrogate daughter-father kind of bond thing, right? That sort of found family vibe. A Study in Blue is a choice-based game. Every decision you make can have consequence for the story and the fate of the characters. Be careful. Okay, so it's not like a prescribed story point and click. It's, you're gonna fuck some shit up. You gotta make choices. Sort of Night in the Woods. Oh shit, she pissed, bro. Oh god, this is gonna suck for my voice. I'm also gonna try and maybe tweak the audio one more time. But no, audio seems fine. Okay. Come on, get over your asshole. I'll shove my boots down your throat. Oh, she's spunky. Oh, Jesus. The animation is on point, though. Really good animation. Let's see. Hey, let go, Ken. Let go. Let me handle this. Calm down, damn it. You crazy? You crazy? He's twice your size. So what? I don't give a shit. I said let go. Blue, enough. We're leaving. Ooh, tough guy. He's got her just on his shoulder. He's like, I can make you leave. Let's go. No, wait. This isn't over. We'll meet again. You hear me? She's just so fucking pissed. I don't doubt she probably could have whooped his ass, especially with them boots. I love her hair. It's very anime. Like it's got this mixture of like anime face, but also pixel art. So it's like pixel anime thing. But then here it's more simplified, which is cool. You are completely reckless, kid. He would have snapped you in half like a twig. That bastard looked at me funny. You hadn't been there. He looked... I'm sorry, hold on. No, there's a... You guys have to know why I'm laughing. There's this fucking bit. I've shown it before on stream, but I'll show it again. There's this bit from Squidbillies, which is really funny. Squidbillies, he looked at me cross. This shit is... It's a really good bit. Okay. Like, this bit's really good.
I pass sentence. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Kyler?
Well, what the hell would you do? That some bitch looked at me crossways.
He looked at you crossways. That's your defense.
Yeah. He looked at me crossways.
Counsel, approach the bench, please. You're looking at an uphill battle here, Counselor. I know. I mean, he did look at him crossways.
Well, that's what he said.
I mean, you know, this is Georgia.
I know.
We are still very backward in many ways.
We're still very backward in many ways. I just love how it's... That's my favorite thing, is when Early does stupid shit in Squidbillies and people just agree with it and go along with it. He's like, he looked at me crossways. You'd expect him to just, like, you know, throw him in jail. That's the normal thing to do. But it's the subversion of expectations where the judge is like, he did look at him crossways. Same vibe. Oh shit, I missed that. Fuck. Okay, so you can like left click. I keep hitting E. I'm gonna hit left click. You need to learn to control yourself, Blue. I know you're angry, but in life you also have to think about consequences of your actions. I don't know where I'm putting this guy's voice yet. It's hard to pin down. And who asked you anyway? You're not my dad. Oh, not that you're not my dad. Over the guy that's been like raising you and letting him live with you. That's fucked. That's not the point. When you act like this, I'm the one dealing with the fallout. I never asked you to take care of my business, so just leave me alone. Oh, that's how you see it. You know what? Go cool off. I'm going home. You get in trouble? Deal with it on your own. Yeah, right. Like, I need you anyway. Sorry, Inara, you damn snitch. What's he snitching about? What did he snitch about? I'm so confused. Seriously, mind your own business or something. You almost end up getting screwed. Is that Kiara? Oh. Okay, that is a heck of a character with a heck of a hairdo. I like the movie poster back here. That's cool. Or is it? Oh, is it like a newsstand? Like a bookstore? I'm confused. Oh, I don't know. What's she doing at the cemetery? Oh, yeah. Here comes the pointing and the clicking. It'll be like, oh, we moved. Sick. It's like Night in the Woods. Fuck yeah. Yeah, so the audio is in just the right spot, I think. She's got a goofy ass run. She like leans forward. Oh yeah, this is very French. Like you can tell from like the architecture and everything, very French. Oh, you're a little kid. Hey you! You new here, right? Oh god, how do I do a little kid's voice? It's fucking hard. I told you, voices are hard, man. You wanna come play ball? Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. Nobody ever wants to play with me. Well, I mean, quit being a little shit. Maybe change your attitude, change your wardrobe. I don't know. Pigeons. Oh, you can scare the pigeons. That's awesome. I know I'm supposed to go the other way, but I'm like, you know, just checking shit out. Having funsies. Liquors. Liquors Department Private Club or Depot. Liquors Depot Private Club. It's like a boxing club. Can I go in? Where's this? Ah, this is where Kiara lives. Okay. The Echo is really cool. Like I said, I'll have to check back and see where my peaks are after next fest, and you know, because I had to get everything set back up after November, and I'm still not sure on some of the streamy stuff. So, a lot of testing. Ooh, Liam's grocery general store. Okay. It doesn't feel like a general store. It just feels like a grocery store. You got like food, more food. I don't know what makes this general. I guess you got plants and stuff too. I love the Echo when you're inside with the big stompy boots. That's cool. You got a meat department. They got the baguettes. Oh, oui, oui. I almost want to put the game in French, but I don't speak French, nor do I read it very well. So, you know, I don't know. Let's put it in French for a second. I wonder what the game's going to do in French. So everything's in French now. Pourquoi? Déjà vu? Ils sont bizarres. Ils sont pas belles. Si. Ils sont bleus. C'est mon cher. Okay, yeah. See, I don't do French very well. French is one of the ones. Latin I'm not half bad at. Because I've studied a bit of Latin, but I haven't studied that much of French. I do need to study some French and stuff sometime. So this must be older, because look at that car. That's like a, yeah. This is maybe, what, 1970s-ish? Possibly? I don't know. Let's check out the cemetery, then we're going to go on to the other demos. We got to wrap this up tonight. I want to get to bed at a decent hour. Not like it matters. I don't work till 2:30 in the afternoon tomorrow, so it's fine. But still. I just want to see the cemetery. The cemetery looks cool. Am I getting screen tearing? Yeah, it's full screen. There's like option with VSync, which is weird. Okay. What was I thinking? Walking around a cemetery? This is depressing. Huh? It's her. Oh, let's listen to what is she talking to a grave? Who's she talking to? A dead person, obviously. I'm so sorry, Lucy. I'm gonna give her a French accent to differentiate it. I like to think that blue is like foreign or whatever, or like she's not Parisian, you know, or wherever they are, right? That's that like makes her different, you know. That's why she's so different. She's a runaway from some other region, you know. I should have stopped you, kept you from going. If I'd been there, I could have prevented this. Now you're here, and I am all alone. If only we hadn't had that conversation. But don't worry. The asshole who did this to you is going to pay dearly for it. I promise you. I'm already on its feet out. I'll comb this city top to bottom until I find him. And when that happens, that piece of trash will get a taste of hell. I'm just sorry. I'm just doing the accent to differentiate because it's hard to get different levels for voice acting. That's why a lot of the like Ben 10 and stuff, whenever you have a male character but a child male character, that's why they get voiced by women a lot, because men trying to get down to that register, it's a lot harder without making it sound really goofy. Whereas women can do it a lot more naturally because their register is closer to that already. And, you know, vice versa, where it's hard for women to sound, you know, burly and like tough because their register is different. Like they can try to go really hard, but it sounds a little ridiculous. You know, it's hard. Voice acting is complex. It really is. Holy crap! You scared the hell out of me. You're talking. You out of your mind screaming like that? What are you doing here, Blue? I'm a bit busy right now. I was walking around when I saw you. I didn't mean to scare you. You heard this conversation? You must not know my secret! Like, she just pulled out a fucking knife and stabbed her down. Oh, jeez. Not all of it. Good part of it, though. Okay. It's okay. Okay. So I think we get it. It's an investigative game. It's, you know, choice-driven, narrative, exploratory. It's Night in the Woods, French edition. Like, that's the idea, is you're playing this angsty teen. Well, May's not a teen in Night in the Woods, but it's soul searchy and, you know, like, I don't know, it's adventurous, soul searchy, coming of age, you know, type of stuff. So choices matter, detective, exploration, you know, you get it. Yeah. So the mega city of Republica. Okay, interesting. We're solving crime. We're going to the semi-open world. We're going to different locations. We're solving crimes, making moral choices, and we're learning the truth about Blue's past. Cool. Very cool. All right. I did wish list. Yes. Yes. See. Magnifique. Okay. It's a shame that like, I wish I could experience it in the French, because it's a French game, or at least French Canadian maybe, but it just sucks because I don't know French. If I knew French, like if I knew French and then had a translation, or like that way you guys could see what they were saying while I'm reading out the French, or at least I could see what I'm saying while I'm reading out the French, you know. But I don't know. It sucks. Anywho, moving on to the Mermaid Mask, another team up of, you know, dude and small woman with weirdly colored hair. Let's go. This one's a detective one as well, but it's out at sea, in a murder in a submarine, I guess. I don't know. Seems to be the idea. Murder on the you know, murder on the Naval Express instead of the Orient Express, you know. Hey, a whodunit. Let's see. Whodunit with a wacky Cartoon Network art style. SFB Games. Okay. Oh, there's voices. Okay, I'm gonna have to do voices on this one. Okay, like change the cursor. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go a little further down on everything. Smidge board. Yeah, it's a little better. I just try to keep it from peaking because I intentionally have my microphone to where I peak a little above the green, like I go kind of halfway into the yellow. So if I get really loud, like fuck, you know, it stops just short of the red, but it's in the yellow zone. So it's not, you know, super peak, but it jumps into the yellow, and that tends to let me get a little more clear and a little louder, so my voice doesn't get muddled with the. Because it's not like I give a shit if you guys hear me, it's that if I get muddled with the game, that can distract from the game. So I want the game under me, so you guys know to listen for the game down here, listen for me up here. You know, that's my reasoning anyway, I don't fucking know. Ooh, they have an art gallery. Cool. Magnus Mortuga. Oh, dude, I love seeing the concept art. That's awesome. And he's got like a whole little backstory thing here. And there's concept art for the decks and things. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Love it. Okay. The Mermaid Mask. So it's a whodunit. You gotta go solve the mystery. The mystery of why I give a shit. Just imagine if he was like an old grizzled dude. Okay, we are in an abandoned fish tavern. Ah, the Stone Pot Inn. Gotcha.
There's nothing written on the barrels.
Okay. So these guys are voiced. I don't have to do the voices,
Sure
thank God.
Once filled with some kind of wonderful, unsanctioned local ale.
Oh, that voice is really familiar.
There's nothing written on the barrels.
I don't know if it's like the accent or if he's really who I think he is. Hold on.
I'm sure they were once filled with some kind of wonderful, unsanctioned local ale.
Oh, there's a... Whose voice am I thinking of? I don't know. I feel like there's a YouTuber I watched recently that has this similar voice, and maybe I don't know. Okay, so we can like look around at everything.
Lamps. They've stopped giving out light and taken up dust collecting. That's also what I plan to do when I retire.
Nice. I like the voices. The voices is good. Journal?
It's the case file.
Ah.
The reason we're here. It was left for us right here on the bar.
Okay, cool, cool. For Detective Grimoire. Okay, so his name is Grimoire. We can like look at it. That's cool. It's got this kind of murky cell shading to it. Cool. So it's shut. And open it so we can look inside. So Captain Magnus Mortuga. I guess he's the one that got murdered. So we gotta figure out he got murdered in what looks like a bathroom, maybe? Alright. Murder victim, Mortuga, 39. Illusion Theater, Mortuga Submarine. The Illusion Theater. Okay. Mortuga had locked himself in the room. It was later forced open. Body discovered. Mortuga was found alone, laying on his back. A single cut across his throat. No bladed weapon of any kind was found. Ah. So there's no bladed weapon. His throat was cut. And he was locked in there alone. Because it was locked from the inside. So how did the perpetrator get away? Watson, you know. I think for these detective ones, I might try to get like a little Sherlock hat and a pipe, just for the bit. Same way like with Yakuza, I kind of want to wait on that until I can put together like a Yakuza shirt, you know, like a little blazer and a button-down shirt to look, you know, like Yakuza type shit. Maybe not Kiryu's exact one, but you know, just something to look mafioso, you know. Anyway, the Illusion Theater is mostly empty, save for the ancient stone cauldron with a thick metal lid. The purpose of this cauldron is unknown. However, I am informed that it has never been unlocked before. Ooh. It is now unlocked. It is now open. Creepy. Signed, Captain Seafoam, Captain of the Mortuga. So, immediately, Captain Seafoam is suspicious because if Seafoam was the first mate and is now Captain of the Mortuga, then getting rid of Captain Mortuga, you know, that would let him be promoted.
Captain Seafoam. As far as I know, that's who hired us. And who left the case file here in the inn. But where are they now? Where's anyone?
Good
Sally,
question.
what do you think?
Sally, what do you think? She's sleepy.
Great contribution.
Great contribution. Because she's still sleeping. Awesome.
It's Sally. She's fast asleep. To be fair, it is 4 in the morning.
God, 4 in the morning? Fuck me.
And see if anyone shows up. So far, nothing.
So shouldn't we just wake her up then if nobody's here?
Fishing trips. On board the Dearest Selena. I'm guessing that's the name of the ship. Enquire with Felicia Stonetop at the bar, or with Sylvia Seafoam at the harbor.
Ooh, Sylvia Seafoam. That changes things. Mayhaps the captain and first mate were, collaborating. A lover's quarrel, perhaps?
It's some book Sally's been reading. She insisted that we bring it with us, although I'm not sure why.
So when I click on that, what happens? You just go straight to it. Okay,
Text
cool.
of the Helmsman by J.D. Werman. Looks like Sally's read through it a couple of times already. I wonder what's so interesting about it. I thought I heard something outside. Hello?
So I guess it'll move along if you looked at all the important things in a room.
The wood is rotten.
And it'll like transition to a new scene. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna just get out of that. So you guys get the vibe. Like we don't need to see more of that. You get that in the first like 30 seconds. You totally understand it. We got some voice. Oh, they're like animated as well, really. Okay, so when they're talking close up, they have some animation. And then, yeah, when they're having a conversation, they're animated. And then when you're investigating things, it's just the portrait and the narration. So that's a great way to save on, like, to have the animation to break it up a little instead of just static portraits. That's a pretty cool way. And it's relatively cheap because you're not doing that for every single thing. And it makes it special, too. So, like, you got the animated conversations or, like, the animated characters in the background. Cool. And there's going to be, like, puzzles and, you know, it's a whodunit, puzzler, detective type of thing. SFB games. Have they done anything? Ah! I thought I heard that name before. They did Crow Country. That one's on my wish list. Cool. Oh, this is like the inception of him. Detective Grimoire. Oh, wow. Look at that art style change. That's very different. I'm gonna put that on the list though, because you know, what is this one? Haunt of the House Terror Town. It's like a side-scrolling action puzzle game. Yeah, so you can see them developing their style back here in like 2014. So it's been a minute. Maybe they had like an intro. So like way back here is 2014, and then Tangle Tower was done in 2019. So this is where the art style was reimagined. So like the character of Detective Grimoire was kept, and then the like the additional character of Sally was added. So there's like a first one. So if I play this one, I'll probably want to play Tangle Tower first, and then the Mermaid Mask, because the Mermaid Mask is like the next jump up from that. So it might be fun to see the characters initially, and then go to the next one. Then of course there's Crow Country, which came out in 2024. Wait, what? The Mermaid Mask demo from 2023. Whoa, I'm confused. Wait, is this already out? No, this is coming out in 26. But I guess they've been working on it since 2023, because 2023, I guess they put this on hold for a bit to work on Crow Country and finish that up and try that out, and then they did Mermaid Mask. So they looks like, okay, so how did this work? They had Tangle Tower in 2019. Then it looks like they spent the next like 3 years or so working on that. And the cool thing is, since they reuse the same characters, the same art style, they can reuse some of the same animations, which is really efficient for making sequels, because all they have to do is like write it, draw new locations, and some of the programming can even still be the same. Like they can use the same interface interactions. Like it's essentially the same game, just a DLC sort of, or like a standalone DLC as a sequel, because it's just new areas, new items, and same UI, same characters, same vibe, which should be really efficient. Which would explain how they were able to have Crow Country come out around 2024. So they worked on that for a couple years, which was a whole new game. And then Mermaid Mask, like that's coming out just 2 years later. So that's just how long it took them to draw up, whatever. So it looks like maybe what happened is they made like a game like when they were in school. Maybe these were like projects of them like in a game dev course, and then they released them, or maybe that was like a thesis statement for them, and then it took them a few years to get this one done because they were probably working a day job, and then in the meantime drawing it up and voice acting and all that, and then now we're here. Cool, very interesting. So Mermaid Mask, that looks like a fun one. I think I will do Tangle Tower, and then we'll get them like later on. We'll get all of them, and then go through there. It's really fun because I played Crow Country in a Next Fest as well, and add that to the wish list. So now we got another one from the same developer. That's fun. All right, the last one for second to last one for the demos, and then we're gonna look at Last Flag, and that's just quick overview of the characters and stuff. So Jacques Mena. How the fuck do you pronounce this? I don't want to mispronounce the character name because they have a very interesting name. Jacques Mena. This is the thing that comes up on Steam. Is that a word? Hold on. Is that a definition? Like is that a word? Or Jacquemin in the Wiktionary, it's Slavic. Okay, so there's Jacquemin, so I guess Jacques Mena is just the female of Jacquemin. Okay, so I'm trying to do this, but I'm also trying to do this, so let's put that over there, and then yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, cool, got that. I like the little Reaper scythe. When you click on it, it like swipes at it. That's cute. Okay. So Jacquemina? Yeah, so it's inherited from Proto-Slavic. It's a cognate with the Czech Jacquemin. So Jacquemin. Okay, what does it mean? Ah, barley. Reaper, scythe, reaping. Okay, clever. So Jacquemina would translate probably, well, if Jacquemin means barley or conjunctivitis. Oh, that's clever. Okay, so it has two meanings. Barley, which is something you harvest, something you reap, and then the second meaning is conjunctivitis, which is an inflammation of the eye due to an infection. So it's something wrong with the eye. So Jacquemina, her name can mean, like a crop of life, right? Barley, something to be reaped, and she can see it. So she's seeing. She is the aware crop, like the aware barley. She knows the reaping is coming. She can see, that's the thing. She can see like weird shit. That's cool. That's a very clever use of that. So, yeah, that's fun. I like that. Okay, so I guess Jakmena or Jakmena or Jamaka Jamena. I don't know. I don't want to make it too French. I know it's Slavic, but it is sometimes the lines blur in my accents. Alright, cool. Very cool. That's actually really clever because it has two meanings and both are related to the game and the character and the story. It's fun when you look up the meanings of names and how they relate to certain things. That's fun. Oh, I like her little sport hoodie. It's like the Nike swoosh, but it's like messed up Nike swoosh. Oh, here I am. I like the baggy pants and her little, like, her clothes are so baggy, but she has little tiny limbs. Very stick figure-y, Tim Burton-esque design. That's gotta be interesting for Burton, for people to now refer to his style when they see something like this, like stringy characters or like stuff like this, is as Burton-esque, or things that are otherworldly but whimsical, whimsically otherworldly, or like death but fun. That's kind of interesting. Oh, there's a pigeon. Hello, pigeon. Oh, that's a fat ass pigeon. I like the gloves as well, the fingerless gloves. This fashion honestly needs to make a comeback. I am so bored of the t-shirt and jeans shit we've had my entire life. Like, I have not seen interesting fashion, genuinely interesting outfits for years. I'm seeing some of the emo and scene stuff come back. Some fun stuff. I don't think I've seen anybody go like full punk again, like with the mohawks and the leather and everything, but it might be coming. I don't know. Some of the younger kids might get into that. They'll modify it obviously because that's how fashion evolves. But yeah. Oh, so we get to see weird stuff. Okay, cool. So they all look normal. Oh, this guy's wrong. He's a Grim Reaper. Oh. He knows that I know that he knows that I know. Uh-oh. So it's just kind of like a simple adventure type of thing. It's just a little visual story they can follow along with, and you kind of explore, and you befriend the old man and all that. So we're going into here. It almost plays like a comic strip. Kind of fun. Oh, we're in the graveyard. So why are we going to the graveyard? What incentive do we have? Are we just like checking things out and wandering around like a weird kid? Nope, not the grandma. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, interesting. So like the weird teens that hang out in the graveyard, they're actually Grim Reapers. This has Dead Like Me written all over it, because this is essentially the bit to Dead Like Me is that the Grim Reapers are just everyday people walking around and they have to work like day jobs and stuff, but they have assignments they go on and they have to like touch somebody, and then that sets off like a final destination, kind of like they die, right? So this feels like whoever whoever the developer is, they saw Dead Like Me and they were like, hey, what about that, but also Slavic folklore, like that kind of a vibe. And who knows, maybe this is just how, maybe the developer is like, it's like a self-insert, and this is how the developer felt in their adolescence of being like isolated and in their relationship to mortality, and they wished maybe that they could see these things and understand these things, or maybe that they were special in some way, but had to cope with the idea that like they thought about this a lot, but there's nothing tangible to tie back to that they could prove to anybody. Maybe that's what they're going for with the story. Oh, what happened? Finger. Oh, I guess it's locked. She's waiting on her friend. Oh, she can be sad, or she can be happy. Or she can be sad, she can be happy. I guess we're just gonna rest. Just gonna wait. Oh, Zvan, the custode, the he's the graveyard keeper. Zvan's okay. Zvan's a good guy. So he's okay. He's not a bad guy. Yay, Zvan. Are we supposed to go back the other way, or are we going this way? Oh, yep. Aw. Oh, he's got a little house. He lives in the graveyard. That's cool. Ah! Jesus, okay, with the audio. Gonna need to balance that at a later date. Aw, cute. There's like shells and stuff. Oh, you look down the table with the scroll wheel. Oh, we have a little glass of juice. Oh. That juice got very purple. Yeah, trying to poison me? Ah, you ended it right there. Nice cliffhanger. What is that? Why does she look... Is she... Oh, there's a lot here. There's a lot going on. There's recipes. Oh, this is cute. You can just make food. That's fun. It's fun that you could just make food as, like, that'll be, like, mini games in the game, and then you can go make those on the side if you just feel like relaxing and making some food or playing the game again. That's cute. I like that. That cliffhanger showing me her with like a skull head. Oh, you don't, and it doesn't reveal that like anywhere, I don't think, in the page here. Because it shows going and hanging out with the old man and making food and her seeing things, but I don't think it shows that at all. No. So you have to play the demo to see that. It's kind of a hint. It's like, oh, maybe she's dead and she hasn't accepted it yet. Maybe she's a Grim Reaper and she forgot, or she's like somewhere in between. I don't know what the deal is. So it's like cozy, but it's got this hint of it's almost like cosmic cozy instead of cosmic horror. So instead of it being like this, because cosmic horror is usually like giant unknowable Cthulhu monster from space or another dimension. It's fucking with you, and you have like, you can't win. There's no chance. You're fucked. It's like the existential dread of the entropy of the universe. But here maybe it's an inversion of that. Maybe instead of cosmic horror, it's cosmic coziness. It's, yeah, you're different. Yeah, you can see stuff. Yeah, death is coming, but life's cool. It's cozy. It's fun. It's sort of inviting to think about, instead of, oh no, death is sad. Because usually the only time people interact with death is in a negative connotation, because someone has died, someone they care about. They go to a funeral, everybody's crying, everybody's upset. If you do that to me when I die, I will come back and haunt your ass. Do not do that. Like, I'm not dying anytime soon. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. World War III might be around the corner. We're all getting nuked. But, then I don't have to worry about anybody going to my funeral, because we'll all be dead. But I ain't having no funeral. Like, my philosophy on death is, like, just roll them in a ditch and go party. Like the world's gonna keep turning. You ain't special. Like, we're all just decaying, And that's what it is. Like, you can accept that and move on, or yeah. It's like again, Fight Club. There's the bit where Tyler mentions what exactly is the wording? I'm drawing a blank. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. He says, fuck, I should have refreshed myself. I at work the other day, I decided to watch The Guild instead of Fight Club. I usually watch Fight Club every time I'm working. Like, near the end of the night, I'll use that as like my kind of signing off moment, but I ended up not watching it. I was watching The Guild on my phone instead. Very funny series, very funny show. Just felt like watching The Guild. But what was it? It's in the scene. I don't want to say what's in the scene in case someone hasn't seen it. It's kind of a shocking scene. It's a good scene. The whole movie's fantastic. Fucking masterpiece. But what do you say? He said, you have to know, not fear, know that someday you're gonna die. You have to like accept that you're gonna die. Like, you have to accept that you're mortal. You can be hurt. You can be killed, and that's life. You're a flesh of meat. You're like this meat puppet wandering around. you know, and then you'll die and you'll be gone, and that's it. That's life. But instead of being nihilistic doomer about it, it's it's not like the Pollyanna bullshit of live every day to the fullest and have excess and all. It's like, no, it's live efficiently, you know, or live like, don't live efficiently, but be productive in your life in what you do, and don't spend your life on things that don't matter, right? You know, Rogaine, Viagra, Olestra, Martha Stewart. Fuck Martha Stewart. Martha's polishing the brass on the Titanic. It's all going down, man. That's like the bar scene when he, you know, first meets up with Tyler, and he's right. It's all going down. That's entropy. You know, these things don't matter, right? All the shit you see on TV, you know, jumping off for that point, like what Tyler had said before that line was, the war, poverty, or what was it? Is it war? War, crime, poverty. These things don't concern me. What concerns me are celebrity magazines, television with 500 channels, some guy's name on my underwear, right? He's talking about, media, Calvin Klein and all this crap, all this advertising consumerist crap. It's meaningless, right? It's fucking meaningless. Now, does that mean we all need to go back to being fucking Luddites or something? No, like but we do need to take that seriously and go, yeah, fuck capitalism, fuck, being beholden to systems of the old and the demand for profit and shareholder value and all this crap, man. It doesn't mean anything. Get over yourself. You know, especially with the things you buy and the things you need. It's like, oh, I like that. It's like, but why though? You know, why? Like, I was at Aldi earlier, right? Do a little shopping, and I'm looking in the home goods aisle, and I don't get very many things from there, but the things I do get, I actually need. Like, I recently bought a little like cleaner drill. It has like brush heads on it, and I need that because it's gonna help me clean the bathroom. It's gonna help me, like, it helps with stains and things, so I don't have to sit there and, I'm transferring my mechanical energy of the arm. I'm trading that for the mine would be the kinetic energy, and then there's the mechanical energy of the drill. So it's the same action, it's the same energy, but I'm using the drill I'm using the tool. The tool's not using me. You know, the things you own end up owning you. Again, Fight Club. I could go on endlessly about Fight Club, but we need to move on. We gotta check out the last thing, and then we'll wrap it up by looking at all the big list of the unknown ones. So we're gonna look at Last Flag. That'll be the last one we actually, check out as a demo, and then these other ones, it is almost midnight. So by the time we get done looking at that and looking at these, it'll be about midnight. Good, 6-hour stream. Good way to end the next fest. So we are going to give these some air. We're going to give them some screen time, just because, it's not fair to look at these and then just throw them on a wish list. And, we want to look at them, put them on the wish list, talk about them a minute, and then, there you go. I just didn't have time to physically get to everything. There's so many demos, so many games. This is why I say, man, this is why I say we need a moratorium. We need to stop production of, like, entertainment for at least 5 years. Minimum 5 years. Like, I would go 10 years. I'd say stop making movies and shows and stuff for a decade. Like, still make them, but just don't release them. Like, you can make them and stockpile them and just wait. And then just give people time to catch up on their watch lists and things over the next 5 to 10 years. And then you can, okay, guys, open the floodgates and let's do it again. And then you can release all that 10 years of content onto the market. And then, but that would incentivize, like, hey, if people aren't going to look at this for a while, there's no capturing trends. There's no making a quick buck with crappy shows that you funded and ran and nobody liked and it was only one season or whatever. It's like, no, you got to make some real shit. You got to make some real cool, real good shit, Because that's got to be what lasts people the next 5 years. It's like a cycle of hibernation. I think humans really need to get into that cycle. I think we need cycle of hibernation where it's like, okay, everybody works their ass off for 2 months, and then everybody takes a month-long vacation, and we all chill, right? And you have that on, like, rotating shifts. So, like, half of us work, half of us chill. Half of us work, half of us chill. It just bounces back and forth. So that the guys chilling can be taken care of by the guys working, and vice versa. A symbiotic, cooperative, anarchistic, anarcho-communist collective, right? Seize the means of protection. We'll... Anywho, moving on. Let's play Last Flag. Speaking of seizing, let's seize the flag. Let's check this out. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to do an actual match of this. but I do want to check out each of the characters and see what the deal is and how it generally plays. Ideally, it's going to be optimized. God, I hope. Let's see. And I am out of water, but that's okay. I'll just get some after. I'm not going to die, until midnight. It's fine. It's like, I'll get some in like 30 minutes when I get off and get me a snack and go to bed. I think it's sandwich. Let's get that sandwich ring from Publix, that and a couple more chips. Maybe. Ooh, that and chips and salsa. Oh, or I could do a Crunchwrap and salsa. I could try that out. No. I'll do Crunchwraps. Well, no, the Crunchwraps might be going back. I might eat Crunchwrap tomorrow, but I might make burger tomorrow. Oh, I have options for food and it's pissing me off. It's like I'm not like zoned in like usually I'm with food. I'm like I've got a lot of. That's why I usually pick like one thing to be into at a time with food. It's too many options, too much things in the fridge. I don't want things going bad. I try to eat. I try to eat through the leftovers first. I also try to play games that are optimized and don't overload my encoder for no fucking reason when they're initially loading. God damn it. I'll wait. Let me guess, UE4, right? Or UE5, whichever. Unreal can suck it either way. We're getting 60 frames. We're getting 60 frames again. All right. Oh, now we're getting 55. I like this guy. I really want to check him out. He's got like a revolver that also has 4 barrels. It's a weird fucking design. Ah, we're compiling shaders. That's why we're getting encoding overloaded. Ooh, it's funky. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Hang on, I'm just gonna turn the thing down in here because it's easier and faster to do it this way. Let's turn it up a little bit. I'm loving the 70s psychedelic vibe with this. It's all like Deathloop, where Deathloop had that, psychedelic 60s, 70s type of thing going on. It was like, yeah, man, groovy, Super love, baby. Hang on, I'm gonna turn this up just a bit more, maybe 25. Alright, that's not too bad, yeah. I try to keep this, like, that's the thing with the sound, is I try to keep the sound near, like, 30 or 25. Again, you guys know my reasoning, but yeah. We'll see. Like I said, I'll double check all this before the next time I stream. That way I'll know where in this I'm trying to hit, and maybe I'll just turn the game down on the desktop or something. And it's just hard for me because I need it to be a certain level too. But I can also scroll it with my little wheel here, in case I want it a little lower on my end. It's a quick way to just do that without adjusting anything physically, so that I hear it right, you guys hear it right. Easy peasy, good to go. But it's nicer if I can just get it to where we both hear the same thing at about the same level, and we're solid. I feel like this guy's name is going to be, Delgado or something. Like, Delgado or Rigby or, like a punchy name like that, Or, wouldn't be Torque, because he doesn't seem to have anything to do with, like, engines or mechanical stuff. Like beefy name, but he's also a little slick, it's like, Remy LeBlanc, they call me the Gambit, that guy, that kind of vibe. I'm getting a gambler vibe off this guy. He's got the brimmer hat, like the black brimmer, the broad black brimmer. He's got the chain. He's kind of funky. Got the glasses. He's got a hell of a style. He feels like he's from like down Louisiana or something. He's a gambler, because he's got the fleur de lis. He's got the fleur de lis on chest, and the Louisiana's big on the fleur de lis and the French Quarter and all that. As long as the compiling shaders works, I'll take it. I don't like that it's overloading my encoders to do this. I don't know why the fuck it's doing that, but it's sort of a pain in the ass. It just sucks that I can't like close the window while it's doing this, so that maybe it doesn't fuck it so much. But I don't know. I don't even know if you guys are hearing me correctly. The audio might be squawked on this, but let's see. Check the strum. Let's see here. Check my strum. As long as this one shader works, I'll take it. I don't like that it's overloading my coders to do this. Yeah. Okay. So it does seem like even if I get frame dips in OBS, the variable bitrate thing is working to clean it up a little bit, so it's not as frozen, not as stuttery. Instead of like with dropped frames, it might overload it too much and kill the stream, or completely freeze up the screen. So instead of getting a slideshow at a low resolution, or like trying to even the frames out, it like without the variable bitrate, it'll just like shoot for whatever bitrate I have in there, and if it can't achieve that, it's just gonna stop completely, which is not great. But yeah, almost there, 80%. And ideally, this only has to happen like once when you play it. But again, I've said this 1,000 times. If this is the kind of thing it takes when loading up a video game to do it, like if it takes like 5 minutes of compiling whatever shaders you use or whatever, like if it takes you 5 to 10 minutes for the game, like yeah, it sucks you can't just jump in and have it work. But if that's the trade-off, to have games that look great and run perfectly, and I mean perfectly, that's the trade-off. If your compiling shaders doesn't get the game to run perfectly, then fuck off. The finals does it every single time, and it's still barely playable. It doesn't even run perfectly. It doesn't run as good as it did in the beta. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is the point? Eat me, Alright, ooh, we just jumped to 95. Nice. We getting there, boys. We getting there. I like the little loading thing is the guy with the flag, and he just keeps flipping back and forth. That's pretty cool. 97. We got 3 more. 2 more. 1. Woo! Countdown over. Alright, we're at 100%. But we're still not done. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. Now we got it. Night Street. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Way to kill the vibe. Put me back on the screen. Alright, cool. Now I can actually change the stuff. So that ideally won't be a problem once I change the video settings. The video settings always come in as like the big one. So we're gonna have to be full screen if I want VSync to be on. Okay, I just went black screen over there. Okay, we're good. We're back. Okay. Anytime I change the main display method, OBS has to like recalculate what it's looking at. Yeah, motion blur's off. We're just gonna go low because again, you're highly stylized. I should not have to have anything close to high. 3D resolution object running game does not affect the main menu. Low resolution increase. Yeah, no, that's going up to 100. If you can't hit 100, then you're just bad at optimizing. I'm not gonna make my resolution look like shit just to make your game run better, you ass. I'm sorry that comes off as aggressive. I've experienced that crap too much with the finals, and I don't need that in a game like, a game that looks like Fortnite. And again, Fortnite did the same thing, where they like jumped over to whatever engine or whatever, and I used to play that game just fine. You guys know I did. I used to stream that bitch. I used to stream that fucking game. And then my buddy wanted me to get back into it, and then it wasn't working too well. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I don't know. We'll see. I think the audio is actually pretty fine right now. Oh, they have a ducking factor. That's cool. So they actually have ducking so that, for those who don't know what audio ducking is, it's a method where when somebody speaks, it automatically lowers the volume of everything else in the sound in the track. So there's like automatic ducking, where you like the idea of ducking is that it's automatic. It's not that you go in and adjust the volume yourself in real time. It's that you just lower everything while you were speaking, so that when reduce the volume game when others are talking. So when my teammates talk, it lowers the volume slightly so I can hear them more clearly, and I don't have to play with the voice chat volume as much, which is pretty good. And then there's the input adjustments, so that's like up, down. I'm not sure what's that supposed to be doing for me. Push talks on. So we got party and team. So you can talk to party and team, party only, disabled, right? There's no local chat. A lot more games need local chat for talking shit. War Dogs is gonna have local chat, and I wanna use that to fuck with people. Like, don't come in my building, and then just blast them with a shotgun. I told you stay out. I love doing shit like that in BattleBit, where I just talk mad shit to the enemies I kill. It's so funny, very fun. Background audio from okay, cool. Controls, yeah, should be fine. Gameplay, character help panel activation. ADS is hold, crouch is toggle, slide. Ooh, there's a slide and a crouch. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Slide is... I feel like slide should be hold, so if I put them on the same thing, it'll... You know, but, I mean, that might just be contextual space anyway, I don't know. Anyway, point being, cool little cast of characters we got here. I'm really interested in this character. This looks like a healer or like a damage dealer with poison, and I'm always interested in characters like that. Alright, so who all do we got? We have a headless woman. Okay, there we go. Ooh, creepy. Okay, there we go. The Banshee, Hazuki Masako. Okay. Few were surprised when Masako started a band. As a baby, no one had ever screamed that loud or that often. What? Is she supposed to be like literal baby metal? Nice. Her love of metal music felt natural, but her parents worried about her temper. They enrolled Masako in archery, a sport that required calm and focus. In the first week, she broke 3 bows. It was stubbornness that prevented her from giving up. In time, through sheer anger, she willed herself into a uniquely gifted archer. Her temper has not improved. She still screams a lot. So she's like... I guess, yeah, she's like baby metal, like... that because baby metal is a genre of music. It's a thing in, like, I think Japan does it too, but I think it's mostly a thing in Korea. You have like, the baby metal as like a thing of... it's weird. I don't know how to describe it. Okay, so this guy I was really interested in was the Scout. They literally call him Scout. Nice. Parker Spencer. As a forest scout, Parker is nothing short of being a prodigy. In its 60-year history, he's the youngest to reach the rank of Great Horned Owl. Oh, he's got a little falcon friend. Nice. And the only to have obtained diamond clusters on 10 different badges. So he's like the ultimate Boy Scout. Gotcha. He is also the only forest scout with the cybernetic falconry badge, thanks to his pet, Luther. Cybernetic falconry. I'm sorry, are birds not real? Are we doing the birds not real meme, and he, like, built a cyborg bird? Like a cybernetic bird? Despite the concern of his parents, he is good friends with Camilla, who is the only person he allows to touch Luther. For reasons he keeps to himself, Parker is learning Japanese. He's like a fucking... I'm sorry, so he's the ultimate Boy Scout who built a fucking robot bird friend, and he's a weeb that's learning Japanese. I love these characters. They're fucking crazy. Rhodey, Jack Burt. Okay. Jack Burt was a young electrical engineer when a drink at a bar changed his life. The band set to play was having problems with their amp. Jack offered to have a look. Minutes later, it was purring with raw energy. Impressed, they invited him to join their tour. It sounded fun. 30 years and countless bands later, it still is. Now everyone knows Jack. If you can plug it in and if you can plug it in and it makes a sound, he can fix it or make it better. I cannot fucking read tonight. There isn't a band who doesn't want Jack as their roadie. Okay, cool. So he has like a rocket glove. So he's like the soldier. So we got the sniper, scout, soldier, arsenal, demo man, I guess would be the thing. Camilla Barbosa. Oh, this is Camilla. So he lets Camilla, like Camilla's the only one allowed to play with Luther. So Camilla Barbosa. I'm guessing from the vibe here, she looks like a mad scientist from like Brazil. She's giving Brazil. I don't know why. Maybe it's the colors, maybe it's the hair, I don't know. I'm loving the evil laugh. Yeah, the evil mad scientist laugh. I love that shit. Let's see. Camilla considers herself to be an expert newcomer in the field of weapons manufacturers. Her upbeat attitude, high IQ, and flexible morals has led to exciting new designs such as auto-targeting electric shock sentries and a high-pressure liquid dispenser that shoots armor-piercing acid. She's the engineer. Okay. She's run into some legal roadblocks in testing her equipment, but Last Flag, with its robust set of disclaimers and fine print, has proven an ideal testing ground. Also, everyone is so nice. She's like a mad scientist that wants to test her weapons, so that's why she joined the Last Flag, like, you know, league, the scouting, the what do you call it? Like what'd you call it? I don't know. Like the league or the game show, whatever. Yeah. Tango Alejandro. I swear, did I call this guy Alejandro when we looked at the trailer? We looked at the trailer last stream, and I swear to fucking Christ, I actually called this guy Alejandro. I think he's gonna be called Alejandro. I'm gonna go look back here. No. I swear to God, I said Alejandro. Like, and I called him like a mariachi guy in the last one. I'm not fucking kidding. I swear. Did I? Points, right? Okay, so here we are. We're looking at this. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. Don't need top chat. I need to be able to like, zoom in here and see where Alejandro is at. Where's the mention of Alejandro? Because this guy somebody was running Alejandro, or I was looking at it in the trailer. I don't know. So they seem to unlock. Okay, I'm just gonna like skip through until I find it. I don't really need my voice in there. Okay, let's skip over to when we looked at Last Flag. Okay, yeah. See, hold on. Okay. Last Flag. I don't know if I'll do an actual match. Last Flag. I might try an actual match just to see because it does look cool. I want to see the developer thing. I want to see what's the actual like minute-to-minute gameplay like. Okay, so you can't wind it back too far on Steam, unfortunately. So they're actually about to go into a game. I'm just kind of curious what that entails. So like, there's the mariachi guy with the gun. You got the guitar. So this seems to be an assassin that the guy's playing. But I'm gonna turn on the audio so we can hear.
Oh, it's on the other side, I think. Yeah, it's on the other side.
Go to the other side. Oh, you mean the other side of the map? Okay.
So I leave that in 1080. That'll work.
Yeah, over here.
So they're like farming it seems. That's interesting. And I gotta turn the volume down a little. Yeah, they would probably not think to look in like a corner of their own. So both teams got time to hide. 5v5. So I think 4 on 4. After the flag, mixed with domination executed. That movement. So if you go down, bro, you seem to unlock their stuff throughout the match. That's you're in that line there. It's chunking the map into 3 seconds, and it's almost like a game of Battleship. Fucking domination because you don't necessarily have to capture their zone, and it's scanning the map. So if you guys see just like all enemy side of the map, and once you see where their flag is, you want to grab that, snatch it up, and win the round right here. So, and that's why it's not like scanning because red team's flag prevent people from bringing the flag forward. Like some of the mechanics, and look at each of the characters and their abilities, and like I don't know if I'll do an actual round of this, but I could at least like check them all out in like a training mode or like a bot match or something, and really get into it. Like, that looks really cool. Couple mentions, just kind of like alphabetical order. Okay, no, I didn't actually. I thought I did, but I think what I thought was either it was the first day of stream or something when when I downloaded. I was thinking, oh, Alejandro. And his name literally is Alejandro. I love how they embrace the stereotype. They're like, yeah, people are probably gonna think this guy's name is Alejandro, so fuck it. We'll make him a mariachi. His name will be Alejandro. Who gives a shit? His like code name is Tango. Guys, I love that he uses an FAL. You do not see that gun often in shooters, and I'm really glad that Fortnite kind of popularized it again, where like that was like the battle rifle in Fortnite was clearly based on an FAL. Let's see. I mean, not say there's like M16s and stuff in there too, but like it's very iconic as a weapon. Like the silhouette is interesting. Alejandro is on Last Flag for only one reason, so that his sister Beatrice might see him on television. What? He just wants to be on TV? Okay. Oh, she vanished from the Sisters of Mercy orphanage one night years ago, and Alejandro has been looking for her ever since. He considers Last Flag to be a crass and distasteful enterprise, and has forgone any prize money in exchange for a dedicated tip line where people can call with any information about Beatrice. So far, nothing has come of it, but Alejandro refuses to give up for his familia. Oh my god, I love it. That's fantastic. I like that he's like, nah, I don't even want the money. Just give me, like, in lieu of salary, he wants a tip line set up for his sister so that he can find his long-lost sister from the orphanage. Fuck yeah, dude. Damn, son. God, they gave her thighs. Like, the devs know what they're doing. They're making himbos and bimbos, man. We love it. We love to see it. Like, absolute peak. Very Sky-coded. She reminds me of Sky from Paladin. She's got the purple, assassin type of thing. Knives. Her name is Knives. Okay, so Knives, Tango, Arsenal, Rhodey, Scout, and Banshee. So they're all, yeah. So I'm guessing she has abilities to, like, yell at people, sonic damage. That'd be cool. Shin Sujin. Sujin was born into a circus family, and before she could even read, her father had taught her to tumble and her mother to throw knives. Okay, so she's acrobatic, knife throwing, yeah. Over the next decade, she refined those skills, blending them into a solo act that left audiences breathless with its daring. It didn't take long for Sujin's fame to go international, and she now performs all over the world to much acclaim. The destinations she chooses for her shows are unusual, but perhaps she picks them for a specific reason. So, she's like secretly an assassin. That's the idea. And she's going to these weird locations. People are like, huh, that's weird. Why is she performing in this podunk town? Because she's hunting down her target, Very cool. Oh my god, Elvis is in this game. I'm sorry, is that a rocket launcher or a flamethrower? Either way, I get to be Elvis. Aw, hell yeah. I want to be Rocket Elvis, man. He's awesome. Skyfire, yeah, so that must be a flamethrower of some sort. Zhao Yu Hong. He's fucking like Chinese Elvis. I'm loving it. So Yu Hong is, or Zhao. I think it's Zhao. Zhao Yu Hong. I'm trying to pronounce the names right. It's hard, man. Has always loved movies and desperately wanted to be in them. His chance came when an uncle got him a job as a stuntman. Yu Hong was fearless, and the camera loved him. Even in the background, he stood out. It didn't take long before he got his first speaking part, and immediately fans wanted more. Today, Zhao Yu Hong is a rising star. His most famous movie is Rise of the Flying Dragon, where he fights off criminals with a flamethrower and a jetpack. He's a flamethrower Chinese Elvis. Because, of course, a flamethrower, he's Elvis-coded. Burning love. Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. I cannot wait for the culture references in this, because Paladins does that too, where they have, like, voice lines and stuff that are, like, you know, pop culture references. This guy has got to make a Burning Love reference, like, with his, you know, or, like, with his ult to be perfect. He's like, you know, or like, when his ult's almost done, maybe he's like, you know, I feel my temperature rising, and then, you know, he just hits him with a flamethrower, and, like, when he activates it, it's like, you know, hunka hunka, burning love, and he just starts torching him. That'd be just awesome, dude. Awesome. Bounty Hunter. Julius Reeves. I don't know why I didn't think of Julius. It's so obvious for a name. I was thinking, like, punchy names, but nah. Julius Reeves. He's, like, shaft-coded, very clearly. Shaft, Blade, that kind of hip, cool gunslinger. Love it. Let's see. Bounty Hunter. Julius Reeves. Youthful rebellion led Julius to join the military police. Okay, yeah. Sounds about right. It didn't stick. Narrow minds. Awful clothes. Yeah, he's like Shaft. He's groovy. I love it. The fucking music is immaculate as well. This is why I wanted to save this for last, so we can really sink our teeth into it. He was good at it, though, and smart enough to recognize that, so Julius tried his hand at bounty hunting and discovered that was a better fit. Shrewdly, he marketed his exploits through a series of loosely autobiographical books that proved very popular. He's Shaft! He's fucking Shaft! That's like Shaft. That's like so Shaft coded. Like Shaft is the, you know, they're Shaft, and it's like Tom Clancy as well. That kind of thing, like autobiographical assassin or bounty hunter and whatever. Like it's so Shaft because Shaft is like a groovy bounty hunter. You know, like okay, for guys that don't know Shaft, just a quick one. It's an old character, Shaft. So Shaft has been portrayed in various forms, right? So the original was the 1970s film Shaft, and I think he had a TV show as well. So it's like, yeah. So there was like Shaft 2000 with fuck his name, bald guy, swears a lot, Samuel L. Jackson. There we go. So Samuel L. Jackson plays like the 2000 version of Shaft. So he's the so this one is Police Detective John Shaft is the nephew of the original Shaft. And all this, and it's like a generational thing. It's become, right? It's like a family affair, and they all got like these cool red coats and stuff. They kind of updated it for the modern look, right? And then, so Shaft originally had a TV series in the 70s, and the outside like a movie. I think the movie launched the TV series, or there was a TV movie. I'm not sure which. That's the thing. So this is from the Criterion Collection. So here you go, Shaft, a film by Gordon Parks. So it launches as like essentially this blaxploitation film, right? So blaxploitation was the idea of like these action flicks, you know, would the term oriented be the correct? Yeah, oriented, like pitched basically towards black people, because it was like the 70s. Everything was groovy and urban and grungy, and you know, funky music meets lethal force. You know, that's the idea of something like Shaft, right? And Shaft is like this, you know, no nonsense. He's going after the kidnappers who got his daughter, and he's like this, you know, he's this bad motherfucker, you know, he's this dude, and he's Shaft, and you know that's you don't mess with Shaft, you know, like he's a groovy guy. It's you see a bit of the same character in it's pivotal. It's iconic, right? In what comes to be known as the like I wouldn't say henchman, like the brawler black man stereotype in film is, you know, you get these like hard asses. Like this is also when you get characters like Luke Cage, right? So Luke Cage in the Marvel comics, this is where you get guys like him, where he's like this big kind of tank, but he's groovy, he's got the fro and everything, and he's very much like, you know, yeah, power to the people type of thing. You know, Shaft is that same kind of can't keep the black man down, that kind of vibe, right? You know, and it's very like very hip, very cool, very, you know, mess with me type of thing. That's where Blade, even though in the 90s Blade was kind of grungy, right? Because it had that 90s edge to it, right? 1991. Hold on. Hold please. Let's see. Blade 1. Let's see. When the first Blade? 98. Okay. So it was 98, and this is why it gets overlooked, by the way, is it came out in 1998. And a lot of people overlook it to see Sam Raimi's Spider-Man as like the start of superhero movies, like good superhero movies. But Blade was right there, and he laid the groundwork. And I guarantee you there was some production guy somewhere that saw Blade and was like, this kicks ass, we need more superheroes, and, you know, we're done with science fiction and cowboys. I mean, science fiction still hung on for a little bit in TV shows. And to this day, I don't think superhero TV shows are really that good. I think they need a lot more thought put into them, other than flashy special effects and trying to do that angle. And the daytime Emmy soap opera fucking writing, it's so bad. It's just, ugh. Anyway, point being, Blade comes out, and like that's where Blade gets it from. Is Blade is still very much Shaft. That's where Julius Reeve gets it from. He is Shaft. He's the cool customer. He's the badass dude, you know? He's the man on the block that ain't nobody mess with. He got the shades, and he's got the chain, and he's hip, he's with it. And that's where Gambit has similar coding to that. And Gambit, you know, in the Marvel books and everything, he's the gambler. He's the, you know, Gambit, right? He's the gambler. He's that down home southern Louisiana boy from the bayou, and he's, you know, he's made his money in these seedy back alley deals and things, whatever. He's got that fashion sense and that flair, and he picks that flair. He chooses that flair to stand out and be noticed. You know, he's the Gambit. He wants everyone to know his name. He wants it spoken in hushed tones at speakeasies and, you know, backroom deals. He wants everyone to be afraid that, Gambit's on the move. You know, maybe you gotta hope you don't try to play with Gambit because he stacks the deck. Like that's Gambit. It's the same way that Shaft became infamous, is like, you know, you don't mess with Shaft, right? Shaft's too cool, you know, don't touch him, you know. Lay off the fro, you know? Like, what was the one? It was an Ace Ventura movie. Was it Ace Ventura? It was a Jim Carrey movie. I don't know if it was Ace Ventura, it was a different one. But, no, I think it was Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls, and that's like the second movie where he goes to Africa, and he's fighting like some dude, and he like noogies him, and it messes up his hair, and it like turns it into like devil horns, because they call him White Devil. It's a hilarious scene, and he's like, oh, and he sees a mirror or whatever. Everybody's laughing at him about his hair, and he's like, "That's it, nobody messes with the two." Like, that's, you know, same thing with Shaft. You don't mess with Shaft. You don't touch him, you know, get off me. Like, that kind of thing. That's so cool. I'm glad, because I want to play the bounty hunter guy. Like, I want to play the bounty hunter guy, the scout guy, and Arsenal. And now that I know about Chinese Elvis with the flamethrower, I definitely got to play that guy. So that's at least half the roster, right? I want to check out everybody, but those are probably going to be my mains. That's awesome. Oh, wait, I didn't finish the biography. Sorry. Yeah, proved very popular. Today, Julius is more than a bounty hunter. He's a brand, and Last Flag is just the next step on the way to the top. Yeah, same thing as Shaft. Shaft isn't just a character anymore. He's an icon, right? Lumberjack. So who are they basing this guy on? Peter McKinnon. Okay. He's got big himbo energy. I love it. He's very triangular. I like that. Let's see. Before joining Last Flag, Peter loved nothing more than roaming the vast forests of Finland or losing himself in a romance novel. He reads fucking romance novels? Okay, sure. Yeah, he's so himbo energy. His quiet demeanor, coupled with an impressive physique, has made him a very popular contestant. During the week, he hosts a book club radio show called Spread Pages with Peter, which routinely tops the ratings charts. I'm sure it fucking does. So he's like the female gaze personified. He's that rugged outdoorsman. It's like he stepped out of a romance novel. He's the sexy lumberjack. I love it. And I like that they didn't go with plaid. Plaid's like the usual, but they've given him this like very 70s coded shirt. He's got like the big collar, but this was a big thing, was like the stripes, this kind of like color combination in the stripes. That was a big thing in the 70s as well, 60s and 70s. Rhodey's here with the jacket. Does this jacket say anything? It does, but I can't really see. It's got like a wolf head on it. It's just the textures are lower. Okay, cool. So, training gym. Yep, cool. So, training gym. So you have to do the tutorial to do your audition. And the audition, I guess, is the bot lobby. And then earn 200 more XP to complete your auditions. So you have to do the training gym. You have to do the tutorial. You have to do like a bot lobby or like a performance to prove that you know how to use the character. And then you are finally allowed into the multiplayer. This, for the love of God, this. And I think if somebody's stats go too low and they're not fulfilling their role properly in a match too many times, kick them back to the tutorial. I want to see more of that in games where it's like, hey, there need to be walls for PvP. You need to be able to climb that wall. If you can't climb that wall or break through that wall or get around that wall, if you can't figure it out, don't put him in a lobby. If he's too stupid, he's going to tank the team. We don't want him there. And that's not an insult to say, like, oh, you're bad at the game. Be bad, but know what you're doing and get your ass kicked by a superior opponent. Don't just flail around and jump right into a lobby that you're not ready for. That's why there's a training gym. Go through the tutorial. Go to the firing range. Okay, looks like we're going to give this a minute. Yeah, the frame rate is
Welcome
fucked.
to audition.
Frame rate's pretty
Head for
fucked,
that Mark
but
II when you're ready to begin.
it's not bad. I don't know if it's streamable, but it's not bad. Might just take a second to load in, really. So we're doing Alejandro, it seems. They're having me play Alejandro. Okay, so then there's a weapon wheel, or a ping wheel, maybe? It looks like it's maybe a middle mouse. So aiming. I actually like Alejandro's hair a lot. I like the poncho, too. Yo, he's got bolas. Ooh, he might be crowd control. Cool. Very chunky. I like that. Oh, it's flipping the mag. It's got some style to it. Nice. Awesome. Wonderful. See, I like the stretch on the pneumatic tube. So it compiles shaders in every scenario. Like, every match, it's going to compile the shaders, which is really good. So it might take a second for the match to start, because everybody's got to compile their shaders. But once you're in, and it'll, like, clean up that frame rate real quick and get everything hopefully sort of where it needs to be.
Flag. Just don't put it next to the curtain. The red team is on the other side.
Okay, so the curtain... Wait, there's a giant curtain that lifts? That sounds amazing.
Color me
you plant the flag.
roll
Cool.
me in glitter. That spot is
I love his weird little walk with his long legs, man. His walk cycle is funny. You always respawn in the green room after adding the flag. Okay. So that you can't just plant the flag and go to your guys. You have to come back. And it also gives you a chance to reset. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. The training gym's broken. Hold on. You have to, like, jump in it, or... Hold on. Oh, it's broken. Help. I can't get out now. I can't get out of the tutorial. Help me. Okay. Unfortunate. I think it's broken. I'm trying to get in there. Won't let me in. Help. Fucking help. Help me. Okay, I need to... Yeah, we gonna need to back out and maybe come back in. That didn't work. I really want to check it out, though. I want to see some of the abilities and stuff. I obviously won't go through the whole roster right at the minute, because I very much intend on playing this game.
Welcome to auditions. Head for that Mark II when you're ready to begin.
Okay, so we go to the tube. Got it. I think maybe it just broke. Because I think I was moving when it teleported me back, so I think that might be an issue.
You have to hide the flag. Just don't put it next to the curtain. The red team is on the other side.
So put it like in here, maybe.
Color me purple and roll.
Okay, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're just gonna get. I'm not touching it this time because I think that might have fucked it up. They might have thought I was still in motion while I was moving. So I'm gonna very carefully walk over. I'm not gonna sprint or anything. Is it just broken? Okay, no, yeah, it was just broken the other time. Okay, cool.
Are like piggy banks.
So when you spawn in, you have a little shield. That's cool.
So you can upgrade your abilities.
Like a crit to this, or yeah, a little bit.
Now that you have enough money, choose an
I
ability.
don't know why, but it's also giving Plants vs. Zombies. Like, it's giving Garden Warfare 2. I don't know why. Got vibes. Never stop watching. Flex TV. Last flag. Awesome. Okay, so you can't mantle. But I do have some abilities here. So what can I do? Assault Rifle. ADS. Electric Bola to stun the enemy. Okay, and then you can upgrade. Right? Hit a target, drains their stamina, stunning an enemy 5 meters near the target. So you can get multiple enemies at level 2. I have mines, I have a bola, I have a bunker buster bazooka for the ultimate. Okay, so let's see. I guess we'll do that. We'll get the bola, right? So we got the bola upgraded a bit. So now the bola is gonna do what? Drain their stamina. So when I hit them, it'll stun them and take their stamina down, so they can't move as much and do as much. See, there's like a little stamina bar, but I have infinite stamina.
Good job. That tall
Okay, so
thing
that's
is
a
radar
mine.
tower. You'll want to stand in the circle to capture it for your team.
Let's go faster the closer you stand. No, it's just in the circle generically. Got it.
Looks like the red team wants this tower too. Defend it from the incoming attacker.
Okay. So he's gonna walk right into that. Here comes the mine. Boom. And it knocks him back too. Awesome. Bola. So he gets stunned and I can just shoot him up. F near down, finishing gives you health. Ah, so it's like a risk reward thing. You might need the health and you might go to finish him real quick.
Always smart to get a quick heal in when you can.
Ah, and there's a heal zone, but it's gotta be right on top of it. Cool.
Radar towers tell you where the flag isn't hidden. And eventually
Okay.
there's only one place left.
So the red on the map. Okay, search the squares that are not red. Okay. So I'm seeing on the map, you guys can't see it's by my head, like the first 2 zones here are red. So then the last 2 zones are not red. So there's this zone and this zone, so it narrows it down. Like I said, it's a mixture. It is part hide and seek, part capture the flag, part domination, part team deathmatch, part MOBA, because you gotta buy your abilities, so it's a bit like Paladins where you're upgrading throughout the match. And then, can I, like, switch the camera? Yeah. I hope there's camera switching in this. Let's see. So then eventually, if you wait long enough, and you can control the radar tower long enough, then you'll pinpoint the exact area it's in. Now, it won't pinpoint the flag, it'll just tell you where it kind of is at. So you have to figure out where what corner they hit it in this big-ass square over here. And then when you get close, it gives you a hint. So that's like the chests in, if you go for like a chest in Fortnite, they have like the audio cue when you're nearby, when it's nearby, so you know you're like, it's on the other side of a wall. Like he plays the guitar to do the thing.
Location to capture it at your pyramid.
Okay, so then these little jumpy pads will probably help. Yeah. Okay, so we got a little toggle sprint. That's fine. So if I... Okay, we can sprint and reload. Fantastic. Okay, I'm out of stamina here. Okay, so sprint... So I guess you have infinite stamina when you're bouncing around, but when you have the flag, they have a stamina drain. So that you can't just sprint super fast across the entire map without stopping. You have to get stopped at some point. And you can't use your abilities, so you're nearly defenseless. It's not like, actually no, Halo does have like the pistol, so it is pretty similar to Halo's capture the flag.
You need to defend it to win the game.
Yeah, the frames are a bit fucked. Gonna need some optimization. Okay.
For the audience at home, the blue team is
get fucked.
going to win.
Definitely get a win, I can feel it. Yoinked on, idiot. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Come here, you bastard. Nice. So then we gotta hold it. Is there like friendly fire here? No, I'm not taking damage from stuff. So we try to push that. Go around this side. Damn. Fucking Camilla over here messing them up, dude. Saved your life. Engineer bots come out. Yeah, so she is the engineer. It literally calls her engineer. Nice. This does look like it'd be a really fun game, I have to say. Even if I don't, even if I don't, my brain. Oh, there's demo exclusive rewards. Oh, this is cool. So if you play the demo, you can get this stuff. So if you see some guy running around in gold, that'd be cool. Well, that was the Orion beta. Yeah, so that's what we're in right now is the Orion beta. Then there was the Perseus beta and the Lunar beta, and now it's the Steam Next Fest beta. And then there's like a maximum. So if you see somebody with this, you know, oh shit, I'm gonna get my ass stomped because he knows he's been playing this a minute. All right, cool, awesome. All right, yeah. So even if I don't play that, like I will play that. I don't know if I'll be able to stream it or whatever, but it depends on the optimization because it's cheap frame rate and all that after that. But nice. We'll see. Very cool. That looks like a fun new shooter coming to the market, and it has some real innovation to it. Like, a lot of people think innovation is reinventing the wheel, and it's really not. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's making the wheel a different color. It's putting more lug nuts on the wheel. It's, you know, changing the texture on the wheel, or the grip, or the material it's made of. It's still the same thing. It still functions. So, like, this is not really new. It's like, oh, well, it's Capture the Flag. Yeah, well, we've done Capture the Flag. What if we played Capture the Flag, Domination, Search and Destroy, and fucking, what do you call it? My brain stopped. Like, it's like, yeah. Because Search and Destroy, if you think about it, like the Search and Destroy stuff from CSGO, that was just, you know, like the diffuse mode. Right, that people, you know, like the diffusal mode stuff that, you know, gets called Search and Destroy. That stuff is really just an evolution of the like children's game hide and seek, you know. So Last Flag is taking the idea and saying, well, instead of the flag being in a designated location, we will put the flag wherever we want, and then we'll defend it. So you might put it in a location that's hard to get into, or a location that's, you know, like easy to see, but because of that, your sniper can hold it down and they can't really touch the flag because it's out in the open. Or maybe it's inside of a shack or a shed, and you put a bunch of mines around it, so when they try to touch it, they get blown up. There's options. There's a lot of options there, and it makes it more unpredictable. It's pretty cool. And I mean, the psychedelic 70s groove to it, I love it. Oh, it's, you know what? It makes me sad because I really want Radical Heights back. And I think Radical Heights could be done really well. If this goes really well, I would like to see Night Street like resurrect the idea of Radical Heights and be like, okay, you guys like game shows, cool. Here's like another game show. Here's a battle royale now that, you know, is instead of a MOBA, it's battle royale, it's Radical Heights, it's an 80s game show, retro, vaporwave, you know, that kind of thing. Very cool. Very cool. I'm into it. I really got to play the Chinese Elvis guy. Chinese Elvis with a flamethrower. If you don't like that sentence, leave. Leave the call. Leave my existence. Go move to another continent. I don't want you anywhere near me. Because it's just super cool. Okay. So that was top demos. And then I think I'll just leave that collection. Yeah, so like top demos is empty now because they're all gone. But yeah, I think I'll leave that collection there for the future when we do Next Fest some more. So we have a couple different ones. So we have Atmosphar. This one we're gonna run down the list real quick. Just a couple. Take a quick peek at them. Maybe add them to the wish list. We'll see. Let's see. It's getting mixed, so some people aren't caring for it. So you got these floating islands. You got a little ute, and you go around and, you know, find some stuff. It feels a little like, oh my god, they're using like almost the exact helmet from Satisfactory. I was gonna say it's like kind of like Satisfactory, but it's you know, Breath Edge type of thing, kind of fun art style and stuff. What are people saying is a problem with it though? There are key bindings, but they're hard coded. You can't change them. There also isn't a full key binding option. It's just a limited selection you can adjust. Most keys can't be reassigned. Okay, so I put it on my wish list and remove it again until we get a fully mappable keyboard. My guy, is this early access? Like, it's available 2026. It's going to be a minute. They'll probably add keybinds. Give them a damn second. I'd rather them work on important stuff. Why do people complain about the shit that's like early? Oh, this is a problem. It's like, yeah, it's a problem, but damn. Textures are buggy based on world location. Whenever you open a crate that opens your inventory, you have to close both separately. That's a genuine UI problem. Flying is based off your mouse until it's controlled with your keyboard. So it's like mouse, then keyboard, then it's like changes. Okay. Can't open files, so if a mission has a... So it's like buggy and bad UI, basically. It just needs quality of life stuff. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's going on the list there. Cool. And I'm just going to remove all these simultaneously, because... can I remove them simultaneously? Manage... No, I'm just going to do them one at a time. Okay, I'll do that in my own time, so we don't waste time. Awake Roots. So this is a city builder type of sandbox thing. So we've got this, and we got some monsters that come in to mess you up. A couple of different towns focused up. It seems to be kind of an evolution of Farmville, or something like that. It's kind of like a colony sim, or something like that. It's a Slavic-inspired world where you must survive as long as possible, build a settlement, farm land, craft fortifications, fight mythical creatures. Created by two brothers, an artist and a programmer. So you can just tell it's like, yeah, it's one guy makes the doodles, and one guy makes a simple, clean, program. And there you go. It's very basic. But it looks cool. Looks fun. Looks like something I'd have fun messing around with in my spare time, but I probably wouldn't do a playthrough of it. Black Jacket. So another one I'd mess around with my spare time. So this is one of those like gambler type of games. It's card game, strategy, like roguelike type of thing, and you're playing like a very high stakes game with the devil of like blackjack, 21, that kind of thing. I like the hands, the different hands for different players. That's kind of cool. So yeah, that one. Oop, didn't put on my list, did I? Yep, gotta make sure you put on my list when I like them. Okay, cool. Blossom, the Seed of Life. So this is in the vein of Planet Crafter, right? So you got a desert barren world on Mars, and you got a cute little robot guy that you play as. You start, it's Planet Crafter, like clearly also inspired by brain stopping Astroneer. So it has the kind of cute voxelness of Astroneer, got like the 3D printing and all that. But you're also transforming the environment, so it's part Planet Crafter, part Astroneer, right? Goal like Planet Crafter, gameplay like Astroneer. That kind of vibe. So you're like running around grabbing resources to build up more stuff. Yeah, very cool. So you know me, I like to be a good game. We could definitely stream that one. Spend some time making a planet livable. Board-like. So this one is tabletop game meets roguelike. So you got your tabletop roguelike, kind of a battler card thing. Cool art, nice 3D board space, different biomes and things. My throat. Ugh. Okay, Bumper Blitz. 3D. Not just Bumper Blitz, it's Bumper Blitz. Oh, not 3D, TD. Because we have to specify it's tower defense, even though it's clearly tower defense. Alright, so it redefines tower defense with gravity-powered physics and dynamic gameplay. So it looks like, yeah, it's a tower defense, but it's physics-based, so the little guys come bouncing down because there's gravity. So instead of walking down a lane, they've combined tower defense with pinball, essentially, which is a neat innovation. Again, this is the definition of innovation, is just take two things that work, put them together. You can eat Cool Whip, you can eat pumpkin pie. You put Cool Whip on top of pumpkin pie, now it's a whole new thing. You've innovated the pumpkin pie. There you go. Alright, let's see. What else we got? We got Buzzkill. So this is one I'd probably play in my spare time. Just, it's a shooter, like, incremental type of thing. Roguelike. Like, it's a bullet heaven, right? Cool. Capivarius. So this is a colony sim. So you got, like, a little colony of guys, but you have a colony of capybaras. It's just adorable. And, I probably play this in my spare time and just dick around with it. It's cute. Moving on. Celestial Return. So this one looked really cool. It's like an RPG story thing. It made me think immediately of Disco Elysium. Feels very Disco Elysium coded. Like you got like the side thing. Like it's a kind of narrative text RPG. You got like different vibes and moods and different emotions and things. But it's like all cyberpunk. The fucking designs are incredible. I really hope that the guys doing game art for this stuff, they don't get stuck doing game art or like working on game projects, because I really want them to branch out into like Image Comics and go get published to like draw books, Because I'm sure there's people with amazing stories and amazing ideas for characters, and maybe they can't draw at all, and they really need somebody to come in and like help them with that. But it would be sick as fuck if they like just because stuff like this. I mean, it's amazing illustration, and there's a chance that the artists that work on these, like they work on them in the spare time as like commission work for just a couple of portraits, and then the main thing they do is comic art. But man, it just kicks ass. I love this trope whenever there's like a guy with like trench coat and a hat and glasses, like this kind of hacker guy. I don't know, maybe I get that from Watch Dogs. The original Watch Dogs had a Ethan? No, it wasn't Ethan. What was his name? Alan or Aaron or something. It was like the main character in the original Watch Dogs. He always had like the hat and the trench coat because he was up in like Seattle. It was all rainy. And whenever you would go in, you have like the bandana, and you pull the bandana up over his face, and it would have like his symbol on it. You know, very cool, like cyberpunk rogue character design. Very hip, very cool. All right, Ceres. This is Ceres Harvest Among the Stars. So it's a card game, casual kind of farming sim, just kind of chill vibes, and you just use the cards to grow your fields, kind of like crop deck, right? Same kind of idea as crop deck, turn-based type of thing. Challenges of the Realms. This is another trading card game. Had some really neat looking sort of flash art to it. The art has a very, normative style, we'll say. And it's got, a board set up pretty much like Magic the Gathering, like arena, but looks very cool. The art is very expressive with the characters. That's the thing that drew me to it, was they have strong posing and really neat thematic backgrounds. Like the Thunder guy there had the clouds behind him. That's really cool to pair it up with. I like good composition. That's the thing, is if you can execute good composition, you don't technically need the best like rendering skill. Like you can have, weaker render skills. I mean, they don't, like these are awesome, but you can use a simpler art style, let's say. So for this one, you can see the character art is not super complex. It's kind of how to draw like anime-esque, right? Like that kind of vibe. But it's so on point with the posing and the structure that the style in which it's done doesn't really matter. Like you don't care. You overlook that because it just looks cool. It's a vibe. Like you got the chisel here, the chisel like scraping up the wood. It just feels volume. You can feel it. You can touch it. That's a sign of good art, is when you see something and you get an instant emotion from it and you feel it. You feel a reason to connect with it. And it's just cool. And it looks like a good card game. So there we go. Comatose. This one is a horror FPS that I found that looks really creepy, really freaky. Probably do a playthrough this sometime, record it and see what we do. It is a, retro horror puzzles, very much like, your old school Alan Wake. What else? Like there's the other one, like Alan Wake, Silent Hill, that kind of thing you're doing, adventuring around. It's creepy. It's got these like PS1 graphics, which really add to the creep factor because everything looks just slightly off and not well refined. It's like, ugh, creepy. Criticality. This one looks really cute. This is a idle like clicker incremental type game, but it's based on like atomic energy and that kind of gooey retro future Jetsons design of like it's like a propaganda promotional piece for it. That's the idea. Yeah. So we got just, splitting the atom, right? So fun little clicker game if you're looking for one. We got Croak. This one looks really cool. It's got really great animation. Like animation like this I haven't really seen since Kids Next Door. It's got this roundness and this bounciness to it that just works, and it just feels good. It's got this like cool Cartoon Network vibe to it, right? I love like the CEO and co-founder Max. Like, look at him. He looks like the fucking frog. It looks like they almost based the frog off of his vibes. I love it. It's adorable. They got a little plug. Oh, the head of marketing. Oh, we got Milo. Fantastic. So yeah, it's a boss rush kind of platformer thing, and you're just this frog. I love that to grab walls. He just sticks his tongue to it. Looks very cool. This would definitely be a playthrough of some sort. Maybe not a stream, but maybe like a trying to complete each boss or each level at a time, like little 20-minute sessions. I can make videos out of that. That could be fun. Maybe Be something to do. Be something to do. All right, so we got Data Strafer. This one is a Bullet Heaven Neon. You guys know me. I love the Tron aesthetic. I love that retro computer vibe. So you can see it's like, you know, roguelike. You add abilities. You're flying around, shooting stuff. Looks pretty much like an advancement of Galaga. And I fucking love Galaga. Galaga, out of all arcade games that exist, I think Galaga is probably the best one. Because it is everything you want in an arcade game. It's got just the right sounds. It's simple. It's easy to follow. It's difficult, but it's learnable and it's, you know, it's good. It's not like something like Mortal Kombat. Like Mortal Kombat kicks ass, but as an arcade game, when you try to learn Mortal Kombat, you gotta learn up, down, blocking, timing, because you're playing another player, or you're playing the computer, and it's designed to be a tough Mortal Kombat. Like it's a martial arts tournament, you know. But here it's like, yeah, this is difficult, but it's clear, it's concise. It's, again, this feels like what you would want. You know, you could call this thing Galaga 3D and reskin it to be sci-fi instead of computer world, and it would work. If you did like Space World, like Flash Gordon, instead of, you know, that like Last Starfighter type deal. Do that instead, and you could easily call this Galaga 3D, and it would just work, you know. Very cool. So, Draw of Destiny. This is the one that had also some really awesome card art as well. It's in the vein of something like Darkest Dungeon, right? Or aesthetically, I mean. Obviously, it's a card game, and Darkest Dungeon is not a card game, but it's like, you know, turn-based, your roguelike deck builder, but the card art's pretty good. Let me double check. Shit. Nope, never mind. I didn't double check this one. You guys can all promptly go fuck yourself. I hope your game gets taken down, even though you did disclaim it. You shouldn't be using AI art in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a fuck. Eat me. So we will go ahead and can I ignore them and the thing as well? Hold on. Let's see. System Noten. I can't, like, hang on. Developer, publisher. Okay, that's developer. That gives you a game list. Can we go to publisher page? No. So I don't really have a page. I'd like to be able to get rid of that, though, eventually. So yeah, we will ignore that by default. Cool, so get rid of that. I don't want to see it. I don't want to keep up with it. I want as far away from me as possible. Get the entire thing just removed from my account. I did not realize there was AI art in that. So, eat me. I'm over it. There's no second chances nowadays. Like, I'm sorry, but first impressions matter. And if you're gonna do AI slop, fuck you. Anyway, Duck Side of the Moon. Let's double check that one. Let's see. Yeah. See, like, I would rather the other one, like the trading card one that we were talking about, where I was talking about like the thematic card stuff, and like that one. Hold on, let me double check that and make sure that's not fucked as well. I'd look really stupid. So Challengers of the Realm, like, let me super mega double check this. This does not include AI, right? And I would rather your game look like this and have a solid compositional style that is, yes, it's a basic style, but if this is what you can draw this. I don't care. I will be interested in your game. Okay? I'm here for the gameplay, and the art facilitates the gameplay. Your fucking AI slop facilitates you being a lazy prick. Okay? So go fuck yourself. Can y'all tell I don't like AI or what? Okay. So we have Duck Side of the Moon. This is a cute little platformer. Definitely doing this. So you're just a duck, and you're chilling on the moon, and you're platforming, and you're having a good time, and it's got a great soft little art style to it. Very cool. Very curvy coded. Okay. So I have Estranged Arctic Cold. So we got like a horror type of thing. I think it's a like adventure environmental thing. So you're kind of exploring, trying to figure out what happened, you know. It's kind of like The Thing. You're feeling a little weird about what's going on here, you know. It's almost Portal, but horror version of Portal. It's, you know, a little creepy. All right, we got Far Far West. This is a robot twin stick shooter thing, right? Or what was this one? No, this was the FPS thing, right? He just smacks the shit out of the bone eel. Awesome. So yeah, you got like robots shooting shit, blowing shit up. You know, the robots have like hovering arms. They don't actually have arms. They just kind of have the hands, which is really fun. The art style is crazy. The combat looks crazy. Very like, you know, Risk of Rain-esque, right? That kind of thing. And it's Western. I love me a Western. All right, the FU machine, which is about how I fucking feel. FU machine. Anyway, look, Half-Life. I love that you got all the references to the other boomer shooters in here. You like the little Duke Nukem icon. Nice. I love it. So yeah, very boomer shootery, fuck shit up. You know, you just fucking shit up. It's absurd. It's, you know, shooty McTooty Funland. We love it. All right, Galactic Overthrow. I'm gonna move that a little bit. It's blowing into my monitor. One of my things. I gotta retuck the fabric on the light. Galactic Overthrow. This is like an incremental resource type of thing. You know, you expand your empire out, upgrades. It's like a 4X, but a clicker idle 4X type of thing. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Garden Inc. Oh, jeez, we gotta keep going here. Woo! All right, Garden Inc. We have little chill, cozy game exploration. You merge in stuff. You find new little characters and things. It's cute. It's fun. It's chill times. Heart Weaver. So this one, I believe, was this like a Paper Mario thing, or am I thinking of a different one? Yeah, this is a 3D puzzle adventure game. Yeah, no. So this is just kind of venture around. You got these little characters. I really love the character design. The purple hair, the like overalls, but they're overalls that stop before the knee. But then she has like knee-high socks that are striped. Very fun, very cute character design. Anime-esque, yes, but you know, kawaii desu. I don't know. But yeah. So it's got this kind of dream-like environment and everything, and that kind of draws me to it. It's got the bright colors and the fun characters. Fun game. All right. Here comes the Swarm. Love me an RTS. So you got this like RTS with a pause button is how they describe it. You get this like area, you got some stuff, you got some RTS, so you got modifiers that mess with your stuff, and you know, you got a whole bunch of dudes coming to eat your shit. You're getting like Zerg rushed, basically. The whole game is just getting Zerg rushed. So you gotta be careful with that and, you know, do it. I'm seeing realistic art. Okay, I'm double checking this. Again, if they outright state the AI art, you know, that, and they're supposed to. That's the thing. Steam has a policy for that, and if you're found guilty of that and you can't prove it to Steam that you're not, I mean, they're gonna take your shit off and probably ban you for like they're probably gonna ban you and not let you upload anything, because like I think there should be one strike rule, like, hey, you didn't prove to us you made these assets. Like I think with AI art at this point, it's getting to the point where it's almost you can't take people on their word, you know? And it's like, if you can point out credible examples of saying, hey, this, and this make you guilty because this looks like AI, that looks like AI, this looks bad. And then you go in and, you know, you'd have to go in and be like, no, look, here's the references, here's the mood board, here's the documentation, you know, here's the Photoshop. Like I was saying with Grimslayer, here's the documentation. I swear, you know, don't ban my shit, you know? Like, that's the thing is, and Steam was already full of shovelware and slop before the AI, and now it's like getting even worse because now it's facilitating people to make like card art and stuff and portraits that they really have no business making, and it's just it annoys me because what annoys me is they just won't bother to learn any sort of basics. Anyway, we'll get that. Yeah, just the basics. Okay, Hordes of Fate, a Hand of Fate adventure. So this one is Hordes of Fate. Which one is this? Yeah, so it's like a horde beat 'em up, you know, kind of roguelike thing. Hacky slashy, you know, fuck it up, have a good time, that kind of thing. We're here for it. Oh, looks, it has SteamOS and Linux support. Nice. Yeah, SteamOS. I do want to dabble with some SteamOS. Like maybe when I get a Steam machine, I want to see what all I can do with it. Let's see. So John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. This one was a big one. This was like 55 gigs, so it's a big, crazy first-person shooter. Is that supposed to be John Carpenter right there? It looks like John Carpenter. Hold on. Oh no, let's watch the actual trailer. Because I'm curious now. It's right now a little quieter though. Gunship? What the fuck is Gunship? Okay. Oh, I guess that's the band? I'm so confused. Does he have like a backing band and John Carpenter's like the local...
Dearly beloved.
What is happening?
Let's get this party started.
Oh yeah! Uh-oh. Oh no! He's evil! John Carpenter, evil mutant man. Oh no! Okay, I'm gonna stop that because I don't know if that music's copyright or not. Yeah, it looks like they have like an infestation somewhere. These guys are like, it's like super hardcore Ghostbusters, hardcore parasite Ghostbusters. So you got all the guys. It's obviously it's a 4-player squad based thing. It's like Left 4 Dead type of shit. Driving around, shooting hordes of zombies, fucking them up. Yeah. Yikes! I can only imagine the requirements here. 8400, not bad. 1070. I might actually be able to run this then. So yeah, it's not bad. Yeah. So additional notes here: SSD required. Interesting. So they're not even running a hard drive, or no? 30 FPS in 1920 by 1080 with the low preset. Good God! Please optimize the game. I want to play this, but that's okay. I might play it in the future as long as you don't shut it down. If it's some fucking thing, I don't know. It looks great though. Looks cool. Looking like it's got that 4-player co-op. Let's fuck up some zombies type shit. Me and the boys jumping in. Did I wish us that? I want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And it's from where is it? Hold on. Let's see. It's from Saber and Focus. So Focus Entertainment publishes a lot of cool shit. They did like Space Marine 2, and then Saber Interactive, they make a lot of cool shit. So they did Space Marine 2, they did the Master Chief Collection, Snow Runner, Roadcraft. They do all kinds of stuff that people really like. They did like Crisis 3 remastered. Wait, the Crisis games got remastered? Oh shit! Hold up. I'm about to buy me some of them. No, I didn't click that. What? The fuck? Okay. What is happening? Why does it keep going to that? I'm not clicking that. Okay, Steam's having a moment. Never mind. Well, I'll circle back around. I do intend to play the Crisis games sometime, so maybe I'll play the remaster at some point. I didn't know it had a multiplayer. Couple months ago, I came across a video that was showing off the Crisis multiplayer. I'm like, there was a multiplayer? Apparently, it was like an infected game mode, and where you have some hunters, and they're like, if he kills a hunter, the hunter becomes an infected, and it's like you gotta take out the enemies. It's weird. Okay, so Kamigami Spirits of Nature. So Spirits of Nature is this sort of like strategic grid thing. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but it's like a deck builder card game type of thing. It's got some good art. So it's got some interesting looking art. It's like a waifu game, so you got like the different all the different anime women's, of course, but that's not I don't care about that. And I do like the sort of like what's the right word? Not foreign. What would be the word for this? Like cultural, I guess. It's like you got the different, it's weird. Like a Heimdall is Viking, and then you got this one here, fucking hold on. Yeah, you got like this character here, Ra, the sun god of Egypt, but waifu anime version, So it's cool. Might be a little collectathon, you like pack openings and things. You like building a deck, Could be a fun game. I do like the grid design. It's kind of interesting. So it's like, where do you put your guys on the grid? What cards do you play next? And like, it's almost like Sudoku meets card games. So it's like positioning matters too. So that's what drew me to it. Living Dead Outbreak. This one looks really good. It's a zombie shooter. I really love the thing in his face, like that cheek just pushed in there. A shotgun. Very cool. So yeah, very COD zombies coded type of thing. You're run around, shoot shit, booba shooter, we love it. Good old time. Loop of Command, little puzzle game. Little like puzzler, thing. You gotta figure out like automation puzzles. So it's like you get the timing of things or when things gonna hit, and that's the puzzle. It's like a loop. You gotta get the loop to work. That's cool. Macaronopolis. This is fun. Little factory game where you're making macaroons. So, it's a factory game. It's got some decent art. It looked cute and fun. And I could see myself wasting some hours with this. And it's like we're just making macaroons, I love when there's like really basic pixel art like this and there's an amazing portrait. That shit's so funny to me. And I'm just double checking for AI because now I don't even trust that shit, I'm gonna be really disappointed if it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Grimslayer is using AI portraits and stuff. Like if he doesn't come out and show like his Photoshop documents and the layers and everything, and shows like, no, here's the 5 years of shit that I've made, time stamped and everything. Like I've been doing this. You know, it's just. Let's see, manicology. So or manicology. That's the idea. So it's mechanic or magic or machinology. I don't know. I don't know what the conjunction's supposed to be, but you're like it's a goofy game, goofy robot engineer alien type of thing. I don't know. It's a weird action adventure. So looks fun. Marionettes. This looks like a really creepy one. It's same as like Little Nightmares. So you're trying to be like this doll and trying not to die, and you're like crawling around, and that's the idea. Is like you're a little marionette. You don't have any strings. You can't move around, so you gotta like crawl everywhere, and that slows you down, and things encroach on you. Like I said, Little Nightmares, that kind of vibe. So I definitely like to play through that sometime. The Milky Way. This looks like a fun little puzzler. Just for the art alone, it's very cute. Very cute little art. So it's kind of like a lot of these, ever since Super Meat Boy came out years and years ago, a lot of people have tried to do the Super Meat Boy brutal platformer thing. Very few succeed. But this reminds me a lot of, there was a thing, like a Flash game that I used to play like years ago. And it was, it had like a little gooey guy like this, where you had to move him around and, had to like gain mass and lose mass to fit in certain areas. It was a very interesting little puzzle platformer. This one looks a lot more hardcore with the spikes and stuff. That's a lot different, but very similar concept though. Very similar. And more coal, Ascend to the Gods. This one actually has this is like a sequel. I didn't realize it was a sequel. So it's kind of Hollow Knight type of game, right? Boss rush. But this one, I do want to see about the sequel. Yeah, because this is a sequel to Ragos Rage. So Ragos Rage is like the first one. So if we play these, I'll do Ragos Rage first, so we can see sequentially if the game improved or whatever. Yeah. Moving on. Nebula Veil. So this one is like, you're in a gas giant, you're trying to mine some stuff, whatever. Kind of, what do you describe this as? It's like a psychological horror, but then it's like corpo space horror, like wage horror, I guess would be the idea. Like grunge wage horror, like you have a quota to fill and stuff. One of those kind of games. All right, Outbound. This one I've had on my radar for a while. It should already be in my wish list. I guess it finally got posted to Steam. I remember hearing about this a while ago, like an announcement trailer like 2 years ago or something. So this is cute. It's like a little van base. You have like a mobile base. You bring it around. You travel around your van around the map, and you unpack your van, and then you pack it back up and move on to the next location. Very cool, very fun stuff. We could definitely do a playthrough of that. Like a nice, maybe stream that one. Over Hours. What's this one? So this is a top-down sort of defense roguelike thing. A la like Orcs Must Die, that kind of thing. You got like waves coming at you, tower defense type of thing, and you're shooting them, they're coming at you. You got fields of spikes and stuff. Like I said, Orcs Must Die type of thing. But it's got cool characters and stuff. Seems to be a little inspired by Hades with these character portraits and things, which is cool. I'm glad that Hades is inspiring more people's art styles and things. I like the owl character. Like the main character is like just this owl with a squirt gun or a super soaker. I mean, Polybricks. This is a chill little game. Just a chill little puzzle game. You got parts, you put them together, you ship them out. It's chill vibes. It's a good time. All right, we're almost down to the end. We're about halfway through. All right, Ragdoll Physics Experiment. This is looking like a Stanley Parable type of thing. Like you're walking through the factory, you fucking with physics. You're very Stanley Parable type of thing, like a walking sim. Reclaim. So this is Reclaim. Wait, what is the full title here? Reclaim Asa Gaidaving, which I think is supposed to be. No, it's not German. It's Ojibwe. Okay, so I don't know how to pronounce that. Ase Gawain. I can't do native. I can't do Native American, man. It's like it's hard languages. If you ever want a challenge and you're learning languages, try to learn Navajo. That shit is hard. That is some complicated, mouth noises and movements that you got to do. But this is a cute one. It's like a little, hanging out with the forest spirits and stuff, and talking to the animals, and it's a cute little adventure thing. And you don't get a lot of Native American or Indian, whatever they prefer to be called. Some don't like the tag. It's like with certain black people. Like some black people want to be called black people. Some black people want to be referred to as African Americans. And that kind of thing. But I never know. I grew up knowing them as Indians, right? Cowboys and Indians. I that's what I grew up with. Those Westerns calling them Indians. And then when I got older, I realized, oh wait, they're Native Americans. Like they're native to the Americans. They are Native Americans. That's the more accurate term, or a scientific term, I should say. But whatever they want. I mean, some people they like to be called, they like to be called Injuns. I don't know. Maybe as like taking the word back, as it used to be like an ignorant designation, and they kind of take it back and say, nah, we're that. Fuck it. I do think I've always said this. I think Canada gets it right with instead of calling them native, because native implies they're from here all the way back to the beginning of time, which is not true. Even in their own mythos, it's like, no, we came here. But so native, I don't think is right, or not right. That's not accurate, right? It's not as accurate as it could be. And I think Canada gets it right because they call their guys, the Inuits and stuff that are up there, they call them First Nations. So they were the first nation of people, right? So they were the first collective of people there that had shared common culture and things. And that's what a nation is. A nation is people have shared common culture and values. Like there it is. Shared values create the culture. The culture exercised in a certain area by a certain number of people, creates the nation, right? So it's the First Nations. There you go. And they're, individual tribes. But yeah. Politics. Fun. Geography. Always fun. Geography, culture, politics, race, religion. Forget all that. Let's go, with real Tiny. And let's go chill with this, I think he's like a mole. He's a little critter. And very tiny. And he just hangs out on his dock fishing in a little creek. Cute game. Fun vibes. Rush Cremental. This one caught my attention. This one really did. It is an incremental game. So it's one of those games where you just get incremental upgrades. But you also need to get it quickly, and then you get all the shit together to upgrade your car in like a wasteland survival. It's like a Mad Max type of thing. And you're trying to get farther than other guys, and you're trying to race for like more stuff. Like it is Mad Max meets clicker game roguelike. It's weird. It's an incremental like race game, which is why I'm interested in it. It's very unique. It's innovative. Let's see. So, Psy-Cry. When I first saw this one, I thought it like Skikri or something. I thought it was a weird word. I'm like, wait, no, it's Psy-Cry. It's like sci-fi. It's like science fiction, but it's science cryogenics or science. Yeah. After a catastrophic event, the station's crew has mutated, turning its quarters into deadly ever. So this is a like, it's clearly inspired by like Dead Space, but the setup of like the crew is mutated. I mean, yeah, it's Dead Space, but that description also gives me a little bit of Pandorum. Pandorum is a movie, a horror movie, and it's got that same kind of vibe. I mean, there's no like guns and shooting and stuff, but yeah, looks very cool though. Looks very retro. Like let's shoot some shit in the face. Also, commies. So we got like the red star and the orange jumpsuit. The one place left uncorrupted by capitalism. Spice! Good God. So good. Alright. Scorched Sun. This one has very, clear inspiration aesthetically from Darkest Dungeon, that kind of card style, that kind of vibe. So it seems like you're exploring around, and then you're running across enemies you gotta defeat, that kind of thing, but it's all very medieval-ish. Cool stuff. Seeing Double. This is a unique platformer I found, where you are split down the middle on your screen, and you have to control both guys at the same time. And so it's like you can't see what's on one side, but you can see what's on the other, so you have to like split your vision between the two and see what's coming up on one, and so you can be safe on the other. It's wacky. So you have to like jump back and forth. Very cool. Let's see. Shadow Rasa. This is a Oh. Third person kind of sneaky cyber samurai assassin game. It's kind of the vibes, right? You're just kind of messing stuff up, roguelike, whatever. Cool, cool. Skyward Bastion. What was this one? I don't remember this one. This is just a tower defense, right? Well, it's like just a tower defense. This one's like expanding map, a living day night cycle. So there's like, a whole different vibe between day and night, and you expand the map outward and give different abilities and stuff. Cool. You guys know me. I love a good tower defense. I like tower defense because it's like strategy, but it's not as stressful. It's just, hey, you have one goal, just shoot the thing off the path. It's really simple. Speaking of not stressful, we have Socks, which is like a nice pairing game. Seems to be similar to those the fruit games that I've seen, where it's like melons and stuff. You drop them in a basket and they combine, and you have to drop them strategically, and get them to combine, try to get a high score. Chill game. Moving on. Star Nomads. This one is a multiplayer RTS. So it's a real-time strategy roguelike, but with turn-based. It's weird. So like you're building a ship, right? You're trying to build a better ship to go get better parts and stuff. But it's a real-time strategy, but it's also turn-based real-time strategy battles. So I don't know. It's weird. It's like real-time strategy. You're trying to defeat the other guy, but then the battles themselves are turn-based when you get to them. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe the real-time strategy element is you only have a certain amount of time to build your ship in between intervals of battles. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I want to see how it works. Looks cool. Let me double check. Make sure there's no goddamn AI. Yeah, so the multiplayer, solo or in co-op with up to 4 players, or in arena mode with up to 8 in frantic battles for planet colonization and resource domination. So you're expanding, you're doing that, but you're also doing the turn-based battles. So you choose your ship, you gather resources, build weapons, upgrade, colonize, protect the mothership, destroy enemies. It's real-time strategy, turn-based, and roguelike. So it's all kind of some interesting combination thereof. Okay, Starvister. This one looked really cool. It's a incremental like idle clicker automation game, but you have like you're harvesting solar systems. That's the idea. It's like you're feeding the star and pulling in like debris from the planets and stuff, and it's wacky. It's wacky. All right, Survivor Tower Defense. This one looked really cool. I liked the Greek theme to it. So you're like this little dude, and you're like putting up spikes. It's the same kind of like the other one that I said looked like Orcs Must Die. Kind of like same thing. You're putting up towers. You're defending yourself. A little bit of roguelike elements to it. It's fun. I like these games. They're good time wasters, and they're fun to play when you have like I said, when you have a backlog and you're trying to watch like shows or movies or something. You can do most of your like listening and split your attention to that and check out the movie. But then you're also like occasionally coming back and just putting them. And it doesn't require too much thought, but it's just something to do in the meantime, so you don't feel like you're just staring at the screen and watching the movie. That might sound a little ADD, but that's how I see it. Is like I only have so much time. I want to get through game backlog and I want to get through movie backlog. And unless the movie's like super cinematic, you really don't need to stare at the movie. I mean, you're already watching it on a screen. You should be watching it on a big screen in a theater if you really want the true experience of the film. To get all snobby cinema snob about it. But yeah, this one looks amazing. It's like a tavern keeper thing, and it's all super mythical. You got like fantasy races that come in, and you talk to them. There's like different characters, different voices, and different voices come and do the voice acting for it. But yeah, this is definitely something we want to play. A little tavern keeper thing. Gentle Troll. What else have they done? So I knew it sounded familiar. So they did do Tavern Talk already, and so they already have a game called Tavern Talk. This is Tavern Talk Stories Dreamwalker. So it's like a standalone sequel DLC or whatever. So there's like Tavern Talk, which was from 2023, and then Dreamwalker. In this demo, our D&D inspired visual novel, you run a cozy set, have a meet adventure together. It's like the same thing. Like Dreamwalker is, essentially an expansion of that, which is cool. Twisted Fate. So what the hell is this one? Turn-based roguelike, deep ability modifications. So Yeah, it looks heavily inspired by like Clay Entertainment. So the guys that did Oxygen Not Included, Don't Starve, it's that kind of vibe aesthetically. And then you got like the roguelike, going into dungeons with your team and stuff, and little shopkeeper. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. U4. This one looked cute. This one looked like a simple little idle game made by like one guy. Very, very basic on the art style, but I think it's cute. I think it works. And then I guess the UFO goes around picking up stuff, or you control it and make it go around pick up stuff. And you just get more upgrades and stuff and fuel the rocket. It's a simple game. It looks like maybe their first game outing of like, hey, can I make a game and actually put it on Steam? Apparently they can because they're doing that. Good for them. Undertaker. This one looked really cool. It's like this horror thing, but yeah, it's not like usually with these you get like melee stuff. It's like it's melee and magic and fantasy, but also you have some guns in here too. If and you feel like it, you got some guns and stuff. So Souls-like PvE shooters. You got like some melee, some magic, some guns on occasion. Very cool, very cool stuff. So you hunt eldritch horrors in the cursed lands of Transylvania. So you're basically you're what's his face, Van Helsing. You're like the hardcore version of Van Helsing. Stock your prey with blades, bullets, craft your ideal loadout, conduct unnatural rituals in this gothic shooter. So it's pretty cool. I can see myself dicking around with this and doing some runs. Let's see, virtual perspective. It's a little puzzle game where you're like doing stuff on the walls. I like anything where it changes the way you think about a puzzle. Like here, you have to think about the puzzle in 3D space on the wall and stuff, and moving things and changing this. Yeah, it's like a platform where you manipulate power cells. So you're moving the ball at perspective angles and stuff. Very, very cool. Very innovative. Let's see. War Drum. Yeah, this is the one. I really wanted to see this one, but I mean, we'll definitely play this anyway because it's from Team 17. Team 17 does some cool stuff. So this is your, you got your like kind of team battler type of thing. Looks like you got cool characters and some good combat stuff. Had a piece of hair in my mouth. I don't know where it came from. Probably from my head, where all the hair is at. So yeah, you see a bit of, roguelike turn-based tactics sort of thing. And you guys know me. I love a good strategy mixed with some cool characters. So we in this. We do this. And finally, why am I here? So this one's kind of a anti-cozy game. I don't know. It's like cozy, but not cozy. So you're just kind of chilling, you and your dog and whatever, trying to survive in the winter and all that. And I guess build up your house. And, just fighting little like monsters and stuff in sort of like Nordic setting. And yeah. It just looks chill. I can see myself chilling in there. Alright, but that is it. I'm going to go uninstall all of these now because I don't need them on my disk anymore. I got them all wishlisted and all that. Then, I'm not sure the next time I'm going to stream. I got to figure out what day. Definitely not going to be Tuesday. So don't look for me on Tuesday. Ain't going to happen. I'm going to be recovering from Monday night drinking. So I'm drinking Monday night, recovering on Tuesday. Gonna hear back from the job I applied to and I got an interview for. So we'll see about that. I'm gonna keep looking for a job in the meantime, obviously. But yeah, we'll see about that, and that'll depend on like how our week goes after that. Because they said early next week, so Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday at the latest. We'll see if they want me or if they'll send me a direction letter. Because at least Sprouts is usually cool about that. At least the one I've been talking to, there every time when I apply there, they're like, yeah, it's sorry, we're going with another candidate. Okay, cool. That's all I want. I want the email to tell me to go fuck myself. Just do that. Like I don't care. You don't even have to be nice about it. Just say no. Just not happening. Just that's it. But they dress it up. They're like, we're going with another candidate. It's like, okay, cool. I don't mind a rejection letter. What I mind is getting ghosted. Getting ghosted pisses me off. Anyway, so yeah, that's the future there. I'm gonna go see about getting my second hard drive set back up properly. Figure out that so I can get back to using my computer normally. So after all the craziness that almost prevented us from finishing Next Fest properly, and then in the future, look forward to more episodes of I just gotta find the time to do it, but I'm looking to do more episodes of The Meaning Of. I'm looking to go back to recording some games, so instead of just streaming, doing some playthroughs recorded. So like Chook and Susig will be the first one I do for that. And so Meaning Of, I'll be doing like the Rebel because that's a really simple one to digest, and those are pretty fun to do. I like gives me a reason to rewatch the series too, and it's not too long of a series. There's only like I think 2 or 3 seasons. Is it? Let's see, The Rebel. Yeah, there's only 2 seasons of it, so it's a good chance to really hone my skills on the editing for that, and like specifically in audio, like audio and transitions is somewhere that I really need to work on. I think my transitions are pretty decent from the last video I edited, the Star Spangled Scam video. I think I had some pretty interesting transitions and thought put into that one, but getting the audio right with like the music and the narration, I think that's the big part of it that I really need to figure out. So, yep, mini of, and then Chuck and Sussig playthrough, and then for streaming, I'll figure out what I'm doing streaming. I don't know if I'm gonna do a little streaming, a lot of streaming, maybe just stream on like the weekends, do big streams when I'm not doing anything else, like plan it out, be like, okay, this day I'm doing that, and we're getting a lot done in that game. But maybe that, and we'll figure that out. So we'll be back to Autonauts, because that's our game we're trying to get through right now, and I do want to get back to it. Just get back to it. So yeah, that is it for the stream. That is it for Next Fest, February. So we are finished up. Go check out these games. Go wishlist them. They're cool. Very, very hip. Very awesome. And yeah, thanks to everybody for stopping by. Christian Garcia, Princess, Overworld, all the usual suspects. Love you guys. And yeah, that is it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.